赛前肯定选手们有一些话对大家说。
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛欣。那在这里，我们首先邀请到了 IG 战队的下路选手佳琪，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
好，大家好，我是 IG 的 AD 佳琪。
欢迎佳琪。那我们也知道啊，最近 IG 是
进入到了一个背靠背
的魔鬼赛程。那想知道在上2场比赛失利之后呢，大家主要在哪些方面做了一个调整呢？
大家就在中后期的运营上，还有 BP 上都做了调整。
好的，那看到啊，你们在4天之前刚好也是跟滔博交手过，并且取得了胜利。那今天又一次碰面，想要再次战胜他们的关键，你觉得是什么？
打滔博的话，这场玩就很好赢吧。
好的，我们也期待今天比赛当中你们的表现。同样，我们在这里也请到了滔博战队的中单选手 Cream， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
好的，那这个赛段呢，你们的第1场比赛就是跟 IG 打的，那场比赛你们是0比2，遗憾落败了。但是来到现在，滔博已经拿到了4连胜，并且来到了积分榜榜首的这样一个位置。那你觉得现在的滔博和刚开赛时的滔博最大的区别和变化是什么？
我们最大变化就是我们团战可能打得比之前好很多吧。
团战上面大家的协作能力更好了。那今天如果你们想要战胜 IG 成功复仇的话，你觉得大家必须要关键做好哪一点？
我觉得他们中野联动这个是比较关键的点吧。
好的，我们也期待你们今天在比赛当中的发挥。
好的，谢谢洛欣带来的赛前采访。刚才小奶油点出了在中野联动方面可能是今天比较重要的点。
以及在 BP 方面还蛮有可能在一上来是两边先争抢一个不错的打野位英雄的。
这是很有可能的啊，都是需要有一定这个野区进攻性。
对，
包括这个在中野辅方面的这个联动，虽然说啊中野辅联动比起过往的几年的几个赛季，因为辅助不太像前2年的以硬辅偏多了，这个赛季的软辅或者说
比较强调打线嘛，
对，打线能力是格外的重要，所以可能在野辅方面的联动不会像以前这么的多，但是就像小奶油刚才讲的，中野在前期的联动依然是存在的。
对，包括打野位，可能他个人的一些野区的规划和选择，有的时候也会需要自己去带动一下这个节奏，所以我觉得对于两边来说，可能前期能够做事情，或者说能够比较简单打开节奏的，像什么皇子呀、潘森啊、赵信等等，有可能会是一开始 BP 上来两边教练的重头戏，重中之重。对，
而在刚才洛欣在采访的时候，他当时第一句话就是想到，在4天前啊，当时 IG 是战胜滔博，这个并不是属于咱们的这个2赛段，对吧？洛欣当时讲的意思是呢，当时有个 EWC 啊，当时 IG 同样是2比0战胜了滔博，
穿插其中的，
穿插其中。所以无论说是2赛段的首回合在4月4号的交手，亦或者在4到5天前的那次 EWC 的交手 ，IG 在这个双方的对话方面都是占据胜率优势的。
对，我觉得其实这个赛段的 IG 成长，我觉得大家都是也能看得出来的。就更多的一些磨合，或者说阵容的一些调整，包括刚才选手的点评也是，今天只要做好自己的，对吧？佳琪说了，只要做好自己的，感觉拿下也没什么问题，很有信心。
对，讲得很自信，说我们正常打应该是可以随便赢滔博。
我们就赛场里面见真章，
要见真章的啊！尤其是在下路的对话方面，其实佳琪和 Miko 他们的这个默契程度也在与日俱增，包括我觉得在更加偏向于软辅的版本也非常适配于 Miko。
对，然后两个队伍可能都会希望一开始先，比如说第一局的阵容选择都拿一些比较主动的一些英雄，然后看谁能够发挥的更好吧。
对，真的是要足够主动，尤其是下路，现在基本上是一个控龙版本，而潮虫的这个优先级，其实大家讨论也很多啊，就是在像厄塔汗消除啊，包括像防御塔这个晶体增生的这个机制的加入，也让这个虫子对于防御塔的这个进攻其实显得没有那么的重要了。现在你等一会儿谁过去 A 防御塔一下，都是一大口血。
对，都是会比较有效果的，而且我觉得对于两边来说，可能打野位确实很重要。然后如果选纯发育的一个阵容，可能并不是两个队伍目前展现出来的赛段风格。
对，这两个目前的展现出的赛段风格就是还是要进攻
的
一定要把这个进攻贯彻到底啊。所以像进攻性比较强的，像小天，包括小薇，今天在野区的对决方面，谁能够拿到更有进攻性的英雄，并且能够跟线上的英雄联动到一起啊？这是今天呢两支战队在一开始 BP 方面的这个重中之重和焦点所在了。一开始的 BP 方面，滔博是选择了这个优先 BP， 而 IG 是在蓝色方。而在上路对话方面，咱们也刚才讲了，护旗哥经验要比醉安更老道一些，但醉安最近的这个亮剑应该也会在信心方面帮他铸就很多，
很有亮剑精神。但对呼吸来说，他可能也会使用一些比较团队的英雄，就看选择了。
是的，那我们也请夏安带我们走进现场。
好的，感谢2位解说老师我们带来的一些前瞻的解读。与此同时，我们的现场已经准备就绪，让我们共同期待这一场精彩的对局吧。
Hobby Sport，Let's go
观看
วันนี้
2026英雄联盟职业
Let's go
联
Let's
赛第2
go
赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方2维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。傲风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第1。
直接给他一手点错，线面杀中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，再滑一个。来了！抵消，小心不该属性抵消了哪儿的呢？是有血手的伤害，找到了真好，把你困在原地，化敌为牢。阿兵还有封锁，就是阿兵的青钢力。兵哥杀死了！
让我们有请 Invictus Gaming。
มาเว้ยงานแก้ครับการแก้ดูว่ารอบนี้แก้ได้หรือเปล่าท็อปอีสปอร์ตเจอ IG
有请 Top Esports。
งานแก้ไม่งานแก้
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第5日第1场比赛 ，IG 对阵滔博即将开始 ，LPL 未进巅峰。
好，随着选手就座，我们在这里也要祝大家周末愉快啊！今天是美好的星期天，感谢大家在星期天的下午和我们共享这场精彩的强强对决。
是的，今天是2场大战啊。
围绕着两队在第2赛段的交锋啊，当时他们首回合在4月4号 ，IG 当时在2赛段第1天2-0。轻松战胜了滔博战队啊！当时滔博还在不停的寻找着自己新赛段的状态，
还是需要磨合。
对，而在5天前的 EWC 上 ，IG 同样的2-0战胜了滔博，所以在2赛段整个的胜率方面，IG 是处于领先。
主要我觉得对于版本来说，可能各个队伍基本上也都摸得差不多了。就是小将们跟老将们的一些配合、化学反应怎么样？
对，
或者说赛场的临场应变能力。因为其实滔博，我觉得他们最近其实打了很多多变的比赛，包括可能，从下半区的进攻转变为主攻上半区，对吧？有时候杰克吃比较大的压力，游戏就看中期的一些团战。 但我觉得其实他们赛场里面的发挥和思路都是比较清晰的，发挥也比较稳定。
เอาหน่อยเว้ย
风月，歌利亚巨人。
哎。
我们快速进入到这场比赛的 BP 环节啊，Top 是选择了优先选BP， 然后在蓝色方面是由 IG 来选的。
上来 IG 是搬掉了维鲁斯，滔博这
เปิด
边
มา
巴
แบนแบ
德
บเท่ๆครับท็อปปี้สปอร์ตเอาบาทออกนะบวกกับเซลฟินแล้วก็ไอจีก็แบนเป็นวารัสแล้วก็โอเลียน่าครับอุ้ยแบนน็อกเทิร์นด้วยอันนี้จะเล่นแพนนะดูทรงแล้วแบนน็อกเทิร์นนี่คือจะเล่นแพน
是的或者提一下潘森的优先级看一下 IG 的最后一手
像兰博啊这些英雄，其实如果要打线上的话也存在的。最后一手ban掉了皮城执法官。
直接一
แบน
楼
ต่อ
出
ไว้ครับตรงนี้โอ้แล้วคาม่าหลุดโอ้เอาแล้วไงแล้วคาม่าหลุดให้ท็อปอีสปอร์ตเลยดิ
卡尔玛这个英雄
อย่างนี้แย่ครับ
要么
แย่
在班位上要么就要直接拿
对，尤其是他2赛段的这个ban率很高。
对，这个英雄削了还是好用。
对，而且他一定是能够拿到线权的。甚至你说，比如说你把 EZ 抢过来，他依旧是可以有其他的强线权的英雄跟他去搭配。
对，主要是打线太好用了。IG 这边想选兰博，之前兰博真的是班位常客，不太会放出来的。现在还是有队会尝试把它放出来，要把 EZ 给抢一下。
抢 EZ，同时 IG 他第3手还有机会拿到皇子啊。兰博和皇子也有不错的这个 combo 表现。
而且如果滔博下路想组希维尔加上卡尔玛这一套的话，也是比较好去控制 AD 的。
对，就如果你选择了希维尔去做替代，那事实上左边出个皇子的话，他对于你这个下路双人组是很克的。
是的，所以我觉得这个点可能滔博自己可以考虑一下。
对，就你现在出一个无位移的 C 位，就已经被皇子兰博体系会压制住了。当然，这个压制不是说线上压制啊，线上肯定是还是卡尔玛体系它有优。好，这个应对好。
对，因为你想出希维尔的话，最好把皇子一起拿。
哎，这个应对好。
那看一下 IG 3楼，
这样他就保证了我下路能压线，同时我还不怕被皇子框住。
巴德是被ban了，但如果要配的话，还有洛这样的英雄。或者说考虑3楼直接先出个打野，把潘森拿了。
โอ้โหแล้วปล่อยรัมเบิลแพนดิออนโอ้โหแย่แล้วว่ะท็อป
也算是能前期提供进攻手段的英雄。
เลนแข็งเลนล่าง
双方一开始的 BP 有一定的对话感，对吧？
โอ้โหปล่อย2ตัวนี้แล้วไม่แบบดูแปลกมากเลยว่ะ
滔博这里做的也
อันตรายจัดแล้ว
其实对话的已经非常不错了，尤其是围绕着皇子的
ปล่อยรัมเบิลกับแพนน่ะ
铺垫一下上路对线的环境，先把朗姆给
เป็นไงครับเนี่ย
看一下滔博这边，搬了一手冰鸟。
这主要还是看 EZ 你怎么去补辅助啊，因为你现在你补其他辅助，无论如何你也推不过希维尔加上卡尔玛。
对，对线的压力是会比较大的，但这个就是前期可能会掉镀层，补刀。有概率能稳住，应该是这样的一个打线情况。搬了一手安妮，
โอ้แบนไปซ่ากับอันนี้วะท็อปปี้สปอร์ตแบนนิวเวียแบนนิวเวียดี
补牛头，就是你补牛头的话，你线上被压到死，但是呢，牛头它是一个比较克制希维尔的。
โหแต่อย่างนี้เล่นอะไรวะเนี่ยแบนวัว的ตัวเปิด
控的潘森过来，就是我。
ไอจีตอนนี้ตัวเปิดไม่ค่อยดีนะมีแพนเดอนตัวเดียวเพื่อมันเป็นตัวที่บอกว่าโดดแล้วเปิดลำบากนะครับหมายถึงว่าถ้าต้องเป็นคนเล่นคนแรกลำบาก
มึงเล่นยาก稳住一下线上，
强调一个对线，
对，不能拿硬辅纯被推。
滔博怎么说？中路要直接拿出沙皇吗？选了。 很扎实的双 C
แบ
啊
นเป็นนามิไป
上路正常选择了一手扛线的魁桑提，
扛线，他来扛兰博，
确实现在强度也没那么高了。
对，郝博拿了一个比较完整的，
对，
舒瑞玛的双 C 打后期的体系，
哇塞 K 上
在线权上同时也不用担心。
这样的选择有个好处，边线不会在中期吃特别大的压力，就只需要照看可能香奶油这条线就可以了。
哇，泽
拉斯，
他最早是在黄基很盛行的时候，当时我记得是超伟他在 LCK 当时拿出了泽拉斯去对抗沙皇，但是我们都知道泽拉斯他技能的比较远啊，他反而能够在线上去克制住沙皇本身他的手长，但是这个东西它并就是这种对线并不普遍。
对，这个还是比较相信今天上来第一局的一个手感了，我觉得。
บ้านม่วงด้วยกัน，
这很棒啊！一开始就有泽拉斯和沙皇的表现可以去看。而 IG 这里虽然说下路线上肯定不占优，但是总体上他们的火力是很猛的。
感觉 Top 就是一个正常发育的思路。IG 这边可能会有一些中期的小节奏能够找一找。
สักครู่นะครับ。
就如果说不选这个泽拉斯，可能正常在这边啊，我记得这场瑞兹可能没被ban，然后可能这个地方可能是个瑞兹，对吧？瑞兹加上潘森两个点控，包括两个英雄都能飞，可能是个瑞兹这种选择，但是他拿泽拉斯这一场就有很好的看点了。
那我觉得两边还是把重心比较放在下半区的一个对线情况了。
看看西维尔和卡马尔。
ประเด็นเลยนะมันโคตรเด็ด
对
เด็ดมากจับจอรอดูเลยตอนนี้
进入到双方第一场召唤之峡谷
โดนคีมลงโทษมันเอาเลนอาเซียเนี่ยไม่รู้ดีไม่ดีวะลองดูใช่ได้ไปเว้ยท็อปอันนี้คือท็อปมางานแก้นะครับไอจีชนะท็อปมานะไอเกมเดียวที่ท็อปแพ้คือแพ้ไอจีนะอันนี้คือดูว่าท็อปจะแก้ได้หรือเปล่าแต่ไอจีก็ผลงานโอเคครับแต่ว่าล่าสุดเพิ่งไปโดนบิลลี่มามั้งถ้าจำไม่ผิด3-2นะครับสกอร์ตอนนี้ก็ดูดีอยู่ครับโอ้โหเดนาดไหมครับคืนมาแทงไม่ค่อยโดนอาเซียตรงกลางมันลอยคูเลตด้วยว่ะ
1711天
หรือความจริงเราเขากดมาเพราะว่าลอยคูเลตวะ
上一场还是21年的 LPL 的夏季赛，
จุฬา
选手选出来，
แปลกนะ
哦，上路
โดนจุฬาหนักจัดเลยต้องกดอีกไนนะกดดันไปตรงนี้
两边上路把药品也都吃完
โอ้โหจุฬามันแรงจัดเคซันเต้ต้องระวังนะโดนเผานี่อาจจะตายได้เหมือนกัน
พี่เค打出优势直接是带着点火
ผาดป่าปกติโอเค
引燃的兰博其实线上还是要寻求一些单杀表现的打野都是从自家的红区去开
那小天的开野路线是完全被视野侦查到
而下路不出意外卡尔玛和西维尔一定能够牢牢掌握着线权，哪怕 EZ 后面帮他补一个软辅娜美出来，但是其实也没有办法去在线权方面能争夺回来。
抢线还是很难跟西维尔加上卡尔玛。
ดูทรงจะแย่ว่ะ
ซู基哥上面小控一下。
เปิดแชทยังวะยังเปิดแชทก่อน
而在中路围绕着泽拉斯和沙皇这种对线，其实。很多年就已经有这种讨论了，因为维克托，因为这个泽拉斯凭借着他的这个技能比较的长，尤其他 Q 技能奥能脉冲啊，大家平时打这个海克斯大乱斗，应该比较喜欢这个英雄的这个长距离。
โอ้ยยืนเลนโอเคเนี่ยเสือครีมสมแล้วจริง
炮台型英雄不断的反正就洗技能。那这把看起来 Rina 这个准度还是可以的。
คนเล่นอาเซียนี่มันไม่ใส่สกินกันจริงๆนะแทบไม่เห็นใครใส่สกินเลยมีแค่ไอ้นี่มั้งเนี่ยมีโชวี่คนเดียวเล่นอาเซียใส่สกิน
因为他线上空的话，可能沙皇都不让他掉血，因为没太多机会去 A， 你知道吗？
对。
เป็นล่างชนะอยู่แล้วเรื่องการดันทีมกลายเป็นผมแปลกใจว่ะไอ้เลี้ยวนามิเหรอวะมันดูใช้นามิไม่คุ้มป่ะวะไม่รู้ดิ
奎桑提这场肯定就是扛压了。
แอบรู้สึกเหมือนใช้นามิไม่คุ้มเลยพอเป็นเลี้ยวนามิ
而中路的线因为比较靠近泽拉斯这里啊，所以其实皇子也不太好过来。
ข้างบนโดนกดดันหนักมากนะครับน้องจุฬาเจอว่า
皇子和潘森马上相遇，
เจอสุดยอดฮีโร่โอ้โหแล้วเทียน
先把 F6 打醒，潘森
เทียนจะมาเจอพี่เว่ย
稍微的叫了一下中路，往这边靠了一下。
ตรงกลางมาช่วยไม่ได้นะครับเป็นดับเซียนะถ้าดับเซียมาช่วยนี่น่าจะโดนลงโทษ
皇子还没有补装备。那这波 F6 进攻不成，也没
ฮี
有
โร่
时间回
ดัน
家了。
ป้อมไวโบกใต้ป้อมได้ทำได้เยอะหลายอย่างจัดฮีโร่
下路没回，
ตัดให้ล่างมานาหมดแล้วต้องรีเซ็ตครับ
三角草有滔博做的视野。
แต่เรื่องอยากฝืนอยู่ต่อนะอยากได้เวฟ
看这个位置，小天虽然说可能想过来看一手啊，但是实际上呼吸哥这个眼睛做的也很及时，看到了小天的动向。
เจ็บหนักเหมือนกันครีม
没有选择浪费太多的时间。
เล่นลำบากเลยทีนี้
那这样小天的回家时机
มันโดนโปกยับเลยว่ะอาเซีย
不是很好了。
เข้าใจได้แหละช่วงแรก
还是要把 F
โดนเอาเลน
刷了。
因为后面你烧完这组 F6，后面的野怪也已经诞生在下半区了嘛，
对，
你就一直会落后于潘森的一个回家时间。
找这波区上没有找到特别好的机会，刚好回城之后直接往下半区去赶。
对。
我ยัวจัดเจียงชียัวจัดโดนเนี่ย
希望紧接着 A 了几下。
เจกิเลอร์บอกผมยังดอทปุ่มอยู่นะครับผมถึงผมจะแซ่บแต่ผมยังดอทปุ่มอยู่เรื่อย
ๆ成为双涡轮增压组合，两个人卡尔玛的 E， 包括伦兹妈的大招都能够帮助队伍有一个群体加速。
但其实对于埃及来说，也还行的点是，
然后我们ข้อความ
娜美还
能
回一下状态，就哪怕吃一些技能，至少不会像可能其他组合去打这两个人，可能打一打就要回家了。
对对，就他如果选硬辅的话，正常他得让潘森是从上往下刷，配合着潘森去打一些线上的这个击杀尝试。那选软辅的话，
ก็ตามสภาพแหละนะครับเล่นท็อปเล่นล่างชนะอยู่แล้วตันคีบเข้าอย่างเดียวแถมซิลเวอร์เจอเอ็ดเลียวนี่คือโคตรฝันร้ายเอ็ดเลียวไม่บอกว่าเล่นยากตรงกลางเสมอข้างบนโดนนิดนึงก็ไม่แย่
这已经是这场比赛第3组 F6了。
而且我已经是把上半区河蟹给打掉了，有一个等级差。
เหมือนเทียนอยากหาโตคนร้ายตลอดเวลาเนี่ย
卡尔玛已经率先动起来了，娜美也在往野区去赶。
แบบมาหาเรื่องเขาตลอดเลยนะเทียน
过来想一想还是不太好抢。
主要他现在还是5级。
อาเซียบอกไปแล้วจ้า
继续回到上半区，
得
发育一下。呼吸刚团队过来，直接做了一颗视野。
知道你的位置了，兰博，
要过来搞一下了。
这个控温控得很好，没旗子的。
ต้องแฟดนะเอาแล้วแฟดติด
闪现过来，实际上已经把自己撞晕掉了。
แม่งอะไรแม่งแฟดติดคืนนี้มันแฟดยากเลยอาจจะต้องเอาหน้าไปรับหน่อย
还是很有效果的。而且这一波应该是沟通过了。就是 F6那里看到小天的一个身影之后，他只能去上半区。
对，而且他的等级只有5级。
对，因为下半区确实也没有太多能做的事情。
这就是皇子这个英雄，就当他刷野的时候，他一定是没有位移技能的。
对。
小维得理不饶人，继续进攻野区。
那就是要来套餐了呀，直接过来又骚扰你一下。
没错。
这个等级差其实挺难受的，小天。
而且血量其实不能打太低，因为有泽拉斯，远距离他能轰炸你。
อาทิตย์นี้คนติดชื่อนี้3-4 คนแล้ว
อุตฟ小天被迫放弃
หมายถึงอะไรนะ
这个时候哪怕你打这个中野的对拼我们看沙皇的这个血量也不健康的
โหเนี่ยโอ้โหออโต้ไม่โดนไม่เป็นไรไม่ใช่ออโต้ไม่โดนคิวไม่โดน
呼吸哥应该是跟
ติดหินเนาะปกติถ้างั้นปกติมันต้องมีกันบ้างโอ้ยโดนหนักครับเจชี่โอเคต้องถอยเจ็บ
มันเป็นคาว่า这一波闪现
下来了แฟนอินนี่แหละโอ้ยแจ็คกี้เลิฟที่เรารู้จักงานแก้ครับงานแก้
打的还是很
รอบที่แล้วโดนอีกฝั่งมันกดมาดินัดแรกนี่สู้บ่ได้ฮะรอบนี้นี่ไหวแล้วไหวชิวแล้วเริ่มจะไหวชิวขึ้นมาอย่างนี้สบายสบาย
那这样的话，下半区其实线上拿到人头，对于后续可能控下半区的一个资源是个不错的消息。
兰博，虽然说线上
มันคือไอ้ผ่าทอยปะของจุฬานทำไมมันผมไม่ชินว่ามันไม่น่าใช่ป่าวมันจอกแล้ววะ
不太好去做这种断线的行为。
ฟอร์เนเจอร์เหรอชิ้นแรกเลยเหรอใช่เหรอ
没有办法阻止回仓提
ก็ใช่ก็ได้อะ
小薇的选择是顺势靠着强势这条边线去收潮虫啊。
等下一个大招。
เชื่อน้องครับแชทเชื่อน้อง
相应的
น้องบอกใช่คือใช่
体系下路组合已经取得了优势，所以小田的皇子去控小龙是没有被干扰的。
โหแม่งได้ทุกออบเจกต์เลยวะ
也知道皇子在下半缺，所以呼吸
เหลือมังกรตอนนี้ไอจีโอเคเถียนมาสติลแล้วดีละแต่เลนอื่นมันโดนกดดันหนักจัดตีไม่ทันครับ
是把小田给赶走了，
แต่มานาไม่มีนะ
小龙的耐心值，
เรนานไม่มีมานานะ
这里先把耐心值给续住。
而且下路双组织都过来了，两边在这里
收
说
一滴血，
สมัยดีเรียบร้อยสมัยดีครับโอ้แต่การเฟยอยู่ไม่ไหวว่ะตายก่อนอุ้ยแล้วคัตตากิซึม2แต่รอดหมดนะตรงนี้เสียแค่แฟด3แฟดมี
很惊险，直接后手过来还抢到了，
เกือบแล้วนะมึง
它是有一个 Q 城的
斩杀，
对，但是既然是 Q 城嘛，它更多是一种对血量没有办法像这个惩戒，它有一个标准的数值。
是的，而且这波的 IG 的选择是想把这个龙先打了，并没有果断的说去开团，因为那个血量比较诱惑。
กูถามเลยคือแพดดี้ออดแม่งเป็นตัวที่สมัยมันค่อนข้างโกงแบบเอาหอกมาบอกกดพร้อมสมัยอ่ะแบบมันค่อนข้างแรงนะว่าเหมือนจะพลาดนะเมื่อกี้คำนวณดาเมจพลาดครับเรียบร้อยโดนสติลมังกรดีว่าไม่มีใครตายนะเมื่อกี้แต่เสีย3แฟตเลยชิบหายอยู่แต่แฟตขึ้นทันไอ้นี่สู้ลิฟพอดีก็ไม่น่าแย่แต่มังกรตัวหน้าน่าจะไม่ได้เกี่ยวแล้วนะครับ
这样也可以给双击更多的发育空间。
对。这想看一下潘森和泽拉斯的这个超远距离大招有没有这种配合的画面啊？有一个人比如说站在比较远的地方去轰大招，另外一个人是这种落地抓边，
就找那种小威有大的时候突然来一些节奏。
对。这场西贝尔确实闪现还在 CD 状态啊，有可能会成为潘森的一个起跳位。啊，过来说什么来什么，直接要去做，先做一下
ไปเลยนะ
辅助是没有护盾的。
วิ่งไหวผ่านมาอุ้ย
一血
真
没死，
หนึ่งจริงๆอ่ะแต่เถียนมาแล้วนะ
小田大招 CD 已经完成了，
เถียนมาแล้ว
不健康。先找哪个？
ผมต้องตีขัดเถียนไว้ก่อนนะแต่เถียน
但无力阻止小田继续前进的步伐。小田
โอ้โหแล้วก็เจี๋ยชี้ไปเลยไม่โลภอ่ะตอนแรกผมนึกว่าจะไปเอา2นะฝั่งซ้ายเลือกเอาเลี้ยวทิ้งไปเลยโอเค
确实他一点都没贪
ไม่เข้าแกตันเต้ไม่เข้าละ
如果贪点的话想杀2个
反正技能是全的
对
นำจะพันแล้ววะ
那这波其实对于阿杰来说挺难受的因为下路
เหตุเกิดจากอีกฝั่งมึงไปจัดในป่ามา
大招进攻但差一点点
จัดในป่ามาหนักๆเลย
带走卡尔玛
是的刚才小维的选择已经比较正确了，因为轮子妈有护盾，是吧？所以优先做辅助，但是很可惜差一丝血，浩博就顺势反打了。两边中单暂时还处于这个互刷的状态，都是标准的大法师。
哇塞！
递了个闪现。因为小天刚好也来到了上半区，小薇刚走进河道发现不对，好像人有点多。
而且对方提过来，刚好踩到爆破，瞬间被大招一带，两边抵消了一下。
身边队友也挺多的，但是不能再
一คนเลเซอร์นี่ด้วยขัดด้วย
呼吸哥这个大招
เรียบร้อยตาย
兰博一个大招把2个人隔绝在了
สวยนะเมื่อกี้เกือบสวยได้แค่เกือบ
我感觉打的有点上头。
เกือบแล้วนิดเดียว
就奎桑提太想留人了。
对，直接跟队友脱离了太远的一个位置。
โหเมื่อกี้เขาไซส์สเต็ปไปเลยโดนเขาหลบ W จบเลยดาเมจไม่มีละโหมันฟอร์มเนเจอร์ชิ้นแรกจริงด้วยกูถามเลยคือเข้าใจว่ามันคุ้มกับเจอลัมเบิลได้ป่าวมันออกชิ้นแรกมันจะดีจริงๆเหรอวะ
他爆破果是点过来用大招来抵消。
ผมนึกว่าตรงนี้เขาจะกดบาร์โค้ดไปเลยนะแต่ว่าไม่ได้กด
然后队友可能第一时间想跟的时候，发现兰博是踢到正面过来做了一个支援，所以
พี่เว่ยังแบบว่าใจเย็นอยู่ช็อตเมื่อกี้
你再想支援，你得顶着蓝
ต้องถอยด้วยเดี๋ยวตาย
纵火盛宴 Q 技能。
ไม่อยากเซอร์ไพรส์ไม่อยากไอ้นี่แหละโดนเซอร์ไพรส์ดาเมจเมื่อกี้
下条小龙不到1分钟就要刷，两边都是选择先把双人线摆到中去洗线。
而两边中单，两个大法师现在来到了下路对线。
อาเซียมาแล้วซิลเวอร์มาแล้วดักแค่เคซันเต้นะเกมนี้โอ้ผมชอบชิ้นที่มันให้เป็นโล่มาเลยดีกว่ามากกว่าว่ะแบบว่าโล่กันเวทอันนั้นน่าจะดีกว่าปะแต่เจอลัมเบิลก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันวะผมไม่ค่อยเจอแมตช์อัพลัมเบิลเท่าไหร่ดิไม่ค่อยมีความรู้แต่แม่งแรงอยู่ดีตัวละคร
想干一下沙皇吗？潘森似乎已经在绕后了。
ขอ2ชิ้นพอทั้งชีวิต
潘森先从后面慢慢摸过来。
并没有被发现，直接做。
ยันตีปะทีมต้องแฟร์โอเคหลบโอ้ยแต่อันตีไม่ค่อยสวยวะ
辅攻一下够了。
是的。
ถ้าอันตีสวยน่าจะตายผมว่าเคซันเต้อันตีจุฬาได้แล้วนะโอ้โหเข้มเอาให้ตรงกลางบวกเหมือนกันเห็นชี่ใส่หนักเอาเป็นคาม่าครับบังให้โอแจ็คกี้โอ้ไม่ตายเลย1แต่แจ็คกี้เลิฟมันแฟดอยู่กับที่หรอเมื่อกี้อ๋อไม่น่าแฟดอยู่กับที่โหเลยมาขอตีทีนึงโหไม่ได้เมื่อกี้เขาจะเดินไปตีพ็อกสตาร์ซันเดอร์สกายเลย
主要是这波后续潘森大招
ตีไม่ถึงกินไม่กันน่าจะได้ค่าสวนไปเหมือนกันอย่างน้อยน่าจะได้แผ่นเมื่อกี้ถ้าแบบได้ติดซันเดอร์เด้งน่าเสียดายจังโหเราเปิดมังกรเลยเลือดไม่พร้อมนะฮะแต่ได้อยู่ว่าท็อปมันรีเซ็ตหมด
而且进攻点比较多。
โหดีๆนะเกือบตายเหมือนกันเมื่อกี้
尤其是两边打野潘森和皇子属于进攻的轴心。
ไปใส่เขาก่อน
开始拼成这么血腥是没有想到。
เลือกบับเบิ้ลใส่คาม่าไปเลยคาม่าไม่ตายคาม่ามันเหลือ1หลายรอบเลยนะแบบ1จริงๆอ่ะ
代理的平 A， 但还是没有带走风月。
โอ้ยเลี้ยวแฟดเราเนี่ยเราวาร์ปด้วยแฟดมันเลยออกมาหน้าตาเป็นอย่างนั้นเฉย
没有位移技能的小天要被潘森带走。
โหนะถ้าตีทันนะผมบอกเลยได้ลุ้นอยู่
看一下刚才上路的这波是怎么打起来的。
แต่นี้ขนาดฟอร์เนเจอร์เคซันเต้เกือบตายอ่ะ
打起来之后皇子也被叫过来残血帮助奎桑提反杀兰博。哎，这里
เปิดแล้วแลกลิฟ
的争夺，皇子先把这个先锋给拿下来。
โอ้โหตัวบางกายภาพจัดเลยนะจุฬานอันตีครับเอาแผ่น
被他大招给带了一下，娜美招出海浪先去压制住。
อันตีแล้วถอย
泽拉斯一轰，没能将其任何。
โอ้ยโคเลเซอร์3แพ้ไงวะจะกินเลิฟหายไปเลย
AOE 非常的炸裂。
โอ้โหอีโคเลเซอร์3แล้วพี่จ๋าได้ลิฟจริงแต่แพ้ไฟครับเราเสีย
4全是 AOE
โอ้โหชิบหายแล้วท็อปปี้สปอร์ตโอ้ยมันแก้ไม่ได้เพิ่งโดนไอจีต่อ
脚下一伏直接扭转了正面的血量差
ผมจะตายครับคิมโอ้แล้วเฟิร์สเทเลตลงลัมเบิล
其实第一时间滔博选择这波团的一个处理就还是比较偏拉
แต่กี้แม่งแบบนาแม่งไกลจัด
我们看，随着兰博的到场，这个 AOE
เราโลหมดแล้ว
不一样了。
是的，而且小奶油第一时间也不在正面，但后续小薇的
แจ็คกี้เลิฟแม่งเดินเข้าพุ่มแม่งเดินใกล้พุ่มเลยฝั่งมีแพนนี่เชี่ยโคตรจัด
而且旁边泽拉斯也能提供一些大招的释放。
แย่แล้วว่ะอันนี้แย่จริงตอนนี้เริ่มแย่แล้ว
这段时间是 IG 这套阵容火力最猛的时间啊，尤其是兰博。
โอ้โหเราคืนเขาหมดเลยนำ3K ชีพหาย
蓝色方的求战期了
对
เกือบ3K หนักแล้วครับเกมนี้ท็อปปี้สปอร์ตกู
因为 IG 这套阵容坦克是不太够的，所以必须要在自己火力最猛的时候频繁的去与滔博去接战。
หนักแล้วครับ
现在赶紧把线处理完，要往后拉一下，因为这段时间可能 并没有太多潘森的位置。
对我感觉滔博可能内部要做的交流就是可能要提醒卡尔玛的这个 RE 技能，尽量得让他第一时间去拉开兰博的大招。 得做这种沟通才行。
ปัญหาแม่งฝากบนอีกแล้วแบบเงินโดนฉีกเยอะเกิน
IG 肯定都会想办法去接，而对 Top 来说就是要拉扯位置。
จิกเลิกผ่า2ชิ้นเลยประเด็นจะแบกหน่อย。
资源方面，现在小龙是双方是各一条。
ขอลองสับฟีดไปดูอังกฤษแบบ
风龙魂的地图。
ภาพมันโคตรเบลอเลยวะฟีดจีน
小魏带着双人组开始入侵野区，
好，这波了啊！
就在旁边一个旗子先看到这一幕，小魏把蓝 buff 拉得更靠近自己，一个 Q 城。
OK， 没问题。
哎，佳琪再去蹭一下这个蓝 buff 的共享。这个赛季因为污染元素的这个消除啊，哪怕到了这个25分钟之后。 无论说是红 buff 还是蓝 buff 都无法5人共享了，都只能回到双人。
เซอร์ลาดแม่งอยู่หลังสุดอะยังไม่ตายเลยประเด็น
很多玩家是会比较
แทบไม่เห็นหน้าคนนี้
是。那个时候5个人一起拿到红 buff 还是比较开心的。
后期大家反正人手都有。
โดนติดกวนด้วยตัวนี้
有点想往上去看，但是潘森直接做中了。
这个 lớp还有，
而且泽拉斯先2炮3
炮，到ปุ่ม
招呼到了身上。
แจ็คเลิฟโอเค
他当时是想配合潘森去打一些伤害。
อาเซีย
上半区过来，
ไล่แทงนิดนึง。
而且两边打野也在相遇哦，这个时候其实小奶
又得ทีมลึกก็ดิ
尴尬的位置。
ตายนะใครลงวะน่าเคสเต
亮 TP 也把 IG 众人给劝退了，但是
蓝博打一个
闪现过来，想强行的配合自己的点燃效果，击杀一下沙皇。沙皇扛住这一套，用进军只想把蓝博给推开。
ไม่ได้ต้องกีบ
所以沙皇也及时立起了保障自己团队啊能够成功的撤退。呼吸科这场打得非常的生猛。
ดีแล้วไม่เสียเพราะมังกรจะเกิด。
刚才是交双招去杀这个沙皇。
อาเซียลงทำเวฟก่อน
现在轮到两边中单 TP 到下路再次回到。
แค่สเตย์ TP นะ
大家看比赛同时也可以看看京东提供的实时胜率，逛京东搜京东电竞直播，赢1000元游戏耳机手办。
上路的兵线推完呼吸，又是直接徒步走了过来。这波是有小龙的，
ยังได้อยู่。
鬼桑蒂因为没有 TP。
แค่ซันเต้ไม่ดีพีนะแสดงว่าปล่อยเพราะว่าตัวนี้โหแล้วมังกรลมด้วยไอเวน
滔博其实有点难接小龙的团战。
他这时候滔博伤害不足。
对，而且兰博有大的话来正面就是有点打不了。
ปล่อยแล้วป้อม。
滔博还是需要 C 位的成长，奎桑提坦克再起来，这样能扛住正面才行。
而且随着中路佳琪2件套了，现在配合上娜美，其实进攻性也慢慢的会拉得挺满的。
โอ้โหแจ็คกี้เลิฟเกือบเป็นลมโอ้โอเครอดอยู่เฮ้ยไม่รอดไม่ตายโอ้โหโอ้สงสัยลืมปกติไม่เจอเซอร์ลาดใช่ไหมตายไปเลยดีกว่านึกว่าแบบเดินออกทันเพราะเมื่อกี้ผมเห็นมันสุดขอบวงไปแล้วผมไม่ตายเลยชิบหาย
而且这波趁着 Jack Love 的阵亡，其实
ใช่มันเกมมันลำบากแล้วอะ
可以继续围攻一下中2塔。
是的。
แม้คือต้องเลทสุดเลยอะถึงจะชนะเกมนี้ต้องรอเลทสุดเลยอะแบบซิลเวอร์สัก4 ช่องอะไรเงี้ยซิลเวอร์4 ช่องเคซันเต้ยืนให้ปัญหาคือตอนนี้เคซันเต้มันถึกเวทมากนะแต่มันไม่ค่อยถึกกายภาพเท่าไหร่แต่อีกฝั่งก็ดาเมจกายภาพไม่ได้เยอะขนาดนั้น
更多可能还是要防守就是沙皇这条边线。
而且刚说沙皇这条边线，
สวยครีมรอดได้แบบนี้จับบอลครับมีแฟลชปะไม่มีแฟลชได้ป่ะตายละโหแต่เงินลง J4 ดิแต่เมื่อกี้มันให้เคซันเต้โอ้แต่ว่าผมว่าให้เคซันเต้ดีกว่าวะให้ J4 มันก็เอาไปซื้อ GA อ่ะเคซันเต้มันได้ยืนหน่อยถ้าเคซันเต้รวยเขาเรียกว่าอะไรยืนให้ซิลเวอร์ได้ก็ดีกว่าต้องปล่อยกลางแจ็คกี้
失去了防守，中路是门户大开。
แจ็คเลิฟ
那这样随着中2塔 IG 一推，其实 IG 是更好在后面去做视野了。
ผมมีรีเพย์ให้ดู
再看一下刚才这3个远程
โหอันนี้คือกดไอ้นี่แล้วด้วยนะกดบาเรียแล้วด้วย
泽拉斯，
แล้วเซอร์ลัดปุ่มเดียวตาย
超远距离的一波配合。
对，就远程技能太多了。又是泽拉斯的远程大招，先去打先手。
想要留人，
เหมือนจู่หลานไม่โดนอะไรมาไม่ได้จะตายอีกแล้ว
陶博撤的也比较快，那这 IG 表示呢，我就打个红。
如果再加一个的话，兰博大招它的距离也是很远的。
水爆
套
ชิบหาย
赶紧
มีล้างมีล้างมีเคโอเสียแฟด
闪现被打出来，回藏体要落地了。
เว้ยเสียแฟด
有没有压到他的起
จู่
身？
หลานลง
还好有大步驰援啊！
แม่งลงมาไม่จะตายอีกแล้วเมื่อกี้สเต้ตัวนี้ดูบอบบางวะ
太阳圆盘在中路也落起，火力太猛了，左
คือ
边。
แบบโลแม่งลดไวมากอ่ะปกติเราไม่ค่อยเห็นภาพเพียงเต้ที่แบบโลหรือเลือดมันลดไวขนาดนี้แม่งลงมาแป๊บเดียวจะตายจะตาย
大招也赚好了。
哇，全是远距离技能啊！刚才泽拉斯用 Q 技能去断了一下。
เสียบอลลอนวะแย่แล้ววะ
要不要尝试？因为刚才辅助的回程已经断了，那其实正面的视野，滔博是比较缺乏的呀。
直接开动，滔博也有所警觉，
正面太少视野了
看一下，
必须让奎桑提肉身去过来看一下，阻止一下。小天在旁边，先把阵营给排掉。
โดนเขาโป๊กยับเลย
奎桑提旁边瑞纳的再给一些骚扰。
โหแต่เหมือนจะจบบาลอนไม่ได้นะต้องปล่อย
想了想，不要做冒
รีเซ็ตกันใหม่
方式。
โอเค
如果打到底肯定是有风险的。
因为 IG 这套阵容他缺乏坦克，他怕被正面冲撞，他可以打正面消耗，但他怕被冲撞。
而且现在整个阵容有小龙的优势，也不需要
อีกสักพักใหญ่เลยว่ะกระจายอีจะเกี้
拼到底。其实他们在野区
แบ
打
บ
架，
อีกสักพักใหญ่ๆจริงๆอ่ะไอถึงจะมาโอ้ยขอร้องอ่ะ please มาหน่อยเว้ยเพื่อน
但对滔博来讲，
ทีมเราต้องการวะ
这条大龙，他们的这个 C 位，包括奎桑提的坦度，就可以继续。
ถ้าเกมนี้แจ็คกี้ไม่แบกไม่มีใครแบกกันนะกูบอกเลยเอามีอาเซียอีกตัวนึงอาเซียครีมได้อยู่
奎桑提什么时候能够扛住 IG 第一波的技能
3ชิ้นและเรนาด
什么时候他们才能吹起反攻的号角？
แต่อย่างว่าเขาซื้อของไอเทมถูกนะ
对。
然后等到双击可能3件套的时候，
นำด้วย1,000แล้วไอเทมถูกกว่าก็เลยแบบเห็นมัน3ชิ้น
抢了一个
ไม่น่าตายหรอกเซอร์ลัดเกมนี้อยู่ไกลจัด
但这波还是要等兰博过来。IG 整体经济
ถ้าสลัดไม่หลุดมาตายคือ ADC ไม่น่าเล่นได้นะจากกิเลอร์น่าจะเล่นยากมากแบบถึงมากสุด
必须去接啊！而且中线其实
ๆมังกรจะเกิดแล้วหายอีไม่ทันอ้าวแย่แน่ไอ้แจ็คกี้ตายเลยเนี่ย
有可能要被留了。
โห
赶紧落一手救赎，
เซฟแจ็คกี้สุด
关键的潘森要落
พ
地
ยอนลง
了。
แจ็คกี้แฟดโอ้ย
一丝血，我们给他
โอ้
来了
ย
一手，
ตาย
救
โอ้
出
ย
护
โอ้
盾，
ได้อยู่
大支援的护盾。
เจฟโฟแบกครับโอ้คิมจะตาย คิม还有
金身似乎远程跟不上后续的伤害，他金身成功撤退到队友的怀抱当中，旁边小
โอ้
威
ยใส่โลสวยแต่ตายว่ะครับว่าโอ้โหเจฟโฟไม่ได้ด้วย
最后还是 IG 的伤害更
เหลือ2 คน
看一下 double kill。
打得非常主动，这波 IG
เหมือนจะดีแต่ไม่ดี
选择
ว่ะ
了
แจ็ค
接
กี้
手开
แม่งหลุดไปโดนจับอีกแล้วไอเวน
团，而且滔博后续几个人的视
โอ้พี่
线
แจ็ค
被小
กี้
威
พี่
记住了，
โอ้
可能
3
想
มั
着
ง
这
ก
波
ร
小团之前先
ชิ
解
บ
决
หาย
打野，
แล้ว
但最后小威也没有阵亡。
中二塔掉的太伤了，对于滔博来说。
主要这波中路的兵线第一是要接，然后西草一开始是站住的，但是没办法，正面 IG 直接在野区开起来了。
就是这个中二塔一倒，就是你的高地
จุฬามันใส่ให้ทุกอย่างแล้วสามารถจุฬาทุกคนน่ะใส่ทุกอย่างให้แจ็คกี้เลิฟอะ
反过来去进攻你的中路，实际上滔博就被迫的就要后撤。
ผมมีสัญญาเขาเลยไม่ตาย
这一场战场被切割成一
เจี๋ย
个个
ชี้
小
มันเหลือ
块，
1
有多个地点是出现了1打1。
然后对于滔博来说 ，C 位的状态也太差了，所以没有太多的后续。然后小龙依然是被 IG 收入囊中。
赢下团，并且拿下了第3条小龙。
是的，现在这个局面还是非常不错的，而且小威也有复活甲了。
IG 的火力还是足够啊！
ขออภัยครับคนโทรมาเมื่อกี้
刚才拼到残局，其实就双方要比拼小技能的这个伤害。
是的。
而滔博这套体系，你要么就是依靠考尔玛的 RE， 先得拉开才行。这里泽拉斯被守住了。
ถ้าตัวนี้ตายโอเคโอ้โหแล้วอาเซียด้วยเคสวยโอ้โยนอยู่ๆก็โยนเฉยแล้วเป็นยอนถ้าตายด้วยแล้วก็บอกเลยว่าโอเครู้แฟดมาเจียชี่ไม่มีแฟดแล้วโอ้โหอาเซีย2 คิวเรื่องเงียบอย่างงี้มาแล้วเว้ย
节点很关键啊，尤其是当时是先行抓掉泽拉斯直接让 IG 可能火力少了1/3。
是的，还是皇子在野区找到了一个非常不错的机会，打了波2换3，几个人开始动大龙，IG 想过来看一下。
现在只能依靠着兰博的输出，但是
อาเซียผักสวยโหทีละคนเลยวะ
非常的精彩。
ไอจีหลวมเฉย
他没有办法提供精神的效果。
หลวมไม่หยุด
滔博关键时候打赢团战，拉平经济，拿下了纳什男爵。
是的。
ใช่ที่บอกอ่ะมันเพราะว่ามันมีเซอร์ลาดด้วย ADC มันเล่นไม่ได้อ่ะ ADC ที่รวมถึงคีมด้วยอาเซียก็เล่นไม่ได้ไอพวกตรงบางอ่ะเขาจับเซอร์ลาดได้จบเลยแล้วเขาแหลมต่อเซอร์ลาดตายไม่พอแล้วเพื่อนตายด้วยอ๋อมันไม่มีแฟดจริงด้วยโหรอบนี้แทงตายเลยเนี่ยแล้วขวาก็ไอ้นี่ขวาก็ไหลโดนจับทีละคนลัมโบมาไม่ทันอีโคไลเซอร์ขัดได้เดี๋ยวดาเมจไม่มีนี่ถ้าจูหลานมันตายไม่งั้นแย่อยู่โอ้พอดแป๊บADC อยากเข้าน้ำครับวันนี้แจ็คกี้บอกอยากเข้าน้ำแป๊บนึงเข้าน้ำก่อน
应该还是没问题的，顺利把大龙给拿到了。
刚才
เชียร์ท็อปหล่ออยู่ตอนนี้ใช่เชียร์ท็อป
对
然后
เชียร์มาตั้งแต่ดูเอลไอ้นี่แล้วดูเอลตอนแรกๆแล้วตั้งแต่มานั่งดูเอลก็เชียร์ท็อปมาโดยตลอดอ่ะผมถูกฉลกกับไอ้นี่ดิโลโก้เขาดิแล้วช่วงหลังๆแม่งเล่นแบบใช้ได้ด้วยหมายถึงว่าแบบว่าตื่นเต้นดีตื่นเต้นไม่ตื่นเต้นเนี่ยมันเป็นอย่างเงี้ยทุกเกมอ่ะมันแบบอยู่ๆก็จะแพ้อยู่ก็จะชนะอะไรเงี้ย
不管比如说潘森想要在哪里开启团战，且都有机会去跟到伤害。
对。而滔博等待的就是这个时间。
是的。
什么时候能把经济追一追，能够找到一些机会？
就来一些，就出其不意的一些抓人。
好，我们也得到消息，滔博 J Club 选手反映了个游戏内问题啊，裁判技术人员正在对该问题进行检测和查证，大家等待一下。
感觉镜头一转，
回来的还是
很快的、啊。
而刚才泽拉斯出现在了那个位置，被小天敏锐的捕捉到啊，成为了那一波团战的起始点。
เขามีสปอร์ตเหมือนเจนจีไหมครับหมายถึงยังไงอะคำว่าเหมือนนี่เหมือนยังไงแบบถ้าเล่นเป๊ะไม่นะทีมนี้มันเล่นกันมันหมายถึงว่ามีโยนบ้างมีอะไรบ้างแบบว่าเรียกแอร์ไทม์ทีมนี้มันชอบเรียกแอร์ไทม์ไปดิผมถูกฉลกกับแจ็คกี้เลิฟด้วยมันเล่นสไตล์คล้ายผมในแรงแบบว่า ADC ยืนหน้าสุดแฟดฆ่าแล้ววัวตายภาพเดียวกันเป๊ะ
中路直接过来压，而且下路这边因为防守的只有兰博一个人，所以有机会磨一下下路的二塔。
对，肯定是。
ตอนนั้นดูวอลหรือ EWC ไปแล้วแบบเห็นใน369มันให้ดู369ทันอยู่
尽量去拖缓滔博的推进节奏。而滔博推中推下还能反红 buff， 皇子已经去打扫野区了。
กลับมาอีกทีคือนำ 2K แล้วปัญหาอย่างเดียวคือตอนนี้ถ้าเสียโซมังกรก็แบบมีสิทธิ์แพ้ได้อยู่ไฟมังกรต้องไม่พลาดอ่ะถ้าไฟมังกรไม่พลาดก็ได้อยู่หรือไม่คือถ้าเสียโซมังกรก็ต้องชนะเลยหมายถึงว่าแบบต้องเอ็นบ้านเขาเลยต้องชนะไฟแล้วเอ็นไปเลยเกมมันเล่นมา30 นาทีแล้วนะฆ่ากันเยอะจัดนะคู่นี้นาทีละคิวถือว่าผมว่าเยอะมากนะสำหรับแอลอ่ะในแข่งอ่ะแบบนาทีละคิวนี่มันเยอะมากโหแล้วจิกกี้เลิฟมันทำไมเป็นบัตเตอร์จะนึกว่าจะไปแบบว่าการ์เดียนแองเจิลอะไรเงี้ยเจาะขอบไม่นะเกมนี้อีกฝั่งเกาะน้อยไม่ต้องใช้ LDR อะไรไม่ต้องใช้เน้นแรงไปเลย
因为缺乏坦克所以必须依靠着自己中期高伤害
คิมสัญญาโอ้โหคิมออกเปลี่ยนใจครับซื้อนี่ดีกว่าชาร์โดเฟรมเลยไม่เอาสัญญาแล้วชาร์โดเฟรมเอาแรงๆเลยชาร์โดไอเขาเรียกอะไรซิกเกอร์อากาศไม่ได้กดเลยเขาเลยแบบเดี๋ยวค่อยซื้ออันนี้ก็เล่นคล้ายๆกันผมก็ชอบคิดอย่างเงี้ยแบบถ้าซิกเกอร์อากาศไม่ได้กดไปซื้ออย่างอื่นก่อนแต่ผมเห็นนักแข่งบางคนเขาอัพไปเลยนะมันได้ก่อนเนาะได้ก่อเยอะ
上一波团战是被打出来的陶博想先把这条小龙给拿到
ช่วงหลังๆนะดิช่วงหลังๆใน LPL มันเล่นเหมือน LCK อ่ะดิผมก็เลยแบบทักว่าเยอะเหมือนกันเพราะว่า LPL ช่วงหลังมันแทบไม่มีภาพนี้เลยแบบว่าภาพที่มันฆ่าเนี่ยเยอะมันมีแค่คู่ท็อปอะที่นั่งดูอะโอ้โหหนักลึกจัดลัมโบเสียแฟตโอ้โหแล้วยกสวยตายเรียบร้อยอาเซียพักเรียบร้อยแค่เละละสู้ไม่ได้แล้วคัตตา2แฟตหมดแฟตแล้วนะเรียบร้อยครับเหลือ2คนด้านกลางปล่อยถ้างั้นอุ้ยแฟตโอเครอดเกือบแล้วมึงตายคู่แบบนี้เสียแฟตด้วยเรือนเตะลากเรียบร้อยหมดแล้วด้านกลางเอ็นกูด
这场比赛实现了精彩的翻盘
是的
ไอซีซั่นเนี่ยที่พูดอะคือ LPL มันฆ่ากันน้อยเหมือนกันนะดิแบบแม่งเล่นเหมือน LCK เลยเว้ยต่อให้มันดับเล่นแบบเล่นไวมาอะไรเงี้ยแต่มันแทบไม่ฆ่ากันเลยอะมันเพิ่งมาเขาเรียกว่าอะไรมีแค่คู่ท็อปอะที่มันฆ่ากันเยอะใช่เซรัตกลางผมงงเหมือนกันตอนดับตอนแรกกะว่าจะไม่เปิดในหน้าบ้านม่วงไงไม่รู้ว่าน้องบอสมากี่โมงก็แค่เซรัตตายอะพอสลัดตายแล้วทั้งซิลเวอร์ทั้งไอเนี่ยไออาเซียมันได้เล่นบอมเบอร์คือจบเลยอะอุตส่าห์แบบว่านิ่งมาทั้งเกมนะสลัดแบบว่าหลบการจับกุมได้ตลอดพอแม่งตาย2ทีผมเกมแพ้เลยอะตายรอบแรกเกมพลิกตายรอบ2แพ้เลยหนักเลยทีนี้อุ้ยโทรศัพท์ตกขออภัย
走到你的脸上，你发现伤害秒不掉他们的时候，那可能这个团战的天平就已经开始向对手倾斜了。
是的，而且像以前可能卡尔玛
เราลองย้ายไปดูฝั่งกิจดิเผื่อภาพมันจะดีกว่า
卡尔玛对面是一定要出破盾的，就因为你打
ซอสค่อนข้างแย่นะวันนี้เปลี่ยนแบบอันนี้ไง
be the worst caster cross I've ever had in my career. Like
this guy's playing so well. Dies, loses the game.
Loses the game 5 minutes later. Oh my goodness.
เสียงวิชัยดังจังเลยอะคนหนึ่งเสียงโคตรเบาคนหนึ่งเสียงโคตรดังอีกแล้วไอ้ฟีดนี้คนจัดให้เนี่ยไปลองไปดูนี่ก็ได้สแตทย้อนหลังอะซีซั่นเนี่ยมันฆ่ากันน้อยมากเลยครับ LPL เหมือนมันพยายามแบบจะปรับปรุงให้เหมือน LCK เขาเรียกอะไรแบบเล่นรัดกุมเลยแต่ผมมองว่ามันไม่ใช่เสน่ห์แล้วก็ความเก่งของไอ้นี่เลยอะของฝั่ง LPL เลยอะไอ้แบบว่าการเล่นรัดกุมอะไรเงี้ยผมมองว่าแบบเล่นแบบหมาบ้าแล้วแหละคือ LPL ที่แท้จริงเล่นแล้วแบบเฉิด
momentum now going into the second game. Yes, you'll still have the pick prio at least of what you want going into game 2, but that's when you really want to have one to kind of set the tempo of the series.
Yeah, and I think that if Top Esports series are anything to go by, and if history is anything to go by, it's looking like Top Esports could very well walk away with another 2-0 and be looking like the most infallible team in the LPL so far, which I mean is crazy again to say.
ไม่น่าแดงนะเมื่อกี้
composition of players came in looking like to start off with, but I mean I want to tip my hat to Cream as well for being the stable factor really through the majority of that game.
The only one.
A lot of the pieces were really struggling. He stepped up in that team fight where we were, highlighting how Jackie Love can't play the game. Cream was the one who was doing a lot of work, and then even when we got the Baron, he somehow turned it around to have a 3,000 gold swing in the space of 20 seconds. He goes down to the bot side, farms a load of turrets, manages to get himself even further ahead, and continues to be that threat into the late game. We knew that comfort for Top Esports was going to be a big part of this, and Cream having Azir really felt like it made a difference this time out.
Yeah, 3 of the 5 pieces, absolute comfort for them, and it showed. This top esports team does not stop amazing me in so many ways because they just find ways to clutch out games. And I know a lot of the time, you know, in the history of the last couple of years, it's been, oh, BLG is this clutch team that, you know, some they don't really do great in the late game, but sometimes in the mid game they can really set things up. But it's been this top esports team for me that has really shown out this season on just being able to either pull games back or finish games strong, and that's such a valuable skill when we're getting further and further into the year, and internationals are going to start coming knocking that truly matter. And I think this top esports team, as we said before the series even started, and now after this game number 1, is a force to be reckoned with.
It absolutely is, and that's obviously very exciting, right? Like top esports is a name internationally. As got some questions to answer, but definitely one that we are familiar with as they move into what could be a very prosperous.
And it's Zwiaden and Feng Yue. I mean, that's crazy. Like, these are the pieces that you needed to have to make this happen. It's insane.
And you know, there's the sort of esports adage that super teams don't work, and it feels like top esports have really emblemized that, and they've worked it out for themselves here, that actually if we pick up the right pieces in promotion of Feng Yue, promotion of Zwiaden.
อ้าวอะไรเอ๊ะยังไงสิ
We've got the good mixture of that veteran presence on top of
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวนะ
these
โอ
new
เค
pieces
ตกใจ
that
นึกว่าเป็น
learn
ที่เน็ต
how
ผ
to
ม
play the game.
Yeah, and Jackie Love's just sitting over there like, hey Mako, look what my support does now.
โอ้จิกิเลิฟกูปัง
He wins me game.
ตายแม่งเลย
Just as a personal aside, I'm so sad that bot lane duo didn't work out. Like, I thought Jackie Love plus Mako was going to be like the most unstoppable duo I've ever seen, and it was quite the opposite there. It's still decent at times. But anyways, focusing back on this series itself, I guess before we get going to the MVP conversations, I mean, what do you pull away from this as IG? What are the learned lessons here of the game 1?
I mean, that's a really difficult question, because it feels like they played the game well for more of the game than top esports did. It just didn't matter because they were.
You would think Atacon was still in the game.
You would, you really would. There was just this one moment, 1100 gold for Cream on that kill there to start. What was this massive Azir turnaround? And I think that for IG, the learned lesson is put more wards down. And if we didn't see Renar get caught there, you know, the game looks completely
How
different.
much of a difference is it? Is it like game changing that he gets caught
like
there?
If they got the Baron off of this, right?
They
like
did,
they took the Baron, they took all of those shutdowns. Cream never got touched again in these team fights because he's got so much gold, and anyone that tries to step to him just dies. Like, it's the massive gold swing, and the Baron tempo was absolutely massive.
It was, and you could see here again some of that execution conversation. Just a couple things going wide, some Mystic shots not landing, you know, Xerath not being able to get his damage in. I think it's really telling that ease of execution for top esports kind of reigns supreme in the end here, because all it takes is one little flub, or maybe one big flub. But getting to MVP, who do you think it is?
For me, it's Cream. Tien played incredibly well. Tien played incredibly well in the back half of this fight. But Cream is the reason that top esports were afloat for the majority of that game. So I think that Cream gets a really big shout out. A small nod to Feng Yue and Lakama, played pretty darn well as well. But I think that Cream largely the reason that game wasn't a complete wash.
Yeah, I think Cream was kind of the unsung hero, and even taking a lot of the pressure earlier on in the game as well, even like kind of the bot lane ganks with the Sun Disc and all those things. So it's nice to see, but it is Tien who gets his MVP. He's just racking them up, man. The guy is coming back for his crown, hasn't won the MVP title since 2024 summer, and he's looking to make that right.
Yeah, I mean, Tien got ran in the early game, so I'm not giving him MVP. That's why
he got that one smite of the first dragon, all right?
Amazing. He lost about 70 camps back to back. This was, you know, that it's not my MVP. You know, me and the LPL broadcast typically were aligned, but I know that some people aren't. For me, this game, that's just not my flavor.
Understandable. You take a look at
the referee knows. The referee knows. Thank you.
Everybody else says jungle, so shout out to Ilya. But before we get going to game number 2, if you'd like to support the LPL English project, please consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support us, as the vast majority of the payments go to paying the on-air talent, the broadcast package, and everything to make this a daily broadcast, except for the couple days that we have off this time around. That being said, if you do become a Coffee member, you do get access to our content a little bit earlier and potentially being able to put your input in for our questions once the internationals roll around. Go be a Coffee member today for LPL English's sake. That is all done. That means game 1 is all over. IG wishes that we could go back in time in Chrono Break to before Renard got copped. That's not possible. So they'll have to do something in game number 2. We'll see you there.
เกมมาละมาถึงผมนะเกมยังไม่มาสักพักเลยคุณน้องบอสมาปะวะน่ายังไม่ตื่น ต้องรอน้องบอสมาครับ LCK วันนี้ท็อปร้อยป่ะท็อปร้อยดิรออะไรอะท็อปร้อยวันนี้ท็อปมางานแก้ก่อนอันนี้ที่เปิดสนามแล้วเราท็อปมันโดนไอจีวันนี้เลยแบบมาแก้หน่อยดิวันนี้ต้องไม่แพ้เป็นเลยคือเพราะท็อปเป็นหัวตารางอยู่ดิตอนเนี้ยถ้าชนะอีกก็อยู่กันยาวๆประเด็นเลยคือท็อปอะนอกจากที่ไปแพ้ IG 2-0คือมันไม่เสียสักเกมเลยไงน่ะที่บิลลี่เสียไปเนี่ยซีรีส์ละเกม
Welcome back everyone to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we've got Ilya behind us on production and a very interesting game number 1. I feel like if you stepped away at any moment before 30 minutes and didn't come back to the end of the series, you're going to be very confused at why Top Esports have a 1 next to their name, why IG have a 0, but Top Esports find a way yet again, just like they have over the past 9 games in a row.
It is a consecutive streak currently for Top Esports, and try as Invictus Gaming might, they have yet to be able to derail in Top Esports. And for what we thought would be the case, they were the only team so far this year that have taken a game away from Top Esports, and they took the series as well. Thought again, you know, like you say, 30 minutes into that game, we're thinking, yep, they'll probably do it again. Unfortunately not. We did end up.
The narratives, Rude Dude. The narratives.
I know, it was so beautifully written.
The
script writers had other ideas.
แต่ฟิตนี้น่าจะภาพชัดกว่านะเดี๋ยวรอดูกันถ้าชัดกว่าก็สิงตรงนี้ยาวๆติดแค่อย่างเดียวเราจะไม่เห็นผู้สาวเลย
Now got to do all of that hard work all over again and then try and push it over the line.
Yeah, that's the toughest part when you lose all that momentum. To kind of pick yourself back up for IG, but for Top Esports, keep rolling ahead, right? Go with some more comfort picks if you can. Did have the Sivir for the first time with the split for Jackie Love, and obviously the Cassante as well for Zvian, but still so many picks to be chosen through for Top Esports in terms of what they've been willing to play. Do wonder and would love to know your thoughts as well on the changes in the draft, and especially the bans in this one. Do you think Seraphine continues to be banned? Do we still see these big focuses for either side?
Yeah, I mean, I think Seraphine Bard don't make it off the ban table, I'm going to be honest. If they do, then they're going to get snapped up, and already we see some sort of inclination to change here as Top Esports now find themselves on red side, so it does switch over from where it was in the first game, and we'll take a look. Oh, not in fact the case, but the point being that they stopped those bans. Previously, it was the Seraphine and the Bard taken off the board as Top Esports were on red side. My apologies.
เหมือนจะภาพเบลอเหมือนกันฮะ
Now
แต่ไม่เป็นไร
they're taking away Oriana instead, so they're changing
โอเล
some
นา
things
ไม่
already.
ให้เล่นเหมือนเดิม
Yeah, again, we go
วัน
back
ละ
to
เจ
what
ส
we
โอ
said
เค
about
สวย
love blue
ตาม
side,
บีฟ
man. Like I think we were looking at it's like one of the only teams that's actually actively
เจ
picking
สน้องจู
blue
หลาน
side,
มัน
and
ค่อนข้าง
so
แบกอะดิ
being able to get that
แล้วตัวมัน
comfort
เก่งกับเราด้วย
going
นะครับ
for
ก็
them, you could
แหละ
step
ต้องแบน
in the
ทิ้ง
right direction. The Seraphine does get banned away, and just like in last game, though, they did ban away the Nocturne last time and left the bans on the other side for that Seraphine and stuff, but or at least the Orion.
โหมาเป็นซีรีส์เลย
But
แจ็คกี้
this
เลิฟ
time around, we do see the Jace taken away from Zuyan.
มา
He's
ซีรีส์
been
จัดเลย
really
ป้าย
willing
เมื่อ
to
กี้
go for. We do see the Poke Barrist gone away as well. So now I guess the conversation is, what are these junglers rocking in a game number 2 that saw game number 1 have so much impact from both of them across the board as Vi is the final ban for IG?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Nocturne taken away last time. Importantly, Bard's still up and available, and as well as
Ban Y.
IG actually have first pick this
There's the
time
Nocturne.
out.
They banned the Oriana
Mako
and the
Bard.
Nocturne.
Yeah, like we'll take both just to be safe, just to make sure.
Look at the
The Bard still exists here. I don't know that it's the first pick champion that you want to go for, but Mako has proven very, very proficient on this pick. The Xin Zhao still available if either of these junglers want to
เหลืออะไรวะเหลือไลท์ปะไลท์เล่นได้
pretty much consistent
ไลท์เฟิร์สพิกน่าจะไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่จากสแตท เอาบาท
and if they go for the
ไม่
Bard
ก็มันบางทีก็เล่นบาทแบกบางทีก็เล่นบาทไม่เอาเลยเหมือนกันนะดิประเด็น
it gives Tian an opportunity now
พูดยาก
to steal that
พิกนี้
Sick.
ลูเซียนตรงนี้เลยเหรอ
like are we gonna
เฉายังอยู่ก็เล่นเฉาเลยครับพี่จ๋า
pick of the litter still available maybe getting if we get that game 3 maybe getting to see that one
เหมือนท็อปปี้สปอร์ตรู้นะตัวเองแบบแพ้ทางการปิดตาครับแบนตลอด
like we were talking about before the series started but if there are good picks on the table you might as well just pick them they have a 1-2 punch now as well so we'll get a couple chunks of the top esports roster coming through here as Zinzao does get picked up.
I wonder what it is that they're going to look to pair with this Zinzao. Still a good plethora of mid laners available. Looking more at your mid ranges now, you could go for a rise here if you wanted it. We've seen Cassio be taken just in general now, maybe more so than anything else. But with the Galio as well, still an option here in this game if they want to go for something a little bit more protective focused. We'll keep our eyes out for that, but instead they go immediately Yunara.
This is, I feel like a little bit of showing their cards here because really what it only but the biggest duo with Yunara is Lulu and the fact that Bard's already picked up you're not going to ban that away until the next phase and they probably are going to pick it in 3 so I'm very curious for top esports and how they're kind of approaching this draft here but IG need to find weapons of their own to respond to a very hyper carry style from Jackie Love. It's going to be the Caitlyn for that range and that lockdown.
I really don't hate Caitlyn at all. I think that this is a heavily slept on pick and can do a lot of work, especially in the current season. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Yeah, IG defaulting back to Renard being a stun bot, somebody who's going to be more facilitatory in this game. Typically when we see him take these picks, he's going to go down in gold. He's playing to support the team here.
แอนนี่ IG ยังไงก็ต้องลูลูอ่ะ3ตัวแรกโคตรซิงกันท็อปปี้สปอร์ตลูลูเฉาลูลูยูนาร่าของโคตรดีอุ้ยโอ้โหขอโทษครับที่บอกว่าฟิตนี้ไม่ค่อยมีของดีให้ดูมีอยู่แต่นานๆที
It was always going to be the Lulu. It's always going to be it. In the second phase, though, we are seeing some assassin junglers taken away from Wei as well as the Nafiri is going to be banned away by top esports to kick it off.
I wonder if we're then going to see a secondary sort of Kiana-esque ban, right? Nefiri Kiana-esque ban that's going to go their way, or if we're going to see Wei be forced onto something maybe just like the Skarner that puts them in a position where you can set up for the team, but I think that's going to give Breathe the opportunity to really have to put the carry shoes on more so than anything else. I like that Zwion is going to end up with counter pick in this one. Looking at what top esports are going to go for, expectation here is that you just go for something with a little bit of range in that mid lane to be able to handle the Annie. Syndra is open for him if he wants it. Victor's open as a typically very good answer. Wouldn't be surprised to see either of those hit the ban table. I mean, the Syndra Zinzao duo is
แบนเฉาแบนหมานาฟิรี่อีกฝั่งแบนกาดิโอโอเคกาดิโอเจนนี่นี่ฝันร้ายเหรอแอนนี่เบอร์กาดิโอไม่เข้า
It's a crazy thing. Yeah, it's wild. I'm glad to see that one banned away.
แบนเวนโอเคอยากเล่นนาแบบนี้ถ้าแบนเวนคืออยากเล่นนาจุฬาบอกว่าเวนผมนี่ตบไปทั้งนาของพี่บินมาแล้วนะครับเดี๋ยวไม่ก็เหมือนล่อๆให้ท็อปไปนี่ให้ท็อปกดไอ้นี่มากดนามา
Top esports are building their composition. A lot of this already is set up around Jackie Love to be that hyper carry and to try to put Yachi in the dirt. Now that kind of still going to be available. We'll see what they'll leave it up for. It does look like it's going to go Zion's way.
And the Rise. Okay, this is maybe one of the lower tier picks I would have expected to see get locked in. Versus an Annie in particular. Annie does really well versus his mid-range mages because she can actually stun them and do the damage, whereas something like a Syndra you can always keep at arm's length. But the Rise gets locked in anyway. It is going to be a lot of damage later on for Cream, so hopefully that is going to be used quite nicely for him. As we get to see now what it is that IG look to blind pick for Breathe up on that top side. It's just the safety of the Gnar, and Breathe on the Gnar has had some really good performances so far this series. Not this series, this split. So hopefully he can return IG to their winning ways.
I do like the Gnar. Gives you some variance in how you can engage comps, but also does have a lot of follow-through with the setup that IG has cooking for themselves.
อย่าพยายามเล่นอะไรแปลกๆ
The Wukong, a comfort classic for Wei, will come
Top
through, getting him that skirmish potential from the jungle that we know and love.
Oh, Okay, yeah, so that's going to be some good team fight setup for IG, but Top Esports here, I mean, it's very clear what they need to do in this game, and I think that if they lock in the Ambessa, that really solidifies their
ก็ปกตินะพลิกปกติ
in their heads, and we'll wait to see before it gets locked in.
แต่นึกว่าอยากได้ตัวยืนนะครับแต่เอาอัลเบซ่าไปเลย
confirms they've identified Jiachi this game, and he will be dying a lot. Is the ideal.
ฝั่งผมเช็คฝั่ง LCK แป๊บเป็นยังไงบ้าง
Your job is to kill Jiachi. If you do that, you're probably going to win the fight because the damage from IG across the rest of it, yes, you know, Breathe can do some damage, Wei can do some damage, Renard can do some damage, but they're not your consistent DPS threats. And they are in the same vein as an Ambessa, as a Xin Zhao. Whereas on the flip side, they've got Yunara, who's buffed up by a Lulu first of all. They've then also got Rai, who's going to do a significant chunk of damage as well.
จบนี่นะคู่ที่วันน่าจะเริ่มพอดีนะครับ
They don't have that be-all-and-end-all front line to generate any sort of
เดี๋ยวรอเนี่ยรอน้องบอสมา
Yeah, nobody's going to be able to catch that incoming rocket that is Top Esports because there's not many options for them. Maybe the Tempered Fate, things along those lines. But we've also been seeing Ambessa just kind of cook across every league in League of Legends right now. So I think this pick is just ridiculously strong. Zuyan obviously picking this one out for the second time in the split itself, but still a very strong pick in and of itself and provides options for Top Esports. When I'm looking at that bar of execution, I still see the easier bar on Top Esports because they can clump together and become this unstoppable meatball that can have engages, whereas you really needed to rely on a couple key pieces for IG. The engages are going to be extremely important, and we're still looking at the jungle primarily. Game 2 between IG and Top Esports kicking off now.
โอ้โหท็อปเว้ยท็อปเว้ยโอ้ยมีโหมีคนใส่เสื้อรอคู่2เลยตรงกลางโดนเล็กน้อยครับครีมไม่ค่อยเจ็บนะต้นเกมอย่างเงี้ยแหละอันนี้ยังไม่ได้แรงมากน่ารำคาญเฉยโอ้โหแล้วดูมันทำ
This is sneaky as hell, bro.
This is crazy work.
โอ้โห
I mean, it's in no way sneaky.
ทันไหมเนี่ย
I mean, this is bold-faced Zhao game, and he sees a way.
Have you ever heard of the sneaky male in sea lion culture?
No.
หารู้ไหมเว้ยมีคนแอบจ้องอยู่แต่ไม่ไปนะ
Maybe Tian's a sneaky male. Yeah. So that blue buff is going to just get eaten up by Wei. We have a very interesting path ahead of us for both junglers. How do they get out of this? What's the way out?
Like they have to meet somewhere, right? And Tian is in a prime position to just go and gank bot lane. He's decided
They're going to guess 50-50.
Doesn't want to do that.
ใช่แต่มาเล่นจังหวะนี้มัน50-50ดีแล้วไม่ไป
Oh no, he ganks mid lane instead.
Oh my god.
จะแก๊งกลาง
Wait, but does Renard know? He doesn't. Oh no.
ไม่รู้คิดว่าเฉาอยู่กาอยู่ฝั่งบนเนี่ยความจริงคือเฉาอยู่ตรงนี้โอ้โหเปิดเลยแฟดสวยมีแฟดไปก่อน1 ทีนะตรงเนี้ย
Dash was already used by Tian, so they do get his flash. I'm sure that'll be returned to and keeping aiming off the flash with her stun setup is important.
ก็เข้าใจว่าเฉาน่าจะนี่เฉาน่าจะแอบไปเวทบูความจริงคือไม่ใช่
One of his crucial spells. I mean, it's level 2. He doesn't have all the
ความจริงคือเฉาเวทเลสเราไม่เห็น
But what's actually happened is Wei's full cleared the entirety of Tian's bot side. So they're going to probably meet around the blue buff once again.
เขาแอบไปฟาร์มเลสมาเลสขึ้นขาพอดีใช่วันนี้จินเดือดใช่วันนี้จินมันแน่ๆแต่คู่2ไม่รู้ว่าผมว่า AL มันฟอร์มไม่ค่อยดีดิ
because he's picked up all 3 of the bot side camps of Tian and is also going to
ตอนนี้จีนมันมีแต่วันไฟต์อ่ะบอกว่าเกมเดือดๆไม่ค่อยมี
I just have.
ถึงได้ต้องมานั่งดูท็อปแต่ละเพราะท็อปแม่งโยน
Anytime I start seeing a lead for IG after that first game, because when you're winning the game for 30+ minutes and then you lose the game, I think that's obviously
at 34 as well. Like it wasn't like
yeah, it wasn't even that much further afterwards.
เอามากดดันนานนะครับ
It's a tough position to be in and really just kind of keeping a keen eye on IG as we go through the motions of this early game here. Tian's gonna be able to take down some of that vision that was set up by IG. There's gonna be a read for the mid lane by Renard as he takes the TP for himself. And we are going to spot TN crossing mid lane to go for some prio on at least the not the grubs. And about a minute and 20 till the dragon comes up.
Bot had prio. IG not communicating that they want to either stop this or maybe just deciding, you know what, we've deprived him of enough. We can give him a scuttle crab. But it's the case that TN actually not incredibly far behind. Has yet to recall once again. So we're seeing this change also looking to play out with TN looking to sort of do a couple of clears before he goes back to base. Where Wei wants to get one quick clear done, recall advantage in the items. The longsword already picked up for the Wukong as he's able to clear his full topside jungle and then move his way in. I did see a ping on the minimap there, sort of question marking that the Wukong would be on his front. So for the time being, Top Esports have got no idea where Wei is.
Information game has started. I want to do a little check before maybe this top lane becomes either irrelevant or super relevant. We're really looking at an all-in on the 1v1 up here between these two. I mean, obviously you have that kind of fleet footwork for the sustain from Breathe, but the Electrocute for the Ambessa just looking to make it most advantage of these trades, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it really, as well, emphasizes the bursty nature of the Ambessa when we move into this mid to the late game as well. Right? If you take down happy days, we have successfully completed our job.
แต่ก็ไม่ได้แบบลำบากเวอร์คีปัญหากันแค่5ตัวชังเลือดออกเจ็บเล็กน้อยถึงปานกลาง
But if you aren't able to do that, that's then a bit of a problem.
เหมือน IG จะทำแผนมาฆ่าล่างนะครับเปิดประตูเซอร์ไพรส์ไม่น่าตายนะจักกี้เลิฟ
they're going to be in some trouble. Flash is still available. Jackie going to hold both of his summoner spells, standing strong against the aggression of IG. They will try to make a play on bot side. Maybe propel this into the dragon if they want to.
พอเป็นบาทวูคองที่ยังไม่6แล้วแม่งดูไม่ค่อยน่ากลัวเลยต้องรอวูคอง6ก่อนนะเปิดประตูมาเซอร์ไพรส์แล้วสตันอันติยกแต่แบบพอเป็นอย่างนี้แล้วมันไม่มีสตันไม่มีซีซีเลยแล้วล่างละพอเป็นบาทแม่งไอ้นี่มีคอนดิชันด้วยต้องตันให้โดนกำแพงโดนคลิปโดนคนแม่งแบบยากมากฆ่าเมื่อกี้แล้วทันได้มังกรนะครับ
Tian's walking his way in here, but he's got to walk through 4 members without really any support, so against it and decides the right way. That is not the right.
อยู่ IG น่ะใช้อีโมด FPX กูถามเลย
Both of these junglers continues. Feels like minute way just that little bit further ahead if his camps are going to start respawning sooner.
Dragulov getting a hefty trade onto Jiazi in the bot lane in the 1v2. But once we get these level 6s, I do expect a little bit more skirmishing.
เริ่มเจ็บแล้วนะเริ่มเจ็บแล้วคีม
I was going to say he does have the realm warp. We'll be able to get out of lane if he would like to, but Renard getting a little bit low on mana
เอาละ
there.
ข้างบน
Breathe and Sweet
ตายนะจุฬา
have it up here. Level advantage
ตาย
for
ได้นะ
Breathe
โอ้
as he's
บัฟเฟอ
going
ร์
to
โอ
use
เค
the public execution
ไม่น่า
to
ตาย
get
นะ
out of the wallop. Still gets hit by the ult, but not into the wall, so he doesn't get stunned. But it's going to be Swayon who's trying to run away, get a little bit of damage down, but it's Breathe play from Breathe with the KO mode and the solo bolo for the top laner of IG. Meanwhile, IG trying to make more plays on bot lane. Feng Yue going down to the swing of the staff of Wei, and that'll be 2 quick kills and a 1.2k gold lead early into the game for IG.
Oh, the minion's going to come and interrupt the recall.
ติดกวนได้ไหมก็
Okay, never mind. I thought he could have queued through there.
ไม่ได้นะครับทีม
ghosted down to this
ป๊อ
bot
ปโกด
side.
แต่ดาเมจไม่มีนะต้นเกม
Wei and Tian actually also going to skirmish in the
โอ้โห
jungle.
เทียนโดนเฮ้ยได้อยู่นะ
Coming around the corner now. Crescent Guard
หา
has
ตัว
been
ตัวจริงครับ
popped there. He's
หาตัว
getting
จริง
by a
แฟ
lot
ด
of
ไปแล้ว
time with it
โอ้
now as well. Wei can't really
อุ้ย
do
โอ้
much
โห
in that
คีมแรงจัด
He's starting to lay
จริงมันยังไม่แรงแต่ว่า
onto IG. That should be
เล่น
flash
แบบ
coming
นี้
up from
เปิด
Nico.
ประตู
Rumble
ให้
coming in. That's
จินรา
multi-member
โผล่เข้ามา
coming through. But right into a 2-man
ยกสาม
stun.
แต่ไม่ได้ว่ะเสีย2ก่อนตรง
Everywhere
นี้
here
ยั
in
งไง
game number 2, but
เดี๋ยวชี่จะ
Jackie
ตายครับ
is
จะกิน
going
เลิ
to
ฟยิง
fall
ฟรี
into the
เรียบ
hand
ร้
of
อย
his replacement,
แต่ได้
Jackie
2เหมือนกันครับ
Love. And they picked this comp for the Yunara.
Renard
And guess
โอ้
who
โห
just
ได้ชิบ
got
หาย
a
ครับ
heap
เกม
ton
ระ
of
เบิด
gold? Jackie Love.
จะกินเลิฟ
And that's what they need, Top Esports. That's a really big swing
ครีม
back.
ดับเบิลคิว
The
จะ
bot
กินเลิฟ
lane
ดับ
was
เบิล
looking
คิว
disastrous. Top
โย
lane
นค
just
รับ
got solo
อย่างนี้
kill.
โยนครับ
And it felt like Top Esports had no place to go.
โอ้โหเสีย
Finally,
4 เลย
an
ฮะ
overextension
ข้างบนอุตส่าห์ไป
in the
โซ
bot
โล่
side
ให้
from IG
แต่รู้สึกเหมือนเกมกำลังจะ
This
แพ้
is the replay of the top side fight. Breathe things level 7 and we are
เล่นนานไปหน่อย ดิเล่นจนแบบว่าลูลูเกิดเลยน้องมันโดนทุกปุ่มเลยวะไม่ตายแปลว่าแต่ฮิตบ็อกมันโดนได้ยังไงนะไอ้สกิลทุบเมื่อกี้มันฮิตบ็อกมันโดนได้ไงก่อนเดี๋ยวมานั่งคุยก่อนดิมันโดนได้ไงก่อนฮัลโหลโหนี่แม่งเล่นกันนานเกินเลยไอจีเล่นนานเกินเล่นนานจนแบบยูนาร่ากลับมาลูลูกลับมาสันติผมไม่โดนเลยโดนแค่ฝึกอยู่คนเดียวโอ้ผมนึกว่ามันโดนสัก2 สัก 3นั้นสรุปโดนแค่ลูลูตัวเดียวเรียบร้อย
It's going in my top plays of the week.
เติมมาเต็มเลยทีนี้
And that's an incredible setup from
เงินนำอยู่ดีนะในล่างไอจีแต่ยูนาร่า2 คิวนี่ดีขึ้นเยอะชีวิตตอนนี้คือมันนำที่เพจนะที่เจียวชีมันยังนำอยู่ที่เคทลินยังนำยูนาร่าอยู่นี่คือเพจนะครับราคาเพจที่เหลือคือเริ่มจะเสมอแล้วเงินกลับมาเท่าอีกรอบในเกมแต่เป็นซ่าที่ลำบากนะทีนี้โดนเอาเพย์ไปรอบนึงเรียบร้อยเลยหนักแล้วครับ
Finding himself with a little bit of an advantage again. This is a Sinzao who had his entire bot side cleared without any sort of recompense. There was no counter punch from IG. He just lost his bot side. Now he's looking for Cream in the mid lane who has no flash.
แต่ไม่ได้ไกลเกิน
A little bit dicey. Gotta try to answer those flashes where you can, Jackie Love. He does not have flash. Speaking of, it's gonna be a fight right back though. Yeah, he's got to be really careful. The setup that Mako does as well. It's gonna be the Eye of Ruin that does not end up striking home. Jiachi trying to go for Feng Yue, but he uses the vision really well. Tian was thinking about taking the Mystic Portal or at least the Magical Journey. We do get a 1v1 in the mid lane. Cream is dying to a big old bear with a backpack. He does end up getting away there. IG strike across, but don't get much back.
No treads plus phase rush there enough to save the Rise from any potential danger, which is always nice to see. And you can see that really Merc Treads is all you need versus Annie to be able to weather the storm, but Renard actually once again continuing to give priority to his jungler, meaning that this Annie can move if they needed it.
ไล่รองเท้ากันเวทเลยอันนี้ดาเมจไม่พอโอเครอบนี้มีมาเล็กนั้นน่าจะดีขึ้น
But the Annie not doing too badly just yet, and that's important. What I will draw your attention to, Mazel, is the fact that this Annie is already behind in gold. Typically, this is a champion that
เกมใครชนะขวาผมว่าขวาไลยูนาร่าไลยูนาร่ามีอันนี้ด้วยมีอเมซ่าไปเลยค่ะเคทลินให้มีเฉารับจังหวะให้มีลูลูเซฟโคตรโหดซ้ายมันเป็นดักต้นเกมอ่ะไอแอดนี่วูคองอ่ะมันต้องได้ค่าเยอะๆแล้วเงินลีดเขาอ่ะเงินห้ามตามมันคือเก่งทีนึงคือเลดเกมแบบสุดๆเลยแบบ6 ช่องที่ไอเคทลินแบกได้อย่างนั้นได้อยู่
Another all in there coming through. Not much else to speak of it, but yeah, it's a very tight-knit game right now, and that's what I love to see between these two. And it was, decently in IG's favor for the majority of it. But I think the thing, we have potential invade actually coming down from TN here. Gonna try to play on the way. He's gonna get out of there. This TP's coming back. He needs to be a little bit careful. But it's so funny to see the evolution. Just a year ago, this IG team was a star-studded roster of just such importance to come back in the league, trying to regain some of that respect in the league. And in 2025, it didn't really work out for them. I think we saw some bright moments, we saw some great times, but it was slowly and surely not panning out to that giant success they had, ending with the unfortunate loss to T1 at Worlds. And now coming into this year, there were so many question marks, so many people sitting out. What was this team going to look like now? And honestly, they kind of breathed themselves back to life here, pun intended.
ทีมแรกพี่เดชายกูจัดให้เลยจำได้โบ5พี่เดชายจัดให้
of players for 2025 is completely different to the one that they've got going into 2026.
อีคิปและเมดน่าจะดีขึ้น
Super team for 25 and yeah, it made it to Worlds, but it got immediately knocked out in the play-ins. And they played up against T1. It was never going to be an easy series, but they weren't able to make it stick anyway.
ป๊อปโกดไม่น่าตายปะโอเคแฟตสวย
Oh my God, Renard. Doesn't hit the combo. That's gonna sting. Flash did get burned by Cream, but I think he's gonna be dancing around that one perfectly fine. That is unfortunate for Renard and.
เริ่มจะมีดาเมจนะเริ่มจะขึ้นมาแล้วดาเมจของดาเมจ
Next time Tippers is back up, we'll be able to use that one. But for now, at least something to revisit for IG. We are getting a little bit further on into the game. Obviously, quest's going to be completed here very shortly, but I'm looking at second items that are going to be started to work on. Everybody's got their first items here. We've got the GLP coming through for Jiachi here for that range. And stun not coming through from Renard.
The GLP is a throwback that I needed. I like that a lot. I'm curious about the second pickaxe as to what that's building into. Because it could be it needs to be IE. If it's collector, that's a problem.
จะกี้เลิฟแรงกว่าแล้วตอนนี้มันเป็นขาเคนแล้วอะจะกี้เลิฟแรงกว่าเคทลิน
Big fan of this on Caitlyn. Like just actually saying that attack speed is fake. You play for headshots. You play.
ได้เพจน้อยกว่าที่ผมคาดไว้นะเปิดประตูจะกี้เลิฟยกสวยครับไฟโยแรงครับจะกี้เลิฟ
You cannot go into a stack fight like that as it's going to be the ace in the hole blocked by Feng Yue. It should be fine and dandy for Top Esports' bot lane. No summer spell burn.
Oh, but Jiachi here actually doing some good damage back, it's worth saying. It looks
they were
like
thinking about the realm warp. Here they go. Jiachi overextended way too far. Tempertate's going to try to buy time. Jiachi's going to try to make it over. He's going to try to flash. Is it enough in time? The knockup's coming through. One more auto. And it's going to be Jackie Love that claims his life once again. The Reaper has come for you. Meanwhile, Bree looking for the solo photo again. Could he get two in a row? Dodges out of the public execution. Zueon is going down like a heap of stones to breathe the shield. It's just enough. Zueon uses the passive to make the difference.
เมื่อกี้เนี่ยเก็บ
I mean
ดูไว้ผม
that's
นึกว่า
like
จะชิบหายของจริงแล้วเมื่อกี้
and then
เกือบ
Zueon's
ตาย
cooldown being just short enough to make it stick, which
โดนออโต้โดนนานแล้วออโต้เกือบตาย
you know that you're not going to get that kill there, or you have to step forward.
นานรวยมากนะแต่มันเล่น Bleed
Zueon coming away from that alive is absolutely incredible, but it's really good to see because on the bot side of the map things are going well for IG though. They've started up this Herald Renard ready with the storm.
แต่ไม่ค่อยจะเหลืออะไรแล้วนะผมว่าน่าจะต้องปล่อย
He has the flash. He has flash tippers. He can make something happen here. Breeze getting a game down now. About to get the Mega Nard, but Tien's on his way. He needs to be a little careful.
วิ่งถูกทางโอ้โหขอตีป้อมด้วยทีนึง
show
มี
himself
เกตแปลงร่างนะครับ
and that
เล่นแซบได้
go over to IG. So far they've had full top side objective focus completed for them.
ข้างล่างคีมก็ฟรี
Cream is going to try to get the trade on the turret in the bot side.
อันนี้แจ็คกี้เลิฟคนละคนท็อปไหวกับพี่ชายท็อป100ไงวันนี้ท็อป100ท็อป20ครีนสบายครับท็อปเกมนี้
to come out of the top side and start to demolish the rest of top esports because everywhere else on the map is really starting to come alive here. Jackie Love able to sustain that fight down on the bot side, turn the 3v2 in his favor. Cream continuing to push
ตอนนี้คือแฮปปี้มากครับเขาแบบเป็นทีมที่เล่นเลทกว่าแล้วเงินโอเคอะเงินไม่ได้ตามเงินนำเล็กน้อยด้วยเกมเสิร์ฟแบบนี้คือแฮปปี้ครับมังกรไม่ได้แบบโดนเขาเอาไป2ตัวมังกรเขาได้ตัวเดียว
Oh Mako, you're getting chased down. Jackie Love, he transcends himself and he wants to kill his old bot lane duo. Tippers comes down and stops him in his tracks, but Tien gets the rebuttal for him. It's going to be focused onto Renard now as Jackie Love has fallen, but it'll be a quick couple kills going over to Top Esports. Potentially looking at the dragon now as well as mid turret does go down.
Didn't commit Jiachi to this play. They also didn't particularly commit
My brother, Jackie Love, man.
Dragon has been started by Top Esports. Nard did just turn out of Mega, so
มันแฟตติดหิวบ้านจัดช็อตเมื่อกี้
It's just going to be Breathe trying to work his way through that bot tier 1 turret, if anything else. But
ไม่เป็นไรยังได้อยู่
they make a play that commits, or they commit to a play without their marksman. They lose the fight, but their marksman gets gold, so they're going to be happy with
โอ้สำลักเลยเจอช็อตนี้ไป
Now they've got to light.
แฟตอยู่กับที่
Kind of feeling himself there. Walks straight into an enemy.
แล้วโดนเขาสวนเรียบร้อยไม่มีแฟต
That'll happen.
ตอนแรกเหมือน IG เหมือนจะไม่เอานะแต่เห็นแจ็คกี้เลิฟแฟตติดตัวเองเสร็จปุ๊บโอเคเอาเลยแล้วกันมันไม่มีแฟตโดนแน่
Not perfectly marksman, but perfectly Jackalove, which is
flash forward,
คืนทุนเลย
no ragrats.
คืนหมด
and that's fine. I hope that Jackalove has no regrets about any of this, as we see Jiachi in a little bit of that Caitlyn mid-game trough right now. When that Infinity Edge comes online, hey, we're happy. We're back to being booming in the state of the game, but right now, not the best position for him as Renard, you can see.
2 เทเลตครีม
a winning trade for him. But
that was his whole kit.
Yeah, Cream is just going to start.
Oh my God, breathe the menace. He's like 2K gold lead over Suyan. He's taking Tien's jungle. Takes away the blue buff on an energy champion. You'll love to see it.
เงินเท่าก็ท็อปชนะเนี่ยที่เหลือคือเสมอหมดกลางแพ้ถ้าท็อปไม่ชนะนี่คือโดนนำไปแล้วนะไอจีสภาพแบบดูแย่อยู่แต่ก็ไม่แย่เวอร์ขนาดนั้น
What am I going to do? I'm not just going to leave it there. He also took this bot lane turret, right? There were 2 plates still left standing on that, so that's 2 plates worth of gold plus the turret gold itself that went their way. And like I say, IG very heavily reliant on breathe this game. I'm going to be honest. It's a story that IG have been, I won't say relying on, but that might feel familiar for them for this split in particular. And we'll see whether or not he can do what he's had to do in a couple of instances thus far.
And I really want to see what Wei is going to try to do with this Rift Herald. Still some standing gold, but there's no outer turrets left, so it's going to have to be a team that they go for. Wei steps forward, almost dies for it. Jackie Love going to get a trap put under him. He's going to have to be careful now as he almost splashed on Renard, what was that? Oh my God, my eyes! As we do see Cream on the back line trying to go in, but it's going to be the engage coming through from Suyan that sets everything up with the wild growth on top of it. I thought I was supposed to see an ARAM mayhem happen on my screen, but it's really just top Esports trouncing IG.
And Breathe, unfortunately, not able to get in or do anything.
Oh, Breathe is just dead. Tries to go for the Miracle Nara play, but it does not work. And TES stand strong. They will not go quietly against IG. They will not repeat the mistakes of their first series in the split. And they are looking to hammer this one home.
And this is the composition that scales better Mazel that has currently got a 2.5k gold lead once all's said and done. That's not good, as IG here, they are relying so heavily on Jachi to be able to carry this game. And Top Esports have done such a good job at preventing this. I want to call out Fengyue throughout this entire fight, okay? First part of this, Mikhail's on to Jackie Love.
ดีว่ามีมิคาเอลให้นะจากกี้เลิฟไม่งั้นแย่ช็อตเนี้ย
Renard, we don't need to talk about it. It's not good for the mental.
แอนนี่เอาไอ้บอสเลยแฟดมาดีนะมันยังเก็บอาอยู่
Flash in, get the double knock up onto IG. Let's make sure that this is a signed, sealed, delivered.
มันอาไปแล้วนี่หว่าแสดงว่าอาไม่โดนภาพเดียวกับบอสใช่ถ้าใครถามที่ผมแซวไอ้บอสบ่อยๆเรื่องแอนนี่แฟดอาท่าเมื่อกี้เลยแฟดอาแล้วไม่โดนโอ้ตรงนี้ผมมองว่ามันไม่น่าเทิร์นเลยแบบยังไงก็ไม่น่าเทิร์นอ่ะ
And again, he's such a new prospect, at least on this team, and being able to find his function, find his way forward, lead this meta shifting away into those enchanters. That feels so damn good. And for Top Esports, to go back to the draft, man, this was literally, they flipped their hand for, if you're playing some poker or whatever, they literally showed IG what they wanted to do, and now they're just hitting them over the head with it, as this duo is just lighting up the game in Jackie Love and Fengyue. And now these fights are going to be harder and harder. You have another dragon coming up.
เล่นในอีแล้วด้วยชิ้น2นะแบบรีบอันนี้คือเร่งดาเมจหนักมากนะแต่ตียิงช้านะชิ้นได้ LDR LDR สุดปุ๊บเราบิดไฟคันนอนเพิ่มไอแท็กสปีดนิดนึงเซอร์ไพรส์ครับเปิดใส่เถียนมาอุ้ยแต่เถียนโอ้อันตีไม่โดนเลยครับเรนาร์ดแต่เมื่อกี้เถียนเหมือนรู้นะว่าฝั่งแบบรอแคมป์อยู่เขาเลยแทงขวาเขาคีบไปก่อนสวยจัดเมื่อกี้กลายเป็นได้ดอนเตียนนี่ด้วยงานดีจัดช็อตนี้ยัดเลยเรนาร์ดตายครับไม่มีปุ่มแฟดไม่มี
Maybe he'll take those 40 seconds to think about himself and get back onto the rift as Baron's going to be going down quick.
Now, typically with no mid lane on the map,
Baron's really hard
to go for, but the impact that we've seen from Renard this game, I don't think it's as big a deal as maybe we might have initially hoped. As IG
พอไปก่อนแต่บาลอนเลือดแทบไม่ลดเลยครับเปิดมาตรงนี้จุฬานแต่ไม่ได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะเอาออกได้โอเคสวยเทียนโดดเปิดมาก่อนยังไงผักออกครับโอเคไปครับเหมยโก้ยังไงแฟดวะ
Jackie is on the wrong side and in the battle Jackie Love versus Jackie Love I'll take the real thing 10 times out of 10 they are just smashing IG piece by little piece into smithereens And that's going to be more kills going down. Way of Renar, the only one left. Dragon number 3 in the eyes of Top Esports.
Say what you will about the laning
โอ้ยมาแล้วเว้ย
on
top เว้ย Top Esports on top เว้ย บอกแล้วเปิดสนามคืออ่อนให้ Top Esports อ่อนให้
Got slammed in the early stages
ต่อให้เรื่องดาร์ฟไม่พอต่อให้เรื่องเกมด้วยแจ็คกี้เลิฟต่อให้เยอะจัด
In this matchup where he's playing playing Ambessa versus the Nor, he picked this matchup, so I would have expected him to do a little bit better in the laning phase. But again, got handed a rough lane, comes out of it into these team fights, is crucial in the starting of these fights. Finds a really good public execution there to start the fight for Top Esports and pushes that gold lead ever further into their favour. Now actually ahead of Breathe, albeit by 98 gold, but finds himself with a decent advantage as really Top Esports had everywhere but the top lane going their way, and now for Invictus Gaming,
and the night and day. If we would have seen this when it was supposed to happen in the second round robin, not in the middle of the first round robin, I do wonder what the difference would be like. But this is night and day. Top Esports. This is a team that came out the gate and got smashed. Let's be real, by IG in their first series of the split, 2-0. Their only losses so far, and they face some of the best competition that LPL has to offer this split. And here they are, righting those wrongs, winning the 2v2 in bot lane, having TN actually have some control in the game itself. And it's been really awesome to see this kind of total difference from this team.
จูหลานเล่นงี้ไม่น่าต้องหาท็อปใหม่ดูทรงแล้วจูหลานบอกว่าแบบเคลมเลยตำแหน่งนี้ของผมพี่ผมขอเลย
to facilitate this growth in himself, but in the bot lane as well, right? We know what we're getting with Jackie. He goes very aggressive.
Dude, he is literally just sitting in the bush by himself with the team behind him. I love it. Oh, it's beyond. Okay, he's getting flashed on. He's gonna die. The wall up isn't up, and a big shutdown actually goes over to Breathe.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm IG right now, this is how I have to win the game, because Breathe has consistently been dumpstering Zuion in these side lanes. Breathe, even with the disadvantage there, comes out on top and manages to find the flash play to get the 1 versus 1 kill. And that kind of opens up the map now for IG. I'd really like to see them use this side lane. If I'm Breathe, I'm going Blade of the Ruin King next, right? Like, I do not care to team fight. Give me the side lane, give me the 1v1.
That's the power of it. The Ambessa will always have utility to get onto the back line. Nanar has to be a little bit more precise on his entrances in these fights, and that's really been the difference. Like, the lane, I mean, that's multiple solo kills for Breathe. Let's just be honest. It is going fully Breeze's way when it's just him and Zuion. When it comes to team fights, it's a little bit of a different story so far. As we do get back to our graces as we're getting into the side lanes here for both teams. No objective really to speak of for a little bit, dragging at about 2 minutes, which is a timer that IG need to keep an eye on, because this team with Cloud Dragon, yeah, that's terrifying, Rude Dude.
It's not a good one, and it's not what you want to see, really.
Everybody on their team uses it well.
Yeah, and then with Actualizer finished as well, Cream's just charging at you, Super Saiyan. Like, I think the way that
ไหล3 ชิ้นแจ็คกี้เลิฟกำลังจะ4
is they send the Rise to answer the Nara, and they've done that pretty nicely here. Because Cream can
ถ้า
always
ไม่มีจังหวะแปลกๆเกิดขึ้นผมว่าเกมนี้ไม่น่าแพ้แล้วว่ะมังกร3 ตัวและโซลมอีกโอ้โหทุกอย่างอะแปมสู้นานไม่ไหวหรอถ้ามันโดนทุกปุ่มแบบนั้นก็สู้ไม่ไหวครับมันต้องดอทปุ่มให้ได้อะมันต้องแบบหลบให้ได้หน่อยอะมันโดนทุกปุ่มเลยดิน้องอะ
Everyone else on the team pretty much. See how much value that's going to be getting here, but
ปีดชิ้นหน้าน่าจะเป็น
that's what I was. There's so many shields.
น่าจะออกวิดเอ็น เลยนัดเจาะเวทตอนนี้คืออันนี้ดาเมจไม่มีแล้วเล่นพลาดเยอะมากแล้วเวนัด
Yeah, it's going to be rough. It's a 5th item that you need to get, but you're not getting to 5 items this game, unfortunately, unless some absolute miracles.
ไลท์คือได้ไอชิ้น3มันมาแล้วดิกดแล้วใช้มานานเพิ่มแต่ว่าดาเมจแรงด้วยอ่ะแบบน่าจะแบบกด2 ปุ่มตายไปเลยเคทลินอ่ะ
Is there any saving graces? Is there anybody on IG that can really step up?
ไม่ต้องบอกว่าเขาเรียกว่าโดนรูทโดนคิวรูทคิวน่าจะตายไปเลยแต่ซีรีส์ถ้าซีรีส์นี้ 2-0 ก็ผมให้ครีมโคตรแบกเลย2 เกมแบกจัดเกมแจ็คกี้ก็ใช้ได้เกมแรกบอกว่าจืดไปหน่อยแรงครับทำเอกกันมา
and can quite easily
แรงคู่
this stage.
Right, he's got some healing. Jiaqi's back a little bit.
Check
My God,
ก่อน
that was one non-transcended Q.
4 คน 4 คนไอ้มา4 คน
Half his health. This is a predicament because they have no vision here. Cream and Tien and the rest of Top Esports can really use this banana brush to be a nuisance. As they get the wild growth combo again on the Mako. He's down. The gold lead is just that damn big, and the wall is too damn high for IG as they are losing everything here ahead of the dragon fight. Cream goes in for the multi-stun, gets one here. Tien ends up cleaning that one up. Bree trying to get Mega. Is it enough? Will he have the damage? He doesn't, and that's a full and total ace of IG and potentially the game.
2-0 ว่ะ Top
And it
Esports
just wasn't even
Clean.
close, unfortunately. Mako unable to do
Clean
anything in that fight. He's the one who gets caught by the public execution and just gets absolutely bopped by Top Esports. And the rest of the squad don't really have anything left to say either. Jiaqi without a particular front line. Reed doesn't have Mega until the very end of that fight. Ranar goes and does a little bit of damage onto Fengyue, but isn't really
ทันอยู่แล้วนะ 30 วิไม่มีนะ
contribute anything to these fights. And Top Esports,
หรือเรียกเซตสู้ใหม่
team fights here, so happy, so able to just take these. And you can
ไอ
see
จี
Jiaqi
แบบว่าพลาดเยอะ
opens
มาก
up.
มุมนี้โดนไอ
So
เบ
I
ซ่า
was
แฟ
like,
ง
yeah,
ส
you
วยด้วย
can't do
แล้วย
that,
ก
buddy. And double knock up on the wild growth once again. Credit to Fengyue here as he
เตะหนาก็มุมไม่ดี
damage and also finds a double knock up there. Jiaqi channels his ulti on the wrong side of that, which means that with a ghost popped, Cream knows I can still close
เก
this
มนี้เลยหนา
gap.
ค่อนข้างจัดว่ะ
Credit
ผมว่า
to Breeze for trying to step forward and block some of
จัด
the
หนักเลย
damage,
อะ
but
โอ้
unfortunately
ผลัก
the
สวย
rebound
จัด
is too easy for
ถูก
TES to
ทาง
get in, finish off that kill. And
Fat
for
tick
Wade
it.
there as well. A bit of a whiff on the flash. Tried to get
แต่
in and
ว่า
try and assassinate
มัน
Cream,
มั่ว
but
ไปหมดเลย
too much
ไอ
of
จี
the blue there. That's not happening either. That's that doomsday clock that you talked about there, Marcel.
บาลอนเรียบร้อยพังงานงามดังบาลอนดูเหล็ก
It's midnight at this point, and IG
แล้วก็เรียบร้อย
they
ครั
are
บ
struggling here in this series.
โซ
And
ลม
a
ด้วย
little bit of
โอ้ย
introspection on that last fight is very
โซลม
broken up
ยู
team
นาร่า
fight
เอ
there
เบซ่า
where multiple members, at
ทั้ง
least
ส
now
อง
we're seeing a
ทั้
little
ง
bit
สอง
more
แล้วไง
team
ต่อ
centered fight as
เนี่
Breeze
ย
initiates it completely. Mako's just gone. Jackie Love is ripping and roaring again as he flashes over trying to get away. He's looking for more. He doesn't get the penta here, but it might as well be so as another ace comes through. Jackie takes a drink of his little glass, and that's going to be all they get out of this one. Maybe a little bit of hydration off of a destruction of their game in game 1 and game 2 now. As they are pushing with this Baron buff for the end.
Game 2's just not even close. They've got the Baron, they've got a wave down on this bot side, and with 20-30 seconds left on some of these death timers, Mazel, I think that could be it. Top Esports successful in their redemption arc here. They only lost to IG so far, but they right there.
Couple weeks later, and TES look like a completely different beast. 10
MVP เกมนี้
wins
ถ้าถาม
in
MVP
a
เกมนี้ใครเอาให้เลยหนา
row. A domination
หนัก
of
มาก
this
เกมนี้เลยหนา
Ascend
แบบหนั
group.
กเลยอะ
Their only losses being to this IG team,
หนักแบบ
and
หนัก
that
เลย
will
ครับ
no longer last as a 2-0 comes through for Top Esports to kick off this day.
And again, for the flip side of this coin, then IG now on a 3-series losing streak. That was
Jiaqi
nice.
did not want to hug him though. I'm just saying he was a little distraught there.
Yeah, I mean that comes with the level of game that's just being played there.
Clean.
It was a pretty
ผ
rough
มถามน้องบอสก่อนว่าน้องบอสมา
pretty rough one to be involved in. I feel like as Jiaqi, you got given a very rough hand to play in this game, and it didn't work out well.
I don't have one, but I would like to step on it anyways, my soapbox, because welcome back, Jackie Love, man. Like, it is established at this point, there are no questions left. This man took his time off, and he is a damn Super Saiyan at this point. This guy lit up this series and fully changed those conversations of what happened to him in that first series against Jiaqi.
Absolutely. I think that coming into the year, or the split even, Top Esports, a lot of questions around this roster. Will Jackie Love be able to go back to the highs that we've seen from him in the past? First series out was up against IG, and we all went, Unk is washed. And then immediately after that, came back and did a very, very good job, and has started just absolutely destroying folk. And this was the final nail in the coffin, really, or the big win that needed to happen, because there was always going to be that question mark.
เล่น TFT รอเลย
Well, he couldn't do it versus Jiaqi. So where does that put him? Well, he just did it versus
โอ้
Jiaqi.
ขออนุญาตนะครับ ขออนุญาตเล่น TFT รอ
Yeah. Maybe some questions about that replacement not going to be there anymore. I know This had
ไอ
to
จี
mean a
เปลี่ยน
lot
มิด
for
เทอร์
Jackie,
มันเล่นดีมา
obviously.
หลายเกมอยู่นะ
Some
แบบ
ties
มันมี
with the team
มันมี
from
แค่
that
เกมเนี่ยที่มันแบบว่า
last
เละจนกูไม่กลับอะ
Really nice
ไม่รู้
to
มัน
see
เกิดอะไร
that
ขึ้น
Top Esports
มันเละจนแบบกูไม่กลับ
handle
จริง
this
อะดิ
series so well. Because game one, again, like if you didn't catch
แบบเละมาก
the first 30
ไม่รู้
minutes
เกิด
of
อะไร
that
ขึ้น
game, or if you did catch the first 30 minutes of that game and walked
ติด
away,
ต่อน้องบอสไม่ได้ว่ะ เดี๋ยวลอง
it's
โทร
such
หา
a
ด่วน
different
ยังไง
moment when Top Esports turned that around in like 4
ไม่ได้บ
or
อกอะไร
5
ด้วย
minutes
เมื่อ
to
วาน
win the
เมื่อวานน้องบอส
game.
ได้พูดอะไรไหมแชท
This
ตอน
series could be
ตอนมันตีมา
completely
CK อะ
different if we look
มันได้
back
บอก
at
อะไร
that
ไหม
one singular Renard pick and the things that it kind of wrought afterwards. And honestly, just huge props to Top Esports as a whole to keep this streak alive. It's not easy, especially when you're facing a ton of top teams like BLG, who they just beat, and things along those lines, to keep a streak like that alive, to not lose a single game, and yet here they are.
Yeah, and like you say, not losing a single game is really, for me, the big ticker here, that they've just got a 10-game win streak. Not even a 5-series win streak with a couple of shaky series in there. No, it's been handily dealt by them, and that's just another team
มันอ่อนนะมันไม่ตอบอะลองโทรหามัน
journey to the moon here, because they had some big ticket wins in there. 2-0 versus BLG, 2-0
Did you
versus
get your
AL.
ticket?
I didn't.
For the
I missed
rocket?
it. No.
Oh, damn. Yeah. I'm up here in space, so.
And you're loving life, I imagine, right? Like you're all
Yes.
aboard. You're having a great time.
All of the freeze-dried ice cream bars I could ask for.
The rehydrated is going to go crazy. But Top Esports have got some massive scalps already. This isn't a 5-1 from them just bullying WE for 6 series straight. It's based on foundations of very solid teams that they're beating.
And that's the craziest point here is I would love to see what happens in a longer series.
แค่ดูทรง
between
พี่
these
วันน่าจะ
two,
บิดนะครับแชทดูทรงแล้ว
but we're not gonna
น่า
get
จะ
that
บิด
for a while. This is the last time these two teams
ก็
are facing in the regular season.
น่าจะได้ดู
because of
LPL
this
ยาวแล้ว
weird
ดูทรง
schedule that Top Esports have. Like, we're still in the first round robin, but they've already played one of their second round robin opponents, and you got to wonder, what that means in terms of growth, or what that's going to mean if we do end up getting playoffs and seeing these guys face off again. It would be a cool end to the story if we do get that, but it's cool to see that quick turnaround from Top Esports, and now they don't have to really deal with this team again here in the regular season.
And I mean, look at the stats that we've got here. Jackie with 32% damage share. I mean,
it's KP
ภาคกี่โมงครับพี่
easy.
ภาคกี่โมงอะไรกูภาคอยู่เนี่ย
feels a little bit
Oh,
bad
yeah.
for Breathe here in this one, because you can see that there's definitely a disparity between those two top laners and their output in the game, but
ด่วนเลย
it doesn't. And Breathe on the
Don't
Nord
let,
does
don't let.
really well individually in the 1 versus 1. Multiple times we saw him find
Don't
those
we
couple of
ต้องเปลี่ยนออก
solo
ก่อนนะ
kills, be it inside lane, be it top or bot lane, and
Oh, yeah.
32% of his team's
ผม
damage
คิดว่าพี่จะตอบไป
through this game in
ผมกำลัง
particular,
เก็บ
which
วัน
you know as a top
โนวัน
laner is a great stat for
Fan
you.
Nova.
It
Yeah,
calls
yeah.
into question
9,000 XP
the damage that the rest of your team is doing.
มึงแรงหนึ่งเหรอวะ
These fights are a
เก็บ
little
วง
bit
เก็บวัน
breaking
เก็บวัน
for LG
มัน
for
อะไรวะ
sure.
เก็บพาร์ท
A little bit of
เก็บพาร์ท
overextensions,
ไอ้ที่
really
มันเป็น
good
แต้มฟรีอะ
capitalizations
แต้มฟรี
from
ที่อะไรวะ
TES, and it's for
ก้าว
แต้มประจำวัน
since we probably won't
เอ
get
อ
to
เออ
see
นั่นแหละ
the
สักอย่าง
MVP or the
แป๊บนึงแป๊บนึง
player of the series. Would love to hear your votes
โอ้ย
at least.
ใครจะไปเก่งเท่า
Yeah, I mean this game fortunately enough, if TN gets it, it's valid, but I
แชทได้
think
ยิงทุกอย่าง
Jackie
นะครับ
Love maybe just a little bit
หาแซว
more.
ได้ตัวนี้
And I always hesitate to give it to marksmen who've got Lulu backing them up, because I think Fungyue had a really good performance as well.
ไม่รู้ว่าไอ้บอสมาทันไหมนะ
Jackie
แชท
had
แต่
some
เดี๋ยว
good clips.
ถ้ามันมาก็เดี๋ยวผมลงให้
Backstepping there in that fight
ไม่
that
ชัวร์
we
เหมือน
just
กันว่ามัน
saw.
มาหรือเปล่า
Flashing
ออน
forward
เฟสแต่ว่า
aggressively
โทร
did
ไป
really
แล้ว
well,
ไม่รับ
but I do think that Fungyue
เมื่อวาน
again
เมื่อวานพูดกับผมอยู่มั้งว่าพรุ่งนี้ไม่อยากมาแต่ว่ามันอยากมาทีวันมั้งมันบอกว่าเดี๋ยวผมมาทีวันเอาพี่
I think I could argue
ก็เลยแบบว่าก็เลยโทรตามหน่อยได้ไหมล่ะ
of
เดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากัน
those three. TN really solid early game, actually put a good stamp back into the early advantage that Wei found for himself. But I think it was probably just gonna be Jackie Love, and I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. Cream maybe a little thought
ผมรู้
process
สึกวัน
in
นี้
there
ไม่
for
เหมาะ
that first game, but
การเล่น
yeah, I
เก
think
มนี้สุดๆเลย
holistically Jackie
เหมือน
Love
เมื่อวานเป๊ะเลย
definitely deserves it. I
แค่
don't
ทุก
think
ตาที่กด
TN deserved. He
แปลก
had some good comebacks, but that game number 1 was a little bit rough for a majority of it. Did clutch it out in the end, but there's no world we give it to Zuion, right? Like there's no.
Oh no. We don't need to talk about top play in this series. Fortunately,
these public executions plus wild growths though, like 2-man show. Can we do a double MVP?
it's very clear what Zuian's role in this series was, and it was to play for team fights.
Yeah.
And that's all we need to say about that, because otherwise we get into scary flame territory.
Oh.
But again, he's walking forward with 3,000 health because he has a Lulu. So, you know, how scared do you really need to be on an AD carry when you've got 3k HP at
when I saw him waiting in the bush, oh, okay, yeah, he's feeling it. When I saw Jacqueline waiting in the bush by himself, surrounded by IG, I knew there was some Chad gaming going on for
something good was about to happen.
Yeah, something good. Absolutely. Speaking of something good, though, the 2-0 for Top Esports, the continuation of a dominating streak. And honestly, I'm a little bit sad we didn't get 3 games for this one. I was expecting a 6-game day just to be able to see these teams go at it. And you thought Invictus were so close, man, especially in game number 1. When you lose all that momentum, it's a tough place to be. Any thoughts on this series or the next series coming up here, Rude?
I mean, if you thought that this series was going to deliver and you've been let down, I think that AL versus BLG, which is coming up after this, is also set for quite high likelihood of banger, is what I like to call it. So we'll see. I think that series is also going to be really entertaining. Yeah, we've been given a 2-0 here, and Top Esports look like an incredible team still. Maybe IG's expectations starting to reset themselves, but for AL versus BLG, which is on the other side of this segment here, I'm looking forward to coming back and just watching that one as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And before Ilya kills me for saying 6-game series, we're going to send it off to Alkin Slayer, who'll be picking up where we leave off for that next series. BLG versus AL. Don't you go anywhere.
กี่นาทีวะเนี่ยพัก10 นาทีละยำบอล
อะไรพี่
เอาวัดเลย
เลยเหรอ
วัดเลยไม่ทันละเล่นทีไม่ทันแล้วน้อง
มันคือพีอะไรวะผมแพ้แกสุดกันเลยผมรักเยอะเลยไม่น่าเชื่อ
พี่วันสายมองเอลเหรอพี่อยากดูทั้งคู่นั่นแหละประเด็นคือไอคนที่ปกติเปิด LCK ไม่อยู่ดิชัดแล้วผมไม่ได้เซตซีดมาผมไม่ได้กะจะดู LCK ไปแล้วมันไม่ใช่แบบว่ามันไม่ใช่ทางผมเท่าไหร่เลยสักครู่นะครับแป๊บหนึ่ง
เข้าเกมไหมครับพี่
เข้ามาละรอหนึ่งต้องเซตซีนดีๆ
ไปโอเค
พี่ชายเอาเซตซีนให้มันแบบว่ารอดหน่อย
เก็บครบแล้วเล่นทีแต่เวลาไม่พอชิว
หวังว่ามันจะไม่กระตุกนะหวังว่านะ
รู้แล้วก็ลุงทีมแม่งไม่เล่นไม่สนุกด้วยจริงเหรอพี่เจ
ทำไมนะ
ก็ลุงทีมมันไม่สนุกด้วยจริงเวลามันโดนเข้าหลังมันทำอะไรมัน
ใช่ปกติ
มันก็ลุงทีมแม่งไม่สนุกด้วยแบบ100%แล้วเมื่อไหร่คูเบเขาไม่กดหรอก
โอเคฟีดปกติ YouTube ปกติไหมทูปกติโอเคได้อยู่เอาขึ้นจอบ่ได้ดิเอาไม่อนุญาตนะค้างว่ามอน
มันขึ้นว่าเกมฟาวแล้วมันไม่เข้าห้อง
โดนละโดนเล่นโคตรจัด
โอ้ยค้าง
โอ้โหไม่ได้ไป3ทีมท็อปอีสปอร์ตไปก็เหมือนมี2ทีมเหมือนเดิมโอ้โหก็ถูกก็ไม่เถียงเรื่องนี้ก็ไม่เถียงก็ถูกที่พูดก็มีเหตุผล
กดมีทับพวกมันเอาระบบนั้นออกไปแล้วไม่เห็นได้เล่นซามัวแน่นอน
น่าจะไอ้นี่มั้งเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะน่าจะมีผลแค่ในแรงมั้งไอ้โลกโหวตเสียงส่วนมาก
ล็อกกันละ ไม่แต่เมื่อกี้มันก็เสียงอาจจะเป็นไปได้
ไม่มันยังสุ่มอยู่แต่ถ้าเสียงส่วนมากมีแค่ในแรง
กี่คู่อะพี่วันนี้เหลือคู่แต่ว่า
Back in a flash here on LPL English, your unofficial English coverage of the LPL. Now currently in the midst of its Split 2 in the 2026 year. I am very excited to be your play-by-play today. Leo Slayer Silverman taking over the second shift with a color caster that I haven't seen next to me in too long. That would be Dimitri Alk Battery Toledo. Standing on next to me. We have AL versus Billy Gaming, which we've done I think we've done this series before, probably at some point. We've seen this series so many times. Not necessarily as hyped as we're normally used to it, where these two teams are currently standing in the split.
Hold up. Don't let's not get it too ahead of ourselves. Maybe we're in for a surprise. You know, IG made me believe for a game. Weibo made me disappointed in 3 last night, so really anything is possible. And look, BLG are just coming off of a small win, but a very contested win. So hopefully there's a little bit more wind in AL sails.
Yeah, well, they've got to really find it, right? Because it's a pretty chaotic time to be in Group Ascend, you know, with how we've seen NIP playing so far, Top Esports' classic Jackie Love reinsertion resurgence. You know, there's a lot of chaos going on. So we'll see if anyone's legend can maybe try and capture this moment and get back into the form that we knew them for so well. It's the most, I would say, consistent performer across the LPL, especially if you factor in internationals in 2025. Let's introduce that roster very quickly as well. Anyone's a legend, if we could bring up their current set of 5. Or no, are we starting with BLG? Am I getting my...
Yes, Slayer. Yes, it's okay. You got really excited. It's okay. I want to talk about AL, but we can throw them down the road right now. Let's look at Billy. Big favorites, obviously, doing very well in the season. And I know you have done a lot of Viper propaganda, but he has not had the biggest part of the split. We'll talk about him later on in the show. But BLG, again, they are kind of the ununanimous second-place team, maybe?
Broad of a conversation, but you know, stay tuned. Yeah, so BLG definitely the second slotted team. I find them. It's awesome to see their kind of style really mesh with the meta. I feel like in the sense of how we've talked about the bot lane 2v2 being such a priority, but how we've seen top lane really become such a strong role. Bin obviously rounds into form during first stand is like the best top laner that we have maybe in the world. But I think in the region, and like you mentioned, as of late, they've kind of shown that they are still mortal, even if they did go, 69 days without dropping a series when we talk about, in the LPL and factoring in first stand as well.
Yeah, it was, honestly, I don't want to say it was, surprising, but for me it was like, okay, when are they going to lose? At what point are they going to do it? And they had plenty of pitfalls going in, and the clips that we're showing here are just some of the moments where I think BLG, if they were playing against much stronger competition, they would definitely be taking many more losses than we saw from them to start off the split. But, I mean, this is against WE. This is a winless team. We're doing, really weird turret dives. We're giving them 1,000 gold lead at 4.5 minutes. You give that to most any other teams, you're not coming back a lot of the times. And some of the same problems that we've seen from BLG, not just for years, but especially with the core that we've seen with 4 of the 5 players here, they're just going for incredibly aggressive plays. A lot of it is Shun, I think, kind of sacrificing because he knows that there's a ton of catch-up experience in the camps right now. Yeah. And it has led to some really problematic games, like this game for IG. They come back. This draft is pretty terrible if you're asking me. But there are a lot of holes, I think, in BLG's game that they get away with because they have some of the best laners in the world.
And that's just, a very recurring theme, right? That's what we consistently observe as the reason this team could be capped at a certain ceiling. And, I think it has punished them, as you mentioned, in metas where it is a lot more rigid and you can't really be rewarded with your lane dominant play. Luckily, Billy Gaming are playing still mostly in a meta that rewards that style of play. But our opponent on the other side really flourished, I felt like, in a much different style when it came to their 2020 success and their map control and macro decision-making. Ha-ha! I'm not the only one trolling anymore. That wasn't AL. Here's AL. Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, Kyle. The same starting 5 here. But, back to the point, Hulk, a team that I feel like we really prided themselves on their map decision-making, their post-laning phase decision-making in particular. That was the highs of their 2025 run, especially that MSI that we saw from them.
In a post-lane swap world, AL are just worse, I think, right? Like Flandra doesn't get away with some of the weirder picks. Like I remember starting off LPL English a year and a half ago, and we're looking at tank top lane Jace. We're like, oh, god damn it, is we really going to see more of this? But his Scion was revolutionary. I think that also his Rek'Sai definitely came into the forefront, and their map, the way that they played the map was super, super tight. And that's what ended up netting them so many wins in the regular season, so many deep best-of-5 runs when we're talking about playoffs. But now that we're in a season where laning is so like in your face, you need to be good at lane. You need to also still be able to set up the map. I don't think we're seeing the same Anyone's Legend, and they're definitely paying the price right now.
Yeah, they really are. And, you know, one part that everyone likes to talk about with the lane in your face style, as you put it, all is really been like bottom lane as a focus of it, the 2v2s of bottom lane. But one thing that I felt like really tied these two teams together was their, you know, shying away from that sort of set. They still draft those 2v2s, but a lot of the times, even BLG, to have the success Shun wants to have, you know, playing for Knight and Bin like he always does, like every BLG jungler has to, you weak side your AD carry. And they trust Viper alone on the weak side. And we see Kyle constantly leave his lane as well as he always has for AL to link up with Tarzan. So now you have both these ADs who, if you look at the stats, it reflects how these two teams are the few teams that really don't play super hard for the 2v2, like most of the LPL and really most of the world right now, Alk.
I think that game 2 versus IG that we got to see a couple of nights ago was the best part about that. We're like, oh, Ana's playing Anivia. Oh god, Ana's getting caught out a lot because he's roaming around the map. He's getting these flank wards. He's trying to help either cover for some plays that are happening in the jungle or potentially trying to make plays in mid. So kind of similarly, like you're mentioning, the supports and really the state of bot lane in professional play is leave your AD carries to be able to wave clear. If they skirmish against each other, maybe that's something you can kind of revisit with some of the supports returning to the lane. But if you only looked at stats, you'd be like, man, where's my Viper, man? And where's Hope? But Hope has been a little hit or miss so far this season.
Yeah, no, I think we talked a lot about Hope is like, he's been such a player that for a point of scrutiny with AL when we talk about can they, you know, be LPL champions consistently? Can they like really perform in their nationals? Everyone looked towards Hope because a lot of people felt like his ceiling wasn't high enough to compete in those big games, but it's been even a step below that by this point. And like you mentioned, I definitely, you know, glaze Viper enough, so this cope makes a lot of sense coming from me. You guys, you can't weak side Viper and expect him to bail you out scaling into a late game when he just doesn't get enough of the gold share. We saw games where he does have those big moments. I remember, you know, the flash forward Ashe team fight we saw for BLG in that Weibo win. Yeah, that was like a good bailout, but even then he's playing Ashe, he gets weak sided, so it's like BLG, it's working for now, but I will always campaign that playing towards Viper usually leads to much success. We'll see if BLG start incorporating that soon. We'll see if they maybe incorporate it in this very series. But as much as we talked about supports, AD carries, even spotlight the junglers a little bit, a matchup like this with BLG on the card, our head-to-head had to focus on the golden left hand himself, especially because Knight has just been playing at you know, I don't want to say another level, but the Knight level of play that no one really ever touches in the LPL.
He is playing. It's so funny that we looked at him at first stand and we're like, actually, Knight's not even maybe the best player on his team at this point right now, which is definitely something that we're not used to saying when we've seen him play internationally and domestically. But Knight, I think, has shown so much flexibility so far in this season and also consistently be one of the best laners here in this league, because I'm looking at what he has done not just on the stats in front of you right now, but he has played a unique champion in every single one of his games, only doubling up on the Mel in 2 games. So I think that the fact that we're seeing a Knight that is also trying to expand his champion pool really show the depth of his character and his play is really important when we're talking about a BLG that's going to be looking towards the international and towards the horizon.
Yeah, and, you know, it's ever evolving, right? We're, like, fully rooted in Fearless, so it's never a bad idea to really start to expand that champion pool. As in our matchup, our 2 captains, of course, being the mid laners also makes that head-to-head, you know, just a little extra spice to that one as we get to see both. Shanxi just led AL out onto the stage, and then Knight now bringing Billy Gaming out.
ไม่ใช่
I'm
BLG
gonna continue saying this because I'm a big fan of
พวก
it.
นี้เชียร์ BLG ชัดผมเชียร์ BLG
I love
Let's
the
go
walkouts in the middle of the regular season where we're high-fiving fans. We're getting the fans involved. I know me personally, if I high-five Viper, I would not wash my hand. I might like
เราต้องการสาวจีน
try and like
โอ้โห
put some like
มันภาพไม่ชัด
cauterizing
อะดี
coat
ประเด็
or
นอะ
something over my hand so that I could never wash it, and I just hold it like this.
ภาพมันไม่ชัดภาพมันไม่ชัดเดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากันนะผมไม่อยากดูฟีดจีนเหมือนกันฟีดจีนมันสบายตาดีในเกมอาจจะไม่ค่อยสบายเท่าไหร่แต่นอกเกมสบายตาแน่นอน
What? Oh, okay, fine.
I was trying to stay like that, but no, it was too funny. It was too funny. I was like trying to put a front on, you know.
All right, so let's move our coverage because I think we've spent a lot of time really glazing BLG in this pre-show. Let's look at the opposite side because AO have had their struggles, and we talk about their map play. I think when we look at how this team has found success so far this season, yes, it is Tarzan really kind of leveraging his own personal advantages and trying to kind of mastermind a game, but I think his second hand in the team right now is Shanks. If there's another tool that he's going to reach for, it is going to be Shanks. I think Shanks, while not having the same like wow factor or really being a big game player and clutch maker, I think that the way that he has approached playing side lanes and really just trying to operate where he can get a lot of gold has done this team a lot of good things.
Yeah, I agree. I really resonate with what you just said with the side laning play. I thought his Rise game against Weibo was really the pinnacle of, like showing off like peak kind of Rise gameplay. He goes deathless in that one. Was really impressed by that one. I find it interesting though, you talked about for like Knight, how he's been playing so many unique champions, right? For Shanks right now, he's only played 8 games. He's only played 4 champions. So it's kind of fun to talk about the fact that Shanks has stayed pretty restrictive with his pool. Mostly Rise, Azir, Orianna, and the lone couple Mel games. We'll see if Shanks, we know he can break out stuff like the Akali. See if he'll try to get, open up that champ pool as well as we dive into this Game 1 draft, Dimitri. And we've got ourselves AL with first selection on that red side. And I am seeing a lot of solo lane focus with the band so far. So bottom lane combos are going to get even more fun. But Bard does come off the board as the last AL ban.
All right. Is Ashe or Jarvan going to make it through? Those are the two kind of like big prio champions that we've been seeing on the patch so far. Xin Zhao priority has definitely taken a little bit of a hit. Also Pantheon. So yeah, if you're looking at home, Pantheon, Ashe, Jarvan, which one of these three is going to make it through? I guess 2 out of the 3. We'll see which one is banned. I think if you're BLG, probably don't want to be giving over Ashe. But if you're first pick, are you willing to have Ashe separated from her pair? We've seen a lot of Seraphines end up on the opposite. I totally even forgot about
มันเป็นที่เป็นที่ฟีดจีนเฉยเลยแบบช่องหลักมันยังไอ้นี่เลยขนาดช่องฝั่งนี้เนี่ยฝั่งอังกฤษยังพับแตกเลยของดีของดีของดี
that Ezreal Karma got separated into Ezreal on one side and Sivir Karma on the other. J4 gets locked in and there we go. We're already splitting up the happy couples. It's going to be Vipers Ezreal. So poetic, my great Viper, that I'm on the cast and you lock in Ezreal Game 1, man.
No Ashe? No Seraphine? Like, there's Karma. You can go Jarvan Ashe. You can go... Okay. All right. Let's see what happens. We're getting a Caitlyn Karma to try to slam this lane. I like it. I think it disincentivizes going for things like Ezreal and Nico. I know me and Cubby were talking a little bit before about like some Ezreal Nami combos that might show up, but this is a good way for us to kind of maybe get away from the things that we came into this draft with.
เลี้ยวนะกด J4 มาเพื่อเลี้ยวอันนี้คือเขาแย่งเลี้ยวไม่อยากโดนคามาเลี้ยวก็เลยโดนขึ้นลินแทน
I'm really glad that it's Hope and Kael going for the Caitlyn Karma, especially.
เขาได้เอาบิ๊กเวย์ใช่บิ๊กเวย์
Again, looking for Hope to show he's got more than enough to be a part of a team with this caliber of players like Tarzan, like Kael. So to try and slam this lane, definitely going to want to do that. They're also, this is even more pressure on Hope in general with the fact we're getting Tarzan on this Skarner. He sometimes likes to go a bit more carry-oriented. This is pure playmaking with the Skarner. And we finish off the first phase with a blind. One of the best top laners you can blind if you're looking for that angle.
I think also Bin knows there is nothing that you're scared of.
โอ้ยไม่เปิดซับด้วย BLG กดนาแล้วก็ AL เอาฮีโร่ประจำชาติฝั่งจีนสการเนอร์โอ้โหสาวสวยๆทั้งนั้นเมื่อกี้
Worst in top lane, minus 518 on average. Really big, kind of contributes to the negative goal difference that we see AL have across their games. And if you're willing to kind of take this in, if you're willing to just blind an R, I think that shows a lot of practice from BLG. So far though, I'm seeing some strong lanes, some individual champions, but I'm not seeing a theme that ties these champions together for BLG so far. Caitlyn, Karma work together. Yes, Skarner can be a front line. You can kind of kidnap some of that back line. But Gnar, strong lane, probably means that Bin's going to be on side lane a lot more and then join team fights later. Ezreal probably allowing On to kind of move around the map. Bard's already banned, so kind of wondering what the focus for BLG and what exactly we're going to get in this
โหแล้วแบนเวนแบนอาเซีย
especially knowing, like we talked about a bit earlier,
how
much Knight is really trying to expand his champion pool, right? So you don't know what he's going to go for. He does eat the LeBlanc ban. I'm curious to see if Knight tries to pick something that also would work pretty well in the side lane, but we've lost Azir, we've lost Ryze. I like if you're going to play for side laning with a Gnar, you can stick your Ezreal mid. That's a pretty safe pick here. So I kind of am a bit of a fan of the Aurora on one side lane, the Gnar on the other.
ไหนดูชอบเล่นพวกตัวเบิร์ดเนี่ยหมายถึงแบบ
and we just keep
เล่นเบิร์ดอะไร
We
เงี้ย
got some new happy couples coming to the bottom lane of the
เป็น
LPL
เซราฟีน
here.
มาก่อน
Ezreal Seraphine now for Billy Gaming.
Is this going to be a Nivea top? Please, Flandra, if we're going to cook, let's just take something that's going to be a little bit more explosive. Also means that
แจ็คแหละ
the pull going into the second game, I think Ash is just now going to not be banned for the rest of the series.
เจ็ดได้อยู่
An early prediction.
เจ็ด
Now
ไม่
that
แย่
Seraphine's already been taken, I need to see some kind of bruiser mid, but like I think Aurora thematically fits with what BLG wants to do. Ezreal's going to be poking away. Seraphine's going to try to enchant the Jarvan going forward, and then Aurora to help burst out someone like this Caitlyn, like this Jace. I just like what AL are showing. I think if we take nameplates off, AL's composition is much more well-rounded. I think it is much more in theme with what these champions want to do. We are sieging 4 days. If we get into a standoff at an objective, it is going to be Caitlyn, Karma, and Jace in Fog of War throwing spells at you
เอาเจ็ดมาเราแย่งออโรราด้วย
But this one had an interesting wrinkle, and it will be locked in. This is Shakes' first Aurora game of the split. He is expanding that 4-champion pool through 8 games a little bit wider here. So now you have that flankability. I do think this for Shanks makes AL's comp a little more murky than the game plan you laid out here. But we're still looking to see what BLG wants to answer with. I don't believe we haven't had a Knight TF game this split yet.
We have not. That's
we are now
another
getting
unique. That's another unique
Double
champion
unique
here
for the
Knight.
split.
Alrighty, and this kind of I think helps bring some of those themes that we were talking about earlier for BLG. Now, range is going to be good, right? Twisted Fate if you can get RFC, but that's more of like a second, third-ish item, so it's going to be a little bit before we see that. This, I think, feels like it's playing more into the BLG that we knew coming into this split. Play for Bin's advantage. We have a really unstable topside matchup with Gnar versus Jace. Anytime you make a visit, if we're going to be diving on 4th wave with Jarvan, suddenly Twisted Fate Gold card makes this so much easier. Caitlyn, Karma as well, while Seraphine's going to try to keep Ezreal in line. Twisted Fate can also come over there and help him out.
BLG ดูดาเมจน้อยๆแต่มันก็คือ BLG แต่รอดูแล้วกันแต่ว่าดับไป LD นะเกมนี้
You talked about Flandra's goal difference at 15, how negative that is. We showed in the earlier graphic that Hope at goal difference at 15, negative 390 as well. So both of those 2 lanes are on Jace, are on Caitlyn. 2 picks that really need to be ahead of that very curve all once we get to 50 minutes of that. This is game 1. So very cool to see that AL are going to be tested in ways that they have seemed pretty weak so far in Split 2. And of course, as you mentioned, BLG may not fully get their composition, but it's always fun to see with the form that Knight is at, him picking up another unique champion to bring on to Summoner's Rift, which we will be heading to shortly to kick off Game 1. Billy Gaming, anyone's legend, bring me in this home crowd Jayo. Love me some loud Jayos, Alk. We got them from both sides. I couldn't pick a winner, to be honest with you. I think everyone's a winner on that
I think the BLG fans are feeling quite good about this game.
All right.
Look,
all right.
4-1 versus 2-2 record. You know, results-based analysis says that they're going to be looking good. And I saw this earlier coming into this week.
ใช่ดับ AL สวยกว่าจริงแต่ว่าเรื่องเพลเยอร์เนี่ยที่มันติดอะปัญหาเรื่องเพลเยอร์น่าจะได้แหละคือเกมที่500ครับบินออน
Just beautiful. I'm glad that we're going to be able to continue to see this. I'm sad that Elk obviously had to take his departure going into the year, but Bin and On, man, they have been not 2v2, but a 2-on-2 group that has been super exciting to watch.
It's always fun when you get the rare
มันคีบสู้ไม่ได้นะ
support
เรียว
and top laner stat.
Yeah.
You don't get those very often.
I know that Jackie Love and Tian are definitely getting their games up right now, so.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yep. But
definitely not as many though with the 2-0s they're getting. Yeah, but let's get into these lane states for a second here, all because I already see this.
ดูว่า BLG จะไปนี่ไหมจะยืน1คู่ไอ้นี่ได้ไหม
An early reset coming out here for Shun after a 3.
ต้องชนะนะเกมนี้
Yep, this makes sense. I think a lot of junglers, especially the AD bruisers, have been doing your first camp, recall, take a long sword, and then this makes it so that if we are going to see skirmishing, especially for BLG, when you're not going to have as much lane
J4 กลับไปรีเซ็ตเอาดาบด้วยนะ
this means that Skarner walking in might not be expecting the long sword, or you'll just have additional combat prowess there. Interesting to know. I mean, looking at these lanes, this is good already for AL. You're already starting off the massive lead like you were talking about. And my focus for Billy is going to be seeing how we navigate having a non-traditional front line. There's not like a burst mage here for Knight to be able to play, not like an Akali for him to get into the back line. AL's composition is much more straightforward in what it wants to do, and I think a lot simpler to execute on.
Yeah, I really want to nail that home, how much of a nuanced role Knight is going to have to play in this game compared to most. He is definitely in one of his most setup-esque arcs of the split so far with this Twisted Fate. And like we talked about with how these supports like to get out of lane, we'll see if that does drive a lot of attention towards Bin up in this matchup. But still playing for levels are these bottom laners. No real early resets to come across here.
Oh, and I'm distracted again. I talked about this last night, but seeing the keyhole sweater on Yone,
ตึงจัด
I don't know. It does something to me, but it looks like Skarner's just going to do a full clear. They had early vision, so I think AL
ส
should
กัด
know
เนอ
that
ร์
Jarvan is
อย่าบอกนะว่าสกัดเนอร์ตัวนี้จะไม่ซื้อสิ่งที่เรียกว่าฮาร์ดสตีลใช่ไหมครับขอร้อง
So, other than that, I just need to see how far can we push this advantage as AL early.
ผมรู้สึกว่าดาร์ฟโดยรวมดาเมจมันน้อยดิเพราะมันเป็นเอ็ดเรียวกับไอ้เนี่ยเอ็ดเรียวกับไอ้ สวิตเตอร์เฟสกลางอะแม่งดาเมจน้อยมากเลย มันก็ไม่เชิงน้อยเนี่ยต้องบอกว่ามันโป๊กอะแล้วแบบมันจบดาเมจค่อนข้างยาก
In these early phases, so we got
แต่ฝั่งก็มีแต่ตัวบางๆแหละก็ได้อยู่มันมีแค่สกาเนอร์ตัวเดียวที่ดูตายยากเบลมาแล้วอย่าบอกนะว่าอนาคตเบลวันนั้นมันจะกำลังจะกลายเป็น
Oh my God, Viper!
Oh, you used barrier for that.
You used barrier to make sure his timer didn't get canceled. That is true dedication there, all.
I'm going back. You're not stopping me. And you know, the back isn't that amazing. It's a long sword. It's a glowing mode. It's a tier, but also double tier bot lane for Viper and on. See how exactly that's going to affect everything.
เจ็บคู่นะตรงนี้
He's about to get his boomerang back.
ฟังเดบิน
Laundry just need to be a little bit careful. Look at the pings. They know Tarzan can be in this area right now, and yeah, once the Scryer Bloom goes off, they know Skarner's in the area.
You know, Shun was sprinting up there to try and cover his top laner, and now maybe he might try and work his way up there still.
แกงบนอ่ะชุน
Cleared out here though. Flandre gonna look for a
ไม่นะ
reset, so
กลับละ
Shun not really gonna find himself a gank angle nonetheless. Just realized this is one of those rare games where we see a Nargo D-shield into a lane here, so extra resistance for Vin, maybe a little bit less damage in that trade as we saw both our top laners get decently low. Both will TP their way back up towards their top side.
And he's showing full respect. First recall, teleports back in. He's got a cloth armor. He's got ruby crystal and boots. I remember the last NAR game we got to see from Ben, at least the one where he was playing against top esports.
เกมยาวชัวร์เลยทรงนี้
NAR into a vein. He got destroyed in that
โอ้
matchup.
แล้วดูดิคลิปห่างกัน10 กว่าตัวตรงกลางอะแต่เงินทะลุติดเฟสดำโคตรฮีโร่สวัสดีคุณนัวสวัสดีครับ
He has to play against Swayon and then Breathe, who I think has been the second best top laner in the league. But we don't have to talk about other teams right now. No early action, but AL get to open up this game with 700 gold. This is, I think, going to plan right now for AL. And I kind of want to see what objective we're going to prioritize. Dragon's always going to be a good option, but Grubs, I think, in this season are super, super impactful, especially when you can use them to trade an objective later for a lot of plate gold.
Here we go, starting to see the supports and junglers move together as the Knight is
ก็ว่า Knight เปิดอันติจะไปแก๊งหรือเปล่าไม่ใช่ครับเปิดวาร์ปเข้ากลาง
maybe but definitely an interesting usage of the back half of that critical ultimate.
So, Slayer, I'm going to test your knowledge here. Also, it's kind of unfair because I have a website right next to me. When do you think the last time Knight played Twisted Fate was?
Okay. You got to factor in the reason you're asking me. That's the reason he's asking me is playing Twisted Fate right now. I'm going to take a shot in the dark here and go with maybe summer of 2023.
Ooh.
โหบิน
You're close. Bin? Bin? Are we doing this?
Bin goes Mega.
Bin.
Okay.
กิกะบิน
Throws a Fridge of Flandra, and I think he's going to get soloed out. Flandra going to flash get closer with a slow. Means he can't get the auto down. Non-enhanced shock blast won't land.
Oh, wait. Look! Viper ult!
Oh my god, True Shot Barrage.
โหเซอร์ไพรส์แต่ไม่โดนนะ
Observers, they trolled us a little bit. I respect it though. Tarzan's going for the dive on the bin. He's going to flash and throw a boulder right at his noggin and walk out of turret range. Tarzan grabbing first blood here for AL's their gold lead. Eclipses over 1,000.
Tarzan,
ชุน
he gets
ไม่น่า
that
ได้
blood.
แฟน
We
เหรอ
are flashing
แฟนแทง
position. Okay,
มัน
I
จะตาย
like
จริงเหรอวะ
this.
ทาซานอ่ะ
See how much DPS he's got. I mean, canceled back
Oh,
down here
ได้
from
เหรอ
Flandra. Impale here with a Cataclysm cancels it. Great timing from Shun. He's going to double up onto Flandra. Just like that, Shun turns first blood
ตา
right
สวย
back
จั
on
ดบัฟเฟอร์เมื่อ
AL.
กี้
Those are the Shun mechanics I have been
Oh.
missing in this league so far. He's gotten a lot of flack. He has not been the jungle purist that some
ขอ
other
โทษที่
leagues love
ขอ
to
โทษ
look
ที่ถามครับ
at.
ว่าได้จริง
But
หรือเปล่า
damn, dude, does he
พี่
make
เขา
it
โชว์ให้
look
ดูเลย
fun.
ว่าได้จริงอะดิ
That was a great ultimate to dodge out on the Impale, suppress. We're going to get a replay of that.
ได้หนักเลยด้วย
What happened here? Okay, Meganar, he goes on to Mini. This is a really risky
แต่วิน
trade.
แต่บินเล่นเป๊ะ
Really
นะประเด็น
playing on the edge with the Meganar evolution, giving him just a flat HP. And I think a good response here from Tarzan. You know that Twisted Fate doesn't have ultimate. He can't show up on this lane. Getting this, also getting the plate, I think is the most important part.
เรารักเพื่อนไงประเด็น
BLG getting 2 kills on this. I think the fact that they were able to grab, push at
แต่
least
อี
a
นานมาก
really
ชุน
big wave does help soften the blow of losing this
โอ้
2.
โหแล้วฝั่งเดรักเพื่อน
That was Smexy from Shun there. I will say, you know, Impale
Oh
is
my
pretty
God.
telegraphed, but hey, you got the thumbs up from the coach.
Davey's like,
It's so casual.
all right, sure, bro, I guess.
ผลักเข้า
Oh my god. Okay,
รอบ
you
นี้
know,
แรงแล้ว
starting to
บิน
find some nicer trades now that
แต่จริง
he's
ๆมี
got
แล้ว
his
แค่รอง
blade
เท้า
steel
นะ
caps that Nar
เนี่ย
always
ทำดิ
wants to complete. So Shun, 300 gold up by
จะ
this point. He's
ได้
looking
นะ
to
ชุน
keep up that pressure.
เรียบร้อย
Flandra
ฟลังเด
looking to be dove here as Bin does go into the mini form. Wave is getting
อุ้ย
thinned
คาม่า
down.
มาทันนะเนี่ย
Only onto the flag drag. Knockup
โอ้
comes.
มาทัน
Kyle
แปลว่า
Flash to try
ตาย
and
ไป
get
เล
the
ย
heal.
ยี่
But
แฟ
he
ดฮิว
wasn't
ไว้ด้วย
close
นะแต่ว่า
enough,
แบบ
and he
มัน
just
ไม่
has
ทั
to
นเลย
watch his
ตายไป
top
ก่อน
laner fall once more.
And that is going to be a kill and definitely some summoner spells that Kyle is going to want back. The flash, the heal does nothing. Bin is going to get another wave to shove underneath the turret. And look at the items now. Protoplasm harness done for Tarzan. I might hold this. On flash.
On flash.
ออนตาย
Double tap snare on the
จริง
back end, but
เดี๋ยว
Chase
มา
with
เจออย่าง
the
ก็ตาย
around
ดีก
the
ว่า
world still
อัน
finds
ตีจ่าย
that
ให้เลย
kill
ด้วยแชง
nonetheless.
คิวลงท้องแชงนะเมื่อกี้
BLG want to re-engage this
ดีครับดี
Gold card,
สำหรับออ
but
โรรา
Jank's gonna hop over the
อัน
wall
นี้ดีเลย
and fine. That's the problem with the
ออ
Twisted
ร่า
Fate
เป็น
early. Doesn't have
มิดเลน
the
ที่ต้อง
DPS
การ
to find
เงิน
those
อะเนาะ
trades.
มันต้องแบบเงินนำหน่อย
DPS doesn't have the damage in general. You know,
พวกแอสซัส
sometimes
ซิน
you
ปก
want
ติ
to
อะ
have like a
แอสซัส
burst
ซินบอก
mage
อยากเงิน
like
นำเงิน
Aurora.
นำเป็นเรื่อง
Sometimes you want the consistent damage that something like
โล
an
ก
AD carry might
โอเค
bring.
ทา
We're
ซาน
going
เป็น
top lane again.
ไอ้นี่นะครับของ
Twisted Fate
ของ
has
แทง
ultimate.
เลย
Why not?
I
ไม่
think
ได้เล่น
if
ฮัตติว
Shanks doesn't just keep him under turret, this is still Flandra going
จะ
to be
เป็น
going down. No
สกาเนอร์
flash
บอกว่าเน้น
coming
ยืน
up
เป็นหลัก
yet.
เลยบอกว่าให้เพื่อนข้างหลังจ่ายดาเมจได้เอาแล้ว
Flandra face checks the
ฝั่ง
brush
เด
up
บอก
with
กู
flag
แค่ไม่มี
drag.
แฟดเพื่อนก็
Lots
มา
of
ไม่หยุด
damage
เลย
through from this Jarvan,
ให้คิวลง
and he's gonna donate
บิน
the
นะครับ
kill over to Bin. You earned me two.
ให้
I
คิวลง
had to
บิน
get
นะ
you two back,
มอง
just
ว่าถ้า
like
ให้
that. All
ถ้า
4
ให้
kills
เจ
on
โฟ
the
มาได้
top
อี
side
ก
for
ตัวหนึงนี่น่า
BLG.
จะแย่
And now we
โอ้
can
แต่เจ
start
โฟ
up
นี่
these
ผ่านตาม
grubs,
ซาซาน
which
ค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับ
you look at Bin's advantage already.
เดินเยอะ
getting those
เกม
two
นี้
kills. Flandra 0 and
ชุนนี่เดินเยอะ
3 on
มาก
the Jace. I thought it was going to be Twisted Fate and Jarvan
แต่ก็ตามหน้าที่นะเป็น
driving under the
J4
turret. Didn't even
อยาก
need
เดิน
the
อยาก
mid
ฆ่า
laner
คน
at that point. Now with
อยากทำให้เพื่อนผ่าน
Grubs, I think this is going to get very, very problematic for AL as BLG are going to rummage their pockets for all of this plate gold. And that's going to feel good when we're
ข้างล่าง
talking
ก็
about
ตามส
getting
ภาพ
those
นะ
item completions.
เอ็ดเรียวเจอเคทลิน
And what did we expect to get towards here, all? Well, we're seeing it on the Rift. 80 carries all by themselves on the bot side, but both Kyle and Owen are actually in a similar position in the BLG jungle as Viper expends the barrier for that ace in the
แรกเลย
hole.
Viper
Kyle, though, is the one bit out of position here. Viper does not dare to arcane shift and chase him down. But both supports are being heralded back towards his bot side, where Tarzan also lays in wake, but the waves stay pretty neutral, so everyone's
เดี๋ยว
just
รอไต่ฟอร์ส
return
กัน
to farming some XP.
ผม
All right.
ว่าซีโฟดิอันตอนนี้คือยังไม่ได้ไต่ฟอร์ส
We're gonna have
เอ็ดเรียว
time. I see Tarzan is slinking
อุ๊ย
around
โอ้โห
for a lane gank
อัน
at
ตี
this
มาครึ่งหลอด
point.
ครับผม
He will get spotted. Good wards from BLG will make sure that they can spot the enemy
ตอนแรกเหมือนจะ
jungler.
มาทำแผนได้นะแต่โฮปไป
let's
จะ
get
ไม่
our
ไหวแล้ว
answer. I gave everybody enough time to go into Leaguepedia or go GOL if they really wanted to, and they can go find this information. You said summer of 2023. The correct answer for the last time we saw Knight play Twisted Fate, LPL 2021 Spring Playoffs, and that was a loss against EDG. Played it into Rise, but
สมัย EDG อยู่ลีกบนแน่เลย
It's been a long time since we've got to see him pick up the Gambler himself. Now, with where the game is at here, Slayer, Flandra is always terrified, and what AL need to do is go into enemy jungle like we just saw Kyle moments ago. Try to find where Shun is going to be, because anytime Flandra gets a wave pushed out, he has to be worried, is this wave ever going to come back to me? And if it does, am I going to get dove? If I walk up to try to hit the enemy turret, am I going to get a Twisted Fate coming into my lane? These are all important factors that AL are going to have to solve as we get further.
ชื่ออะไรวะยูมูมียูมู
I mean, even with this neutral gold state, you talked about, called it out aptly so all with the Gnar pick coming in so early for Bin that side lane was going to be a huge feature. And you got to think that question that when we talked with Flandra getting dove, what waves he could play on, it's going to be a constant problem because once we get into that mid game where side lanes become so much more critical, especially for BLG, it's going to be, all right, this is a Fed Gnar I'm entering on one side, but there could be Shun in the area. Knight can just Destiny over for a 2v1. It's going to be a problem AL are really going to have to try and solve. They can do it by just go fashion brawling. Two junglers catch each other in the river. Excel's impact into the wall. Shun fails the flag dance. The catches the flash out. Impale will land on the Shun. It only grabs onto Knight. Ignite going to come across on top of Shanks. He just doesn't have the damage to finish off Shun, who's able to walk out despite his rustier mechanics so far.
Shout out our observers for showing 80 HP there for Shun. Like, he was very close to dying right there. That might have just been a Sundered Sky heal diff coming through, and he gets the shield from his W. Super close. I think if Shun goes down there, that opens up. And if we're talking about this from AL's perspective, it's great. Again, you make sure that Flandra is going to be safe on the side lane. By the way, still hasn't completed his top lane quest. Will probably be done on this wave. But getting these dragons is going to be one way out from this game. We're at an even gold state right now. AL already have the first dragon, and I think getting that second one is going to be
แค่อย่างเดียวเลยไปโดนจูหลานหนักไปหน่อยจูหลานเล่นเวรใส่แล้วแบบตบยับเลยแต่บินเขาก็แก้สถานการณ์โดยการเอาไอ้เฮลเบดมาไอ้ตี3ทีแต่ว่าไม่ไหวอยู่ดีมันชนะแค่มันไหวกับช่วงแรกๆช่วงหลังก็แพ้อยู่ดี
On top of all of that, and as you pointed out, Dimitri, AL are prioritizing those dragons because they also have that constant bot lane shove.
ชีวิตแฮปปี้นะได้เพจเยอะมาก
Maybe scout out and help out Tarzan, who doesn't need the help actually. Gets that
ลองลัดดูนะไวเปอร์ไม่ได้2มังกร AL
get the second Drake off the board, so we're looking at a potential 25
minute soul
here for AL if they keep this tempo up.
ไม่รู้ว่าป่าไปไหนนะครับยังไม่โผล่มันเห็นแล้วข้างล่าง
because you're the team with 3 grubs. If you get this Herald as well, I think it makes a very exclusive map.
Flash heal, flash follow from Knight. Gold card gonna land. We're gonna clip him as well. The CC chain is deadly. And Kyle will drop to Viper.
We're going
on an island. He's gonna flash out a flag drag with a cataclysm. Will trap him, and certainly sign his demise. It's a Viper double kill as he's finally not weak-sided in this game 1.
That's a lot of kills, and more importantly, that is gold that Hope and Kyle will not have access to. They have been pillaging this bot lane turret. I'm looking at plates right now. One singular plate available for both the tier 1 and the bottom lane tier 1. All of the advantage that BLG have bought is for this top side, so this is a great play for them to ease some of the pressure on the opposite side of the map and hopefully bring the rest of the team in with them.
Now we start settling into those side lane assignments. Knight off of that bot lane play, TP's top. Try and see if he can maybe threaten that tier 1. We still need that first turret brick to come down. But is matched there by Shanks. So still going to have to track that. A good way to try and find yourself some extra gold through first turret, as always, is going to be that Rift Herald, which thankfully for BLG is on the top side.
Bin's dead.
Bot side, Bin is getting super flanked by Tarzan. Flandra coming down as well. They've also got Kyle. He'll throw Tarzan in the wall with the Gnar ultimate. Tarzan waiting to hold on to that Install's impact and Impale. Good both do not find their mark. Bin locks himself out of the 1v3 and AL have to settle for knocking down that first turret.
My bad, Bin. I thought you were going to die there, and that is really good for them because BLG, they're going to trade a turret on bottom lane for the Herald here in top side. Already talked about for a team with 3 grubs. It's going to basically turn into a turret all by itself if they really want to. But we have seen that Herald, more importantly this season, has become essentially its own champion. With the fact that you can steer it and mid-combat, especially around a dragon, suddenly knock up multiple members and disorient the opponents, Herald becomes an entirely new tool for teams to change the battlefield and change the landscape of a fight. So I'm really interested to see how BLG are going to be utilizing this. And this feels like BLG and AL of old. I'm not like super scared of AL like losing this game right now. BLG have been really focused on slamming topside, while AL are just kind of focusing especially the bottom lane objectives.
I will say that's why I think Viper grabbing both those kills on the one bot lane look is so critical, right? Because the gold lead is up to 2,000 because Viper 600 gold lead is virtually off of those kills. So very valuable to allow this Ezreal to get some gold. And why I think that's most important in this game state is because when we talk about Ezreal, as much as we see him, it does feel like he is strongest on that Muramana 2 item spike, which is right in line with what BLG want to spike on with their solo lanes. So him being accelerated does provide dividends for that BLG all map pressure play style that we should be settling into shortly.
I think Ezreal is such a unique champion now with some of the new items, like Endless Hunger I think makes him super strong, and if you can somehow fit things in like a like the Spear of Shojin and things like that, I think this champion is absolutely ridiculous with what he can do. So yeah, Ezreal 2 item power spike. I mean, Caitlyn right now is actually going to be getting closer to an Infinity Edge here. So if that's going to be an available option for AL, I think it is really important for them to get to objective first and let her set up her trap line.
That is so much of what AL need to find success.
Viper,
take a huge trade there from Kyle and home base in the hole. Viper's down about 10% HP, and Tarzan's like, no AD on BLG. I'm running into their jungle. Box speed, Shun, get on out of here. 45 seconds away from this dragon, and BLG are already going to have to walk into that pretty scary setup siege line you talked about. All going to get even worse because they've lost access to their mid-tier one.
Okay, here's the option. AL, are we immediately calling items, or are we going to stay and play for this objective? I don't hate either option. If you can back, you'll get Caitlyn her confirmed IE. If you don't, then you're probably still going to be fine. You spent out a lot of the summoner spells, or at least one of them, from Viper.
ไม่ขนาดนั้นมั้งผมว่าเมื่อกี้แค่พลาดเฉยๆโดนโปกเยอะรีเซ็ตก่อนตีมังกรไปรีเซ็ตแล้วไฟมังกรนี้ค่อนข้างจะแบบว่ามีผลกับเกมสูงนะครับถ้าเอลได้ก็แบบวินคอนเกือบครบอ่ะ
Yet he's still making the walk down here.
แต่อย่างเดียวคือแคทลินจนกว่านั่นแหละ
He has a top wave to answer. So here's a rare moment where BLG are kind of having to sack that top lane pressure. They've leaned their entire game plan on. AL are forcing them to knock on the great door, but with the mid wave pushed up and Flandre out of position, AL pretty passively, I might add, are just going to give up this dragon.
นึกว่าจะคอนเทนต์ครับพี่เอลไม่คอนเทนต์นะมองว่าไม่ไหว
I can see why they're doing it. From our perspective, we're saying, hey, why not walk into that side? But I think for AL, the premise of which they're trying to get to is Flandre needs to get back into this game. We cannot have our Jace be behind. Maybe they'll do this now.
ออกได้ไวเปอร์ใครอยู่อันตีมาโอ้ยโดนเดียวโอ้ยแต่ว่าสวยมาก
So doesn't really move much in position for jumper on. Tons of damage dumped onto Tarzan. Do they get through the starter? Yes, Cataclysm forces Flandre to flash out of dodge. Finn goes back into the mega form, trying to get close enough to find this big Gnar ultimate. Black and Drag just for the smoke, but Kyle gets out. Shanks using the Proto Belt as well to create distance. BLG with the first big skirmish look, able to turn it back onto Tarzan.
Alright, well, screw everything I just said. I thought we were going to try to get Flandre back into this game, but he just TPs and loses his flash for it, and his jungler still dies. Hope is nowhere near this fight. I mean, we'll look at this again. Tarzan is going really far. Look at where his teammates are. Shanks can't deal damage. It's a good flash from Vaughn. But look at Hope. He's throwing out a Q. He has to cleanse the Seraphine ultimate, and he's doing no damage because there's a bin coming in at the same time, preventing him from walking forward. A great fight, I think, from BLG to be able to respond, but a questionable start for AL. And Tarzan, captain in the jungle, I don't know what he's doing there without his backline.
You know, all when we were set up to cast this series, we started talking storylines, the narrative beats and stuff. This was something that we really outlined as being the weird oddity with AL and Tarzan in particular, like you talked about. Those succinct team fights, those smart macro plays that we knew them so well for 2025, they've been absent. They've been absent for a while now, and it's showing up even in this series, like you mentioned with that last fight force.
A lot of AL's success came through Tarzan being a captain, kind of being a mastermind for this team, and Tarzan has also been focused a lot in some of these drafts, and especially in the gameplay. We saw it in that JDG series a couple of nights ago, was a big point of focus for that team, and they never really were able to recover after this. This is
คอมโบไม่ตายไม่อ่อนนั่นแหละพอแบบเงินมันตามภาพประมาณนี้นะครับออโรราดาเมจไม่พอปิดใครเลย
into mid lane as AL, and we're getting nothing on sides. This is kind of the problem that we saw from this draft, that potential. This is not even with Twisted Fate going in the lanes, by the way. Twisted Fate has done virtually nothing this game.
No, this is the quietest I felt Knight has been in a game so far this split, and it's always a worrying sign when you catch an Enchanter support face checking your Aurora, even with the help of Ace in the hole, and you can't blow him up. That is a stock standard worrying sign to, oh crap, we might be behind in this game.
Look at these items. I was really happy because I think in general, and crit is a lot stronger this season thanks to them giving us back some more damage. But
thank you, Rat.
Ezreal's up 1,000 gold. He's gonna be finishing his Endless Hunger soon, and I'm lacking to see where AL are really going to be able to find any kind of coverage here in this game. I'm just looking at even Knight, right? Like, this guy has so much HP, and he also has the chain lace crusher.
ออนปีนี้เป็นใครสวมชื่อเล่นโอ้โหแต่ปีนี้มันเล่นดีจริงออนมันแบกตลอดคนนี้
Otherwise, some of the
ประดิษฐ์เบต้าถือคนนี้ประเด็นแม่งประดิษฐ์เบต้ามากๆเลยโอกาสแพ้น้อยแล้ว BLG ถ้าไม่แบบไปพลาดกันเองอีกนานเลยเคทลินกว่าจะยิงแรงคือตอนนี้มี IE จริงแหละมันยิงตัวหน้าไม่เข้ามันยิงเข้าแค่ตัวหลัง
already going to be 25 minutes in, and you're staring down a Triforce Stairs on the other side. So I'll say the part that you were trying to nicely soft land.
ชิ้นต่อไปออกจากเกาะได้หรอ
is going to be the target of a chase down.
ปิดเคลียร์ไปเลยบิน
Nar ult
บินโหดไหมครับรอดอยู่นะ
into a wall to pick up that goal. And he's trying to walk away from 4. He already escaped a 3v1. How about a 4v1? 3 worlds used for the slow. Does go into the mini form. And 4 looks like to be the magic number, but the Stair Shield blocks Ace in the hole. Bessie does come out. Look how much time Bin is buying here. Ulk, I'm glad you called it. You said 4 after Bin. Thank you for the Baron, AL.
โอ้โหแล้วสเปซครับช่วงนี้แม่งท็อปเลนแม่งสเปซสเปซให้เพื่อนมาตีพอลอน
Guys,
push
your ways. If we know we're not going to be able to contest, why bother even walking? I feel like AL got a little too, I think, nervous, anxious that they could potentially make the play. Shanks just TP'd and immediately recalled. Like, I don't know what AL are doing. And AL, I think, don't know what they're doing either.
That makes our job a lot harder. If they don't know what they're doing, we certainly don't either. But they're trying to take down this dragon to get him the soul point, which they gave up earlier, but now is like their only fleeting win con is Infernal Soul. We've got Shun in the area, we've got TPs coming through, Knight joins with the rest of the fray, On gets through the trap line. BLG trying to step up, Shun a flag drag, steal it away right under Tarzan's nose. Ixtal's impact out for safety, the Encore gonna go wide. But BLG will take their victory with their jungler logging one of the best jungler in the LPL.
Well, if we thought Dragon Soul was going to be a win condition for anyone's legend, then we might as well wrap it up and send it to game 2. It is so far away at this point. 2 Infernal Drakes here for BLG in a row means that I think that this is not at all a possibility. So BLG going to continue their winning ways. I love how they are just ripping AL at the seams every way that they want to move. Can they find Shun? Can they find On?
Nope, On's going to flash behind Shun, so Ace Hole doesn't do any damage. That's multiple ultimates already out, and look at the damage Viper's pumping into Tarzan. One more Mystic Shot hits, and Tarzan drops. He gets his way out of the trick shot barrage. But the barrage of the press from BLG continues. 4 waves up in both top and bottom lane.
ใครเป็นคุมบินคุมแล้วจริง
minions cracking into the AL base.
บินแม่งรอนานมากอ่ะนานชิบหาย
Get your papers. They keep saying that AL's
เพราะเขารู้ว่าล่างอยู่หมดผมไม่ได้แค่เปิดบาลอนนะแล้วชนะไปเลยได้มังกรได้บาลอนผมแบบไม่รู้จะคุ้มไงแล้วเงิน 7K ด้วยจะบอกว่ามังกรไฟ4 ตัวเกมนี้
Go for side lane plays. Let Bin pick up all of this lead. He gets another turret on the bottom side. Twisted Fate has been farming and gets the very safely farmed way.
3 ตัวนี่คือมาจากบินนะสเปซล้วน
He has
เดี๋ยว
empowered
บินเป็นวิด
recall.
เอ็น
He
ต่อ
also has his
บิน
ultimate.
เขาชอบเล่นบิว
He
นี้
can
มากเลย
open
นะ
dodge.
ไตฟอ
I
ร์
am
สตูแลกแล้วก็วิดเอ็น
so
แบบถึกมาก
unbothered by AL's composition at this point. Like they have, I thought it was going to be dealing damage. I thought Aurora was going to be the burst mage. I thought even Hope was really going to have a standout performance, but they have not really been able to have those 5-on-5s that AL want. And I think BLG are doing a really good job of denying that from their opponents.
It's just this weird like
Got
we're playing
full on the
in
whole-
worlds where they're looking for these desperate plays on one end, but then they're playing super respectful towards win cons and parts of the map that they've really succeeded
เสีย
on.
แฟตฟังเดย์
All right, Knight just destined for a
โดนทุก
guard.
ทีเพื่อนทุกคนออกตรงกลางเปิดใส่ไวเปอร์แต่ไวเปอร์ยังถึงอยู่
Good shift
โอ้
back
แล้วค
out
น
as
เดินใส่
Kyle's
ไวเปอร์
marching
ไม่คือ
forward.
ทา
Arctic
เอล
shift
ไง
forward.
มันไม่ใช่ทา
Viper
ซาน
finds his
ครับ
first kill. AL
ตายไปเลย
trying
ครับ
to pick off BLG.
ไวเปอร์
but
เอาหน้า
separated.
ไวเปอร์
That doesn't even
ไว
work
เปอร์
out
บอก
as
เอาหน้ามา
Viper
รับแต่ไม่
is
กลั
just
ว
going all gas,
แท
no
งมา
break.
ทาซาน
And with the flag and drag stuns,
โอเค
the
มีแฟลช
cataclysm combo. Tarzan's got to
แค่เกือบ
flash
นะไม่
himself
ตาย
on out of dodge, just like about a minute ago. His blinking health
ขึ้น
bar
ทันไหม
forces
Mystic
the
Shot
starter
ไม่ทัน
back
วะ
to base. And BLG can start wailing on these tier 3 turrets once more.
Well, there's no Baron anymore, but those 3 Grobes are still going to be a bit problematic here. BLG are going to take double inhibitor
เรื่อยๆ
turrets if they want them to.
พอเห็นการเล่น BLG แล้วนึกถึงแบบพวก LCK มากกว่าแบบมากกว่าทีมจีนทีมอื่นอะเพราะแบบจังหวะที่เขาจบได้เขาจบเลยอะหมายถึงว่าแบบกดดันได้กดดันเลยอะไรเงี้ย
For BLG as they continue to kind of run
นี่เจมาคนเดียว
over
มาคนเดียว
their opponents
น้องบอลไม่รับสายเลยไม่รู้ไปไหน
here. Quite different fashion, I think, from some of the other games. I mean, it's still playing through Bin, so how different can it really be? But Viper has definitely kind of stood out so far, especially in more recent series, which I think if that's going to be the case, that makes this BLG team a lot more well-rounded than we saw them at the beginning of the year.
I mean, when this roster got announced, obviously I am a pretty big Viper fanboy.
Yeah.
But I really felt like, regardless of your opinion on how much you love Viper, you could really see that adding a guy of his caliber to this team, I felt like he could just be that closer, right? He could really close out games that maybe start getting close that went late. And, we talked about the Ashe game against Weibo. Now he's in prime position with this Ezreal. While we're not super late into a game, we're pretty late with his build path for him to try and finish things off. But look at the way he's hunting with on.
ถ้าโดนแล้วก็เป็นเรื่อง
Go a bit wide here, but man, you can see how
ดีแล้ว
hungry
ไม่โดน
Viper
เมื่อกี้
is.
ถ้าโดนนี่เป็นเรื่อง
Nonetheless,
They're looking for it. They're like, you know what? We have enough of a gold lead. We can just do this. What is
จะมาจับบินอีกแล้วโอ้ my god บินบอกไปทำอะไรให้มึงจงเกลียดจงชังกันวะ
There's not much for them to do anyway. They don't have to worry about mid-wave. Honestly, if I'm AL, this top lane turret it's sad to
คือ
see.
เต็ดแฝงดูชีวิตดีนะไม่งั้นทำคลิปอย่างเดียวฟาร์มคลิปเรื่อยๆรวยกว่า จะได้ครับแชงค์ โอเคอันตีสวย
between worlds, and he went to a world where he doesn't die there. But it does cost him his
Between
ultimate,
world.
and will likely cost anyone Legend. The last turret standing outside of their base walls. And now we have Baron in about a minute, so BLG can take a pretty comfortable reset, pick up any extra items they want for what will likely be the last fight of the game, because there's no way in hell AL to just let this Baron go over to BLG for free.
Oh man, I'm looking at 4 items for Viper. I'm looking at Sunsealed Spellbook for Knight, and he has Exhaust. So if Shanks gets in there, yep, you're getting exhausted. There goes all of the damage. He's going to try to finish off his last item, which looks to be a 3rd Rabadon's Death Cap. But he's probably going to have to TP. He doesn't have the timer to go for a recall. And if I'm AL, I'm saying, guys, the position we're in kind of sucks. Not kind of, it does. Let's just try to pick up as much gold as possible on the people that are going to be closest to finishing items. I think right now, the inventories that we see on our screen are about the apex of power that we're going to see from AL for the relative future. So whatever we have in our inventories is kind of going to be what we need to get back into this game. But 9,000 gold is getting into unplayable territory.
We are getting into miracle territory. We are getting into BLG have to mess up for us to have a chance.
Correct.
For Billy Gaming. And right now, we're just trying to get rid of any sense of a ward line, any sort of vision AL can try and muster up in this top jungle. It's Tarzan clinging to that sort of Fey light up next to his base, which is all the distance that Tarzan can really walk. And this should be BLG likely ripping this Baron. They will on Shrine Orb. but now they have to either try and walk up, but look what's happening bot side. The Soul Lanes or BLG just ganked Flandra. Good flash away from the Megan our stun, but Knight throws a red card right at his forehead. Flandra goes down. AL do get BLG off the Baron for now. But without Flandra, there's no way for the contestant. Viper is feeling so arrogant. He's shifting 1 versus 3 right at a Skarner's head.
You say arrogant, I say confident, right? When you're 10,000 gold up, very few shifts can go wrong unless your name is Sven. So looks like he's going to continue to do this. We're going against the Skarner as well. Maybe we're on the eve. Here we go.
Mythic shot 3.
Does the mechanics of the encore, but what is Hope doing? All right, down goes Hope. Viper gets to step up for free. Shun with another flag drag combo is going to chase on down. They don't need the Baron because, well, all this fighting's going on towards the top side. Bin is just taking the game himself. Both Nexus turrets. Ultimate off by Bin. Game 1 finished off in dominating fashion by BLG. It's a Viper triple kill with a stamp of approval on a great game 1. BLG 1-0 up on AL.
Yeah, not too unsurprising. I definitely got jump scared seeing the Caitlyn flash cleanse forward. That one, the game was already over, so I'm not going to bag on.
Gave me shades of Gala's shift forward from NIP the other day. Yep.
Okay.
Shades of that one.
In similar fashion, that game was also over, and the shift.
Similar result.
True. So, yeah, not a great game from AL. I think they just kind of missed their moments and when they wanted to do things, and more importantly, the idea from BLG, especially against Flandra, we do not care what you are going to pick. We know that we can smash you individually, and then the Jarvan double kill happened very early into the game. And then we dive him again, and we take his plates. We get our top lane quest finished before him, and then the third dragon went over. Like, back to back, these things just kind of end the game.
Yeah, I liked the sort of proactivity we saw from Tarzan, leaning towards that top side, leaning towards playing for this Jace a bit more, but it really felt like AL, I don't want to say didn't expect the sort of, aggro we saw in response to the top side plays, but they definitely kind of just played second fiddle and kind of threw their game plan out the window once BLG were able to get up and ahead. As you mentioned, that third dragon really was like the worrying sign for me, where we just give the third Drake and they don't really do much else for it, and then they just start going for these desperate bin ganks that really, I mean, they get the kill, but turns into free Barons on the other side. It was just, that was when the spiral started, right? And we never got out of it for AL.
That is a really unfortunate Caitlyn game, I gotta say. I was like, oh, the Caitlyn looks good here. I'm happy about this. I want to see more of this. Like, Caitlyn Karma, let's play towards bottom lane. The only time we actually saw Skarner actually pop up in that lane is when they were hunting down Bin. And very few times did that actually succeed. So, for all the misgivings we may have had for BLG's composition, they just, I don't want to say they executed better, but they definitely outplayed their opponents, which I think is much more impressive given the circumstances.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great assessment, because we didn't necessarily see them fall into like a really cool push and pull on the side lanes, right? Of like, we saw a couple, I think, good destinies from Knight, especially that last play where it's like, all right, they either have to stop Baron or we gank Flandre. He did that a couple of times, but yeah. We never really got to see the BLG game plan because they got so far ahead that everyone was so fed they could kind of just run at AL, and AL just kind of ran away in a whimper. As you can see, the gold graph showing how much louder BLG got, and yeah, Viper's gameplay we saw towards the end of that game is very much so reflected in these damage charts.
I have a feeling they're going to give Viper MVP. I really don't know if I agree with that.
I'd probably give it Shun.
Yeah, Shun or Bin, either of them. Bin, I mean, the 1v4 was really
ช็อตมันอยากฆ่าปกติละช็อตมันอยากจะฆ่ามันก็เลยต้องแบบแฟดแล้วอออินสักหน่อยขอสักที
bringing no damage items back to
ช็อต
lane.
ไหนทำให้เกมระเบิดก็ได้ช็อตนี้นะคิดว่า
Good job. Shout out to our highlight team over the LPL. They're not showing that to start this one. They're just showing Shun cleaning up that silly little mistake. Because we gotta go cinematic for this nice little, oop, I'm gonna hop over that, scorpion tail of yours, Mr. Tarzan.
Man, what a fun game. I won't lie. We got to see a lot of cool things, right? Like, we're excited about Viper really kind of stepping into his own. one of the best coach cams we got to see. Just a very plain, yeah, sure, why not?
No, wait, sorry. There's no smile. It's just.
Yeah.
That's it. No smile.
And a one where it is a much different playstyle for On, where he has to stay next to his AD carry. Even when he's playing like the Lulu with Yunara combination or Ashe Seraphine, a lot of the times we tend to see On getting into very weird spots, kind of playing deep into enemy lines because he's trying to gain important information for his team. But this game, he was rock solid. I mean, in some of the prior series, we saw On actually be a big focus for some teams to get free gold a lot of the times.
Totally.
Multiple times in this game alone, they tried to kill the Seraphine, and that just never materialized.
Yeah, I mean, we got the cinematic shot of the Shun outplaying the Impale, but almost every Tarzan Impale kind of got outplayed. That one big fight that broke things open on, getting the Encore down onto him as he's being impaled, so he doesn't actually move him. That's where, what you said about how BLG doesn't necessarily have to execute their game plan. They kind of just outplayed AL. That was another one of those moments that really stood out to me.
And for the man in the mid lane, he has played 13 games. He has 12 unique champions. I think that is incredible. And a lot of these games were very good. Like, his LeBlanc game is unfortunate because he had to play into a Lysandra, and that was the draft that I was saying versus IG, where the draft was just kind of trash. But for the most part, Knight has been really flexible, and I don't know if I really want to see Twisted Fate again. Nothing against the champion, but it just doesn't. It doesn't have that zhuzh, and I also he didn't get to do anything. Like, we killed Flandra with Jarvan, and so all he did was walk mid, buy a catalyst, buy his Merc Treads, farm a wave, and then like the most interactive we got to see from Knight was TPing to kill Flandra under inhibitor turret. That was like 30 minutes into this game. Give it to our jungler, brother.
There we go. Hey, I'm never gonna say no to a Viper MVP, me personally, but logic dictates that Shun really was the one, like you talked about so well, Ulk, that kind of curbed the top side, starting to get in AL's control, trying to push those early gold leads. Shun shut that down, and the rest of BLG fell in line and never really looked back. What a complete game there for BLG. Kind of just hand-stiffing AL, so we were hoping to see AL of old here as they try and get back over 500, but BLG are just a different level right now in the LPL, a level that AL can't seemingly climb up to. We're going to give them one more shot, of course, though. They'll have first selection, first side, whatever they want going into this Game 2 draft that is coming all y'all's way after a short intermission. Back here on LPL English, almost as fast as BLG handled business in Game 1 against anyone's legend as we approach what could be our final game of the night here. If Game 2 goes any sort of similar way to AL, and it's time for me to ask you the tough question, my friend.
Oh,
is there anything you
มา
feel like will
BLG
reinvigorate
let's
this
go
AL team in this series?
A Pantheon would work. I know that Lennon has been, or Mazel has been a very big proponent of looking at side select in particular in comparison to first pick, and I know we had a stat that we were running in the AL versus WE series that all of AL's wins comes from playing on blue side. We'll see if that is reflected here in their series here tonight. They did just lose on red side, so...
Interesting. Yeah, Pantheon, good shout nonetheless. Bot lane's going to get a little more freaky because we separated Karma Ezreal and Ash Seraphine at the same time. I've seen more and more teams, maybe not necessarily in the LPL, but teams across the globe be willing to go Ash Melio a bit more often. So that's the only way I do see Ash, but I want to go back to something that you harped on when we got through that Game 1 draft as we get set up for the Game 2 draft, which is we might just be in this weird world where Ash doesn't really get into this series anymore.
Yeah, Ash I think is probably number 180 carry on the patch right now, at least for a competitive. I think that she pairs so well, obviously, with Seraphine, but Hawkshot for jungle camp timers and finding people. Her ultimate is always impactful, regardless of whether or not you are 0-3 or 3-0. This champion is kind of like purpose built. I feel Ash is very similar to a champion like Maokai, where if he is ever meta, he is super dominant in whatever meta he is in because of his kit for pro play. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, or if we're going to be swapping over to things like Corki and Varus. I mean, Varus is already taken away here by BLG, but Corki and Yunara are two champions, especially in bottom lane, that we should be focusing on.
ชัดมากแบนเหมือนเดิมไม่ปล่อยรัมเบิลด้วยวารัตนี่คือไม่หลุดนะครับห้ามโอเลน่าด้วยเช่นกันที่เหลือคือเฟกไป
On the blue side here to have fun with that little bit of theory, but they have opted to do so and give over that first selection towards a BLG. So now that, haven't seen a Pantheon band come across yet, I think it's also still one of those premier champions that Shun would gobble on up after his MVP player of the game performance in game number 1.
Renekton. So probably is Mbessa. I will say, for as strong as first pick has been historically, I think that this is one of the few metas, mostly due to Fearless, but also with the bevy of very overpowered combinations, where second pick and having counter pick is really broken. In that last game, we were talking about, Karma is up, then you have to give over 2 champions, and we gave over Jarvan plus Ezreal, right? So in this instance, BLG can pick a top lane. You can go for the Mbessa flex. You probably are going to be looking towards jungle with this Pantheon hover, and now AL, you get your pick of the litter. This is a good takeaway from Tarzan, as it's been his best champion by far here this season, but there are so many different options. You can pick up the Azir here for Shanks if you really are feeling it. You can also go for another bot lane pair if you feel like that is something that's going to give you some strength.
I'm curious, because Hope is one of the most consistent Corki players, I would say. Nice time. Thanks, man. All right, well, we talked a little bit about Ash Melio kind of working its way in, but Lucian Melio, this is Lucian's new Bay, everybody, because Nami has left him for Corki, so Lucian Melio now the premier duo for Lucian there in the bot side.
I don't know if we want to use Bay for this one. Melio's a kid. Melio's a teenager.
Partner. Good call. Thanks.
There you go.
Partner.
We're going to get Slayer caught on this show.
Lucian's Batman, and that's Robin. There you go.
There you go. That's good. I like this. I like this a lot more.
I like segueing off of this topic to talk about the Mbessa getting locked in here for Bin, and Knight's going towards the Annie. So we've rounded out the BLG top
มันโกงจังวะ
Okay. I'm a little afraid of Annie. I have not been the biggest fan of this champion, and when you see Emilio, who has a team-wide cleanse, not my favorite. Not my favorite. So could just be that we're looking for a solid enough blind. Also, some of the other champions we've been seeing kind of pop up doesn't seem like they want to have that.
บินตามแผนปิดตาด้วยแล้วก็เขาแต่นี่เล็กน้อยนะครับ
not know what our side lanes are yet as anyone's legends and I think that is going to be significantly more important here. Why are we who's going to pick Silas? You know, Slayer, when I see this draft, I think that Nocturne is really strong because he gets to basically go to side lanes and kill an Annie or kill an Ambessa, which less likely it's going to be the Ambessa that's going to be getting taken down. But I think this is going to need a draft where anyone's Legends solo lanes are really strong. And that Shanks we've seen, Flandre we have not.
Without a doubt. So my question to you is, what bans do you want to see from BLG to kind of, you know, lower the power of those solo lanes? The Rek'Sai, a classic for Flandre, but who do you want to see target next here to try and maybe take down to the power of this Nocturne's side lane flankability?
Probably you want to get rid of Yorick. I think Yorick has a lot of great ways of interacting positively versus BLG's composition.
Flandre, one of our better Yoricks for sure, too.
Yeah, there's also Cassante, which can be a neutralizer, but pair that alongside a Nocturne. Once he goes all out, that can become super messy to play against. Purple is banned, which has kind of been some of the answers we've seen. Could also just very plainly be a Scion.
เล็กไซท็อปปะวะทำไมวะเอเวอร์ซันสู้เล็กไซท็อปไม่ได้เหรอหรือกลัวตัวได้เฉยมันไซออนเอง
What is that going to be? And then for BLG, what is our bot lane pair going to be? Because Lulu and Corki now taken do cut away at some of the other champions that we might be looking for.
This will be, you know, an interesting spot to have that Ashe conversation because I do.
No, don't get baited by hovers. Keep it moving. Oh, Flandre on Vayne.
Flandre on Vayne. All right. Well, that's a strong solo lane early.
เจอเป็นซ่าอย่างนั้นเหรอ
Okay. I'm
also worried about Flandre playing it. Don't worry, we're in the same boat here, Og.
We are going to be seeing Vayne, Lucian, Emilio into Annie, Pantheon, and Bessa. This is a tricky composition. If we thought that BLG were very execution-based in that game number 1, AL are going to have to play a game that is on the thinnest of margins. If they mess up in a mid-game scenario, if they get ahead early and then mess up, that's the game all by itself.
Knight, brother, you are the only one that's getting ulted all game, man. The Xayah, the rare Xayah does come out here, but I like it. Lovers Duo has been out of the spotlight for a while in drafts. Anytime you see this into a you see a Nocturne, carry players, what's the safest way to avoid this chaos? Well, that would be Featherstorm. So I do like this.
โหแต่ดาบแม่งตามตำแหน่งเลยนะ BLG สลับแค่เพนทิออนกับไอ้นี่พอ
Ooh, we are going to go for the neutralizer. I like the tanks. Look, play to side lanes. Galio can go alongside and match the Nocturne. Part of me wants to see Flandre with Lucian because for all of our long-time LPL enjoyers, he was one of our first Lucian tops long time ago. But Vayne into Ambessa can be very good, and Ambessa's lane can be a bit tricky. So I like the options. I'm just very scared because we saw AL struggle around big objectives as we went further into that game 1.
The reason I feel like this draft is super stinky is because we are putting all of our eggs in the double marksman damage basket, which is fine. They're also two of the shortest ranged AD carries we've got here. This composition for AL is going to stay super bunched up, except for a Vayne trying to, you know, flank around this fight, and you're going into a Xayah that throws down a bunch of feathers. You're going into Annie that can get a huge Timberman play. Emilio's there, I know.
วิธีชนะบินคือเล่นเวนใส่แม่งผมรู้สึกว่าเวนเจอเป็นซ่าชีวิตมันจะดีขนาดนั้นนะ
Really struggled to meet the median bar of their respective roles so far this year. And if you thought game 1 they were being relied on to win for AL, they really are in this game too.
This will be Flandre's first ever competitive Vayne top. We got to see it banned actually a few series ago. Was a kind of a snap. Someone from the LPL English Discord actually showed us Flandre's solo queue, and it was one of the things he was practicing.
Oh, okay. Shout out the LPL English community Discord. You can join.
เกมนี้ดาบโคตรดีเลยเป็นตัวโบมันติดอย่างเดียวกูไม่ชอบเวนท็อปเลยคือผมไม่ได้ชอบเวนท็อปที่มันเจอแพนกับไอ้เมซ่าเว้ย ประเด็นน่ะแล้วมันเจอแอนนี่แบบไอ้3ตัวบนนี่คือแบบหวานเจี๊ยบมาเจอเวนอ่ะแต่ดับไม่แย่นะดับไม่แย่น็อกเทิร์นกับชื่ออะไรวะไอ้ตัวกลางไอ้ตุ๊กตาหินน่ะช่วยได้โหเราเวทครับทาซันสู้ไม่ได้นะชุนต้นเกมโอ้โหฟังเดย์แม่งมาด้วยเอาไปถ้ามึงจะทิ้งเวฟลงมาด้วยก็เอาไอ้ฟังเดย์เอาเลยเพื่อน
Alright, Shun got one. He got one.
He got the mini ones though, and those are worth very little. It was 8 gold in his pocket there, and I think that's fine. I mean, the wave's now going to be in front of his turret. I think Flandra's going to be perfectly okay with this kind of scenario. It means that Bin shouldn't have as much kill threat. This is the Electrocute Mbessa, which we've been seeing a lot more recently, especially into some of these range matchups. We'll see if Bin can really take advantage of this. As long as Flandra keeps the wave on his side, that is as good as it's going to get, I think. And both junglers are going to be pathing top this game, as we've already seen Tarzan take the Raptors and immediately beeline down to the bot side for his Krugs.
ต้องจดไหมอันนี้มันก็โกโบแก๊งของน็อกเทิร์นกับกาดิโอมันเป็นแบบว่าเมตาเหมือนกันนะบอกว่าเล่นด้วยกันตลอด
It's just similar ways to a game number 1. Hope and Kaio able to get that early shove. Is the power of that Lucian Helio in a lot of aspects here. You can start to see why lanes that we saw really take center stage in 2025, of course being the Xayah Rakan, the constant focal points of that meta, kind of, don't necessarily fit into the mold of the new bottom lanes.
Go hard or go home. เชื่อแต่กูไม่ชอบเป็นท็อปจริงนะกูบอกเลยโคตรฉุนนะตอนนั้น
Even if Lucian Helio is kind of a new resurging theme as we get further and further into this splits meta. Both junglers though going to cross over. Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say, Rakan also, his itemization is just not as strong as it used to be, and some of the pairs we've seen from him just
บินเขาเล่นเป็นเรียวตัวคิวด้วยนะครับเจอเวน
Engage has kind of been deprioritized
แรงนะครับทำไปเล่น
so we'll see. I'm also just a big sucker for seeing duos like this. I remember always watching Elk and On play this combo, and it was one of their most beloved duos. So the first time we got to see Viper and On play this out, I was just like, I was mostly just stuck in nostalgia bait for the most part. So seeing it again, it does kind of fill me with some good memories of older BLG rosters.
Alright, well, good present memories, the way they're able to trade back with Hope and Kael there. Hope expending the barrier to avoid a nice little burst there from Viper, who is going the Conqueror, I might add, which, isn't too odd, but you always assume with AD carries of this sort of kit, the lethal tempo is the best. So, could you provide maybe a bit more clarity why Viper may have decided for the Conqueror this game?
I don't think this is going to be like a 1-to-1, but do you ever remember, were you playing Xayah at the time when it was Poke Xayah and you like Q-maxed?
คนเล่นกาดิโอส่วนใหญ่มันชอบกลับไปแล้วซื้อแหวนเลยผมว่าไอ้นี่คุ้มกว่านะซื้อไอ้กันเวทเพราะคุมกันเวทมาเจนนี่แต่ไม่รู้ว่าอาจจะยืนได้แล้วหรือมั้งน่าจะมองว่ายืนได้แล้ว
many low range members like you had talked about from the draft. Conqueror is going to just give a lot more value. If he throws out a Q and he hits 2 or 3 members, suddenly that is almost half of your Conqueror stacks ready to go.
ไม่ได้โอเคสวยอยู่พี่บินแล้วไม่เวรมันเป็นฝ่ายดันเวฟเข้าแต่มันคีปตามก็คืออะไรวะเกือบตายครับกาดิโอ
How fast we're going to see junglers hit level 6 here.
แหวนนี่มันอันนี้เขาเอาอันนี้มาไอ้ลูกนิ่งไวอะนะไม่ใช่ฟิตฟุตเวิร์ก
We saw in game number 1 between these two
จำชื่อไม่ได้ไม่ค่อยได้ใช้
AL were really good at the offset to start, but as the game kind of went on, we got to see BLG really take advantage of some of these matchups, especially the way that they were able to incorporate Shun in the top side.
ยืนได้อยู่แชง ไปจ้า
matchup that Knight is certainly doing well in.
มาปั่นมาป่วนนะครับออน
To stay to try and catch one of his waves.
แพนเดินมาด้วยชุน
He gets chunked out. He loses out on the CS lead. Now he's forced to back without TP. And what does BLG do right off the back of that? On and Shun teaming on up. Looking to hunt and just.
Oh, he got it!
Oh my God!
His jungle pet got it.
It was just a harass. Oh wow, that's actually so. Feels bad, man, for Tarzan.
มันได้เหรอเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้
I can't wait till when we get rid of jungle pets next season, man. I'm just calling it. I think they're gonna get rid of this.
ไอ้สัตว์เลี้ยงมันล้านให้เมื่อกี้
It's been nice to have,
What the fuck?
Need that for later.
There has been there was a famous, it was a very fun clip from Rafa when they first introduced jungle pets where he's playing as real jungle, and this was the very some of the first games on the patch that we or on this new season that we had played, and he stole a dragon from across the map because his jungle pet jumped all the way over to the dragon and stole it. Yeah, it was so funny. He like slow-moed it. It's somewhere on his Twitter. It is one of the funniest plays I was there for. It was great.
Whoa!
Oh,
boy. There's the pulling execution. Hey, all, remember your top? Bye-bye.
Yep. That's exactly what I was worried for. Level 6 came through for Bin. They just showed up. Immediate flash.
They're trying to recollapse onto Knight, but he flashes out of the taunt here from Shakes. Bin has walked all the way down here, but now he sees there's no more play to be had. We've avoided the AL circumventing of our mid laner, but Shun still wants to battle. Charges forward with the stun.
ไหนมีอันตีนะครับกดละโอเคตาเมจไม่พอนะขาดนิดนึงแต่เดี๋ยวถูกถึกอยู่
gets the main brunt of that damage, and he's once again pretty low HP, having to catch a wave that is not going to be very fun to try and collect.
Pantheon eats low-range champions like Galio alive, so I think Shanks needs to be a little bit respectful, especially we're talking about the setup there with Rakan and Annie in the area. All that to say, they got the kill, and that is the only reason that Shun has a gold lead right now. Tarzan has been farming a storm right now with stealing those Raptors, taking some more camps. He's going to hit level 6 first here. It's not going to matter as we see Shun, who is about to tick over to that ultimate point as well. We got a replay of this. Just good vision denial. They did not know that Shun was going to be here. I'm actually surprised that Shun for the flash, but maybe saying if Flandra takes one step back, we are not going to have this.
มันไม่มีมุมให้แฟดเลยเมื่อกี้เว้ยเราโหตายไหมโอ้ไม่มีดึงครับไวเปอร์เกือบตายนะเมื่อกี้
Nonetheless, Viper with the help of On gets the better of Hope there. That's triple summoner out from the AL bottom lane to make sure that their AD carry survives.
Typically, I would be excited to see Tarzan come down to this lane, but with Hope having no resources right now, it is a very tough ask. Maybe they use the Nocturnal to dissuade a potential dive going on, but thanks to some wards that AL have, they'll see that Viper and On are looking for a recall instead of just trying to find anything. Seems like we're just going to get resets in, and it's a 600 gold lead here for BLG. It's not the end of the world, especially, again, if AL can get to a mid-game start, if we're going to be looking for Dragon, but that doesn't seem like it's the priority. We're going to move to Grubs instead and trying to augment this late game or side lane Vayne, who's already down a little bit of gold.
Tarzan battling the three musketeers at the top river early.
ตึงยังวะเกมแม่งแบบว่าเหนื่อยนิดนึงน่าก่อนหน้านี้ที่มีคนบอกว่าแบบว่าไอ้สกอร์แบบนี้ใน LPL คือเรื่องปกติเนี่ยอันนี้คือ LPL ในปกติไหมในยุคปัจจุบันอ่ะมันเล่นกันเป็นเกาหลีเลยที่ผมบอกมันคือภาพอย่างนี้เลยแบบคิวกันน้อยไม่ค่อยทำอะไรกัน
Farms himself some grubs and
it's
kind of a denial as it is for that Vayne split pushing top game plan that they have. But now we got to approach the very obvious conversation this jungle matchup has in any game scenario. Paranoia is up, Grand Starfall is up. The game revolves around these two ultimates now.
No lanes to play for, and funnily enough, when Shun puts that ward down, I think it gives everybody on AL a little bit of like, oh, we can breathe now. I now know where the enemy jungle is. We had some wards on bottom side, but when he puts down that ward, they know, okay, on Knight, they're in mid. We see Viper, we see Bin. We now know that we can play a little bit more up. We don't have to be worried of Pantheon showing up in a lane that maybe we weren't expecting. And with 3 grubs, that is going to feel nice. If they can get some turret plates, this gold lead that BLG have is going to dissipate. I really want to see them look for one of these other lanes, but I think until Flandra finishes his first item, we're probably not going to be seeing a ton of that. So for as much as BLG kind of want to keep hammering away at some of these leads, unless we get some more objective fights, we're probably going to have a much quieter mid-game here.
And who do we feel like that might benefit most? You talk about Flandra, who I think is a prime suspect to try and kind of catch up a bit with those early items down. I also think, you know, it serves well into champions like Viper, who won't really get to punch as hard as a first item Lucian would, but certainly will sort of outscale the low-range burst bottom lane that AL has currently on the map.
We're going to start Dragon. C-Ping's coming out with Shanks having to probably recall and teleport back in. I like this attempt here from BLG. They didn't walk into the pit, so they're not spotted going into this. You can see how much red vision is on this river right now. I hope the observers kind of pull back the vision. The Phaelites are finally going to spot this. Tarzan is in the area. This might be a get a dragon and maybe try to heal out as
10 นาทีเพิ่งเปิดนานเหมือนกัน
All right. Lights likely soon to go out.
น่าจะไม่ได้นะทาซานโอเคปล่อยครับปล่อย
Tarzan not going to pull the trigger. Shun with that Pantheon Q smite is enough to assuage any sort of engage. So BLG will take the scaling win con of the first dragon. Looking like they want to scrap a little bit here around these wards.
ใช่คนเกาหลีเยอะไม่เขาพยายามเล่นแบบว่าเอาชัวร์ด้วยแหละเลยไม่มีความซิ่งเหมือน LPL สมัยก่อนแล้วมีแค่ไอ้ท็อปอีสปอร์ตของผมที่แม่งเล่นเหมือนเดิมเพราะเพลเยอร์หน้าเก่ามันบอกว่าตอนได้แชมป์โวมาก็เล่นสไตล์นี้เพราะงั้นผมไม่เปลี่ยนสไตล์นะครับโค้ชแต่น้าให้หน่อย
The dragon is fine to give up as AL. I think posturing around
แต่สุดท้ายแล้วกดเวนมามันทำอะไรไม่ได้
Right now, Bin.
There's the Grand Starfall. I was wondering.
แฟดไม่ดีเมื่อกี้
Yeah.
ผักสวยนะฝั่งเดย์รอดเฉย
Final hour, constant tumble.
Has flash.
Not going to commit that flash. Blasco gets Flandra out, so good job surviving the first
รอด
game.
นะเวน
I
ไม่
think
เสีย
it's
แฟด
okay
ด้วย
for him to walk back. Yeah, because you see Melio's on his way. Nocturne. What I was going to say about that dragon is the posturing from AL. I actually would have preferred if they just decided Tarzan is going to sit in Tri-Brush or sit in that dot brush for the Phaelite and then just let Hope and Kyle hit the turret with 3 grubs, get them back into the game and let them start to squeeze some of these plates away so they can get, you know, maybe a half an item timer, maybe have in a fight where coming up for the next dragon, Lucian has his Navori Flicker Blades already almost done for versus Viper, who right now is only down 300 gold in comparison.
And speaking on Hope in this Lucian, I want to gauge your comfortability scale on the lead that Hope has. Like, how much more do you want to see it expanded? Like, how comfortable are you with the current path of this Lucian that we all know is going to spike really hard in this mid game and then kind of fall out of the wayside compared to the Xayah later?
I'm okay with it. You know, like we're talking about it in a way that for Xayah, a lot of her strength comes in like area denial in a similar way that we would talk about something like Xayah, or not Xayah, like Orianna. So as long as we hit the 2 and 3 item spike generally on time, I like Lucian because he has so much burst in his kit. Just Light Slinger passive, your W plus the ultimate, I think is a really strong combo, especially if we're talking about 80 carries fighting on mid. But it's the reliability of a Xayah, especially in the context
เชื่อแม่งดูแล้วจะหลับกับเกมนี้เล่นมา13 นาทีมีคิวเดียวบินสกิลไม่โดนครับได้อยู่แต่เวนเจ็บกว่าอยู่ดีเวนเขาเล่นเป็นหมวกด้วยอ่ะคือถึกแหละแต่ว่ายิงเบานะครับมันต้องแบบไล่ยิงเรื่อยๆ
We know that he will always be ready for whatever AL throw at him.
Of course.
And it is important. I mean, of course. Come on. We weren't going to stop that train from leaving the station with me on the cast here. Nonetheless, we have shifted our bottom lanes over towards the mid lane, and we are still yet to have Tarzan click R, which is, you know, I don't think it's necessarily odd for the game state he's played in, but is always odd when you talk about having a Nocturne on the map and how critical using that spell is early and often to try and get your team ahead.
Avid LOL esports enjoyers will know, typical broadcast saying is if you have a Pantheon, especially if you have a Nocturne, the first ultimate really dictates how the game is going to go. But if you never use it, that first time potential is always up. It's always up for the whole game,
the
right?
Loophole.
Yeah, if you just always have it, it's the Chekhov's gun of the jungle.
All right,
it's going to come in the third act.
It better be a pretty bombastic third act for Tarzan then, because definitely would like to see him try and punish these side lanes that are really starting to break out here. And we highlighted how, especially with the Xayah play we talked about earlier, Mr. Knight should be the prime target because it is slim pickings for the Nocturne outside of Knight. So gonna get to test one of the best that the world has to offer out of the mid lane in side laning, which didn't necessarily plague Knight all of, you know, last year and early on this year, but boy, did it plague a lot of our LPL mid laners.
โอ้ยมีไฟตรงนี้ต้องมีไฟแล้วลิฟไฟใช่ไหมจะไฟกันใช่ไหมลิฟมาเพื่อน
Well, another game here, Slayer. Given Rift Herald. Uncharacteristically a low kill game. I say uncharacteristically when I'm talking about BLG. And with these lane assignments especially, I think we are not still going to see very much happening here. It is going to be AL, 3 grubs, Herald as well. Let's open up a lead. Okay.
First paranoia. Tarzan's going
ใส่
after
โอ้แต่
Knight.
นี่
He
มีแฟลชดิ
flashes but throws the stone on Flandre as he goes out here.
โอ้โห
He's going to come back in and
ส
secure
มัย
the
ดิ
arrow.
ฟแต่
He's
ตาย
going to
ครับ
get
วันนี้
public
ทัศ
execution
น์
to the face breath of light.
อุ้ย
Will
โอ้โห
allow
แฟลช
Tarzan to
แต่ได้
fly,
โอ้
but
บิน
Shun follows
โอ้ย
him.
บินชุน
Picks
มัน
up
แทง
the
ไม่โดน
kill
เอาไม่เป็น
as
ไร
Ben gets caught in
บิน
a
รับหนัก
huge
จัดไม่ไหวครับตรงนี้
injustice punch from Shakes. Hope able to trade
ไฟ
back
ยาก
out.
มากเลยว่ะตอนนี้ BLG
Trying to re-enter this
โด
fight
น
on
ใคร
the top
เรื่อย
side.
ๆใครระยะออก
Holding
แบ
on
บ
to the
นี้
stun as
ตาย
they
ครับกระ
jump
ดิโอ
on top of Shakes and get rid of him fast. Another kill on the board here for BLG as Hope
ไปคนไม่ใครโอไม่
dash
ต่าง
out
เหรอ
with Kyle.
อ๋อจะไปได้เวนแทนโอเค
Split on
ตัว
both
นี้ง่าย
sides
กว่า
of BLG. They're
ที
going
พี
to
ครับ
hunt
เวน
for Flandre. Does he get the TP out
อุ๊ย
for the
ไม่
spot?
ทันเรียบร้อย
No!
ตาย
Knight denies it and lets Tippers do
เรี
his
ยบร้อย
dirty
ครับโอ้โห
work.
แล้วไวเปอ
Viper
ร์ลาด
grabs
ด้วย
the kill and BLG get back to the killing ways
ไม่คุ้
we
มอยู่
know
ดี
them
ว่ะ
for.
And you know what?
Hit
I think it
Sam.
got even worse there because when Hope walks over to the Rift Herald, he does not pick it up. It times out.
โอ้เราไม่ได้ลิฟต์ด้วยเหร
BLG
อ
just
คื
got
อส
so
บาย
many
ได้เหรอไม่ได้
kills
เก็บลิฟ
and
ต์
they
ครับ
get the teleport
ตาย
and
ไป
they
ก่อ
just
น
won. I think they just won the game. I know it's only 16 and a half minutes, but
เออ
that
ว่ะ
is like a dagger
ระเบิด
in
อยู่
the
ดี
heart. AL put so many
สมัยได้
resources
แต่
in
อะไร
that top lane play, and nothing goes
แต่
for
ไม่
them.
ได้
I thought it was going to be an Act
แต่
3
ไม่ได้ลิฟต์
ultimate. It's looking like the whole play is done.
It looks like we're not having an Act 3. we're not going to get to that point.
This is a High School Musical.
There's no Act 3 in store. There is a second act of Dragon, though, being taken here by Shun, as BLG will keep up their classic tempo. No paranoia in sight here for Tarzan, no vision to even try and get into the pit.
ไปสองมังกร
It is that reverse of game one where AL had the 30 grubs. They have the Herald. Well, I mean, they took the Herald, I guess. But BLG, being in the lead and having the first two dragons is always a good game plan. And here comes the AL game plan we marked. Knight has to know this is coming. Doesn't get the stun down. Tarzan's going to spell shield it well, and Shakes will grab that kill. A kill on the board here for AL nonetheless. Oh, that was a flash out of Kyle.
Okay. I mean, set it in draft. When you're playing Nocturne versus Annie, that is a walk-in money bag. Here's that first ultimate. They go immediately on to Knight. The play is split. Tarzan's on one side. Hope is nowhere near this play.
อ๋อไม่ได้กดสมัย
Smite from
ชุน
Tarzan
ไม่ได้
gets
กด
this,
สมัย
not just looking at the Herald this entire time.
แต่คือไม่
That
มีคน
eye is
เก็บอยู่
looking
ดี
around. He's
เพราะ
like,
ว่าต้อง
who's
ถอย
picking me
ต้อง
up?
ถอยฉาก
Who's
ออก
gonna
แล้ว
pick me up? Where's my Uber jobber? I can't get anybody. Can someone take me? The whole fight is split. This is another one from AL where I think the backline and the people who are supposed to deal damage are not in the perfect position. Maybe Tarzan going a little too fast. He dashes. It times out at the very last moment. If I'm Hope, I'm calling a ref. I'm saying I'm literally touching it and it's still on the game. It's still on the floor there.
Pause.
Yeah.
Ref. Yeah, immediately. Just how things have been going lately for AL. How things have lately been going here for Hope as he drops a Coling in for very marginal damage there onto On. Tarzan shading back over towards Bin. Paranoia up in about 10 seconds, but a hard target to gauge jumping on top of. And Bin's going to take it to Flandre instead. Final hour comes out for the Invis. Good flash condemn. Gets Bin off him as Knight does TP in. Paranoia now coming out here who shifts back up further upriver. We find Shun completely caught here. Paranoia jumping up a Bin.
Okay.
Never used the second half, so Bin's going to flash. Timber comes down to stun out Tarzan. Flandre still low. But Shakes is flashing forward for the top. Knight wants to get the kill on the Flandre with a breath of light healing from Melio. Hope picks up the kill on to Knight.
แล้วเงินไม่กลับมาเท่าเลย
Some shots
ที่
back
ทำมา
into BLG now.
All right,
Lang
stupid
Ngân gặm
caster.
mặt
Never
hao
say
lười
the game's over,
Anh vô
apparently.
hồn
Who needs a Herald? That Herald's dumb anyway. It's a
เท่าเลย
topside
เพื่อนนะ
objective. What have we
ตอนแรก
learned?
นำเยอะ
Nothing
ได้ป้อม
apparently.
ช็อตเดียวเงิน
They
เท่า
try
เล
to
ย
make this play. Maybe Flandre, maybe the whole point of playing range tops like this is actually to just have a global taunt on you at all times. They try to make this play and look similar to some of the hesitations we had around AL and some of their team fighting. Here, look where Viper is. Not able to right click at all. He can't click on anyone in this fight while AL are collapsing, kind of sending in all the Avengers. A last-minute Melio ult gives him enough HP to survive that. Tippers from hitting him and taking him down there. So this is the lead that Hope needs to run away with. 1,500 gold up over Viper, finishing getting close to what is an Infinity Edge third here. And for as much attention as BLG have put to try to get Bin in advantage, I think right now, the thing that BLG are going to be looking for is this dragon stacking that is still in their favor.
Mountain Soul always heals a lot of ailments when staring down a burst-oriented team, as you highlighted. Hope, the primary gold benefactor, playing the burst style. Getting that Mountain Soul Very clear at WinCon here, but BLG are still going to try and settle back into their side lane. Still feel like Bin is pretty hard for either one of these solo lanes to answer, and I do think that is a problem that they all want to keep this train moving right in the right direction. Tarzan has got to continue to find ways to
นายมันไม่ได้จนเนี่ยคือถ้านายจนน่ะแย่อยู่แต่ว่านายมันไม่จนน่ะดิ
Side lanes has been kind of where AL
เวน
has
เลยออก
found
มาแต่
success.
ของถึกๆเนี่ยลำบากจัด
They got money bag that is Knight. They went bot lane. They cashed out on the money bag that is Shun. There's no shutdowns in the game, so it's not like we're going to be playing like bounty boards and going around picking up gold. But the game's even, and I think that is a good spot for AL to be in. I'm kind of just looking at this next dragon. I'm looking at summoner spells. They're a little bit more limited here for anyone's legend, but you're hitting hopefully 2 items with this Essence Reaver going to be completed soon here for Flandra. I think we're just trying to get these last couple plates on this bottom lane turret.
Just trying to use that bot wave as a way to walk all of AL up. His Shanks has maybe found a pick here on, but Rakan particularly slippery, especially with teammates around. So we'll just be pushed off that vision line. They do have the Scuttle Crab vision helping them out, but outside that, BLG, this river is pretty lit up with blue orbs for the first time.
Doing good. Hope's
รอ
going to
มัง
play
กร
in
เกิด
mid.
20 วิ
They can just
ไฟ
walk
สำคัญ
in
อัน
the
เนี้ย
fog. So BLG, you have to walk as 5, and you have an
ไฟ
any
สำคัญจับ
team
ยัง
come.
ไง
You got to do it like this.
Oh, here's the classic BLG TP flank though. Coming on in is going to be Bin with the 30% HP shield. They are going to try to turn on to him. The public execution is going to get spell shielded. The fear launch is launch charge from all. Grabs 4 members. Viper takes down Tarzan and allows Bin to drop with some grace. Featherstorm comes back out. But Blade needs to cover Viper, and he rips Shanks to shreds with it. Viper going absolutely crazy, but he can't find the clutch kills because Hope is running amok with the double marksman power. AL slam home an ace.
Flandra and Hope, we hold hands in the red side jungle, and we are going to win this team fight for anyone's legend. All of the ministrations we had about this Vayne top for him, it is coming up clutch in these team fights. In a small corridor, I would say 9 out of 10 times, you are going to lose versus in Rakan, Azaya, and an Annie. But AL are able to play this, and this TP from Bin is just way too deep. He gets on the other side of Tarzan, but already, look at where the damage dealers are. Knight, Viper, nowhere nearby. No ability to deal damage in this fight. And now we're fighting into a chokehold where Hope and Flandra can just let loose another fantastic taunt coming through from Shanks. Viper is going to flash to try to catch Flandra, but he dashes into the wall to avoid the blade collar. A massive play for Flandra, and one that is much needed in a series where AL have really been kind of missing.
มาเฉย
positive energy
นำ2 พันแล้วได้มังกรด้วยชิบหายแย่ครับอย่างนี้แย่ครับไม่สวยแล้วอย่างนี้ไม่สวยครับ
but this game is still anyone's to really take
ใช่มันต้องมีของเยอะกว่านี้ เมื่อกี้นี่มันลงหมีตรงไอ้นี่ไม่ได้เลยตรงที่มันโดนชาม4ไม่ได้เลย
And now we have Baron on the map, where both teams
โห
are
ไล่
really trying
3 ชิ้น
grapple hold of this game too.
ซาย่ารอไอก่อนนะถ้าอีมาน่าจะได้อยู่เกมนี้มันขาดดาเมจแบบนิดนึงตลอดเลยเปิดใส่โฮยังไหวอยู่อันติยักษ์อุ้ยเอ้าเอกาดิโอยังพิวอยู่ผมนึกว่ากาดิโอจะตายเนี่ยเมื่อกี้ได้แค่เกือบนะไม่ตายเกมนี้พี่บินน่าจะเงียบไปหน่อยนะแบบจังหวะเพลย์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยดูลำบากเล่นแปลก
Flandra, they're probably just going to try to get his TP. They don't really care about giving up this mid-tier 1 right now. Vayne's going to join now, and this needs to be able to... Wait, Hope is on red buff!
Oh my god, Hope is nowhere near this play. It's a
BLG ฝืนนะเนี่ย
They're off!
ต้องปล่อย
Wow, what a gamble
คือพยายามใจนี่แหละจะพยายามจะยื้อพยายามจะเรียกบาลอนเพราะฝั่งมันเสีย3 เป็นตีแต่ไม่ได้อยู่ดี
They're giving up a mid-tier 1. BLG, that's desperate. That is desperation if I've ever seen it. You got a single summoner spell out of it, but you're giving gold still over, and now the map geographically has kind of changed for them. They have the outer turrets as BLG, but giving up that inner makes it a little bit easier for them to spread their influence, get vision down, and especially set up for this dragon. It is really important now that BLG try to find answers. After the first couple of plays, we have not revisited trying to kill Flandra, who now Experimental Hexplate, Essence Reaver, and now even a QSS. So locking him down is going to be nigh impossible unless we layer crowd control.
really puts a lot of pressure on Kyle to keep up with these really good Breath of Life ultimates. Light's going out here as we jump on top of Knight. Can he get out of the hero's entrance? No, he gets knocked up. The fear lands. Can't step up, get the damage. Six does it instead. Shoot with the Aegis Assault, trying to block all the damage out of the Bright Space here for Viper, but he can't get these feathers down. He whips the public execution. The feather storm comes out, but Bin, he just flashes right on top of Lucian. Finds that first kill. Viper gonna try and take down Tarzan, but he gets out to safety. And Shanks with the justice punch of victory gets Flandra another double kill. AL onto the Baron.
Let's go and move it on over to the Baron. AL, we were saying, hey, maybe this BLG composition has some legs to stand on, but this top matchup has got zero sauce right now. Bin, that ultimate missing, and then trying to overforce. BLG, I get why you want to look for something, why you want to try to burst someone out with this shotgun, but if the blunderbuss misses, we gotta reload. We cannot just try to kind of break them over the head with the handle of the gun instead. Look at all this damage. Knight is dead. This is where I think Viper could potentially turn a team fight, but the weaving of spells in and out. And this was the play. Just barely doesn't get to land it. He flashes it. You find hope. Awesome. But we got a double marksman composition. And Flandra has really started to come into his own on this game. He has been one of the most suspect laners, especially when we're talking about top lane, but his impact in this game so far has been felt. I think him and Hope have really came into their own and are bringing AL to the brink of winning game number 2.
We're up a fat chunk of gold to the tune of 5,000. They are aptly positioned to even out the Drake stacking. BLG, it looks like, yeah, they're just going to give up structures they really can't cover. Maybe trying to buy time for Bin here. Force somebody on AL to go top side to answer him. Because he should be able to get this tier 2 for free if nobody really comes batting towards the top side. BLG, it looks like they're maybe willing to just trade what they feel like is a bot tier 2. They're going to lose nonetheless. But if Knight gets caught, he's going to turn for the timbers. Immediate dash from whole breath of life. Tarzan goes in under the tier 2 turn, but BLG waiting for him. Knight pulls him up. Bin though TP's in, gets condemned, gets stunned up, and trades his life right back. His Flandra starting to glide here. Dash after dash, tumble after tumble. Looking to find Viper. Doesn't get the big critical shot here. But Viper still has to use the feather storm. And shakes off to the side. Threatens Viper even further. Blade Color will get him out, but On we can't say the same about.
Wow, and I think in a completely unexpected turn of events, AL now 6,500 gold up and looking incredible. Hope and Flandra together have been unstoppable. Hope. All right, wonderful.
Blade Color. He gets 2 for the price of 1. AL's bottom laner completely done for. Flandra, it's going to drop to Shun now. It's Viper's time to shine. The closer for Billy Gaming just gave them a huge lifeline in game 2. Ace BLG.
No way, man! Now it is going to be a Mount Soul point here for BLG. I don't know if this necessarily gets them out of dodge, but definitely, like we were saying, gives them breathing room here in this game. What the? I need a replay of that. I just need to see a replay. Bin is basically overforcing this game and creating so many issues for his team. There's another one, gets the flash out from Tarzan, and we get some mid plates.
โอ้โหแม่งโซพอยเฉยงงๆท่าซ้ายบอก
It was such a cool sequence, Alt, but
กูโยนคนเดียวไม่พอพี่เข้าไปด้วยแต่น้ำอยู่ของเค
Hope dash forward and flash back out.
โอ้ชุนบอกหวัดเจี๊ยบมาเลย
I get the yeah. Let's go through this because it was like, all right, Tarzan's gonna throw, and then Bin's like, hold on a minute. Watch what I do here.
คือต้องได้โยน1ไม่เป็นไร
This is good. This is exactly what you want to do as Lucian Melio.
Why?
โอ้โห
He's just trying to kill Annie. I told you, Annie is a walking money bag as Nocturne. This was really well set up, I think, from AL. Just perfectly sequenced. We're talking about crowd control.
แฟดไม่มีใช้แฟดไปแล้วไฟที่แล้ว
And then Viper's trying what he can, but low range means that Lucian and him are fighting at the same time. We didn't even get to see the cool throw.
อยากดูตรงป้อมฮัลโหลเปิดไฟเมื่อกี้ทำไม
Observer team.
อยากดูตรงป้อมเกิดอะไรขึ้น
BLG sided. Like, why didn't we just show that last cool one underneath the turret?
I mean, I was willing to go to bat for them because I thought they had the the psychic feeling that a play was coming, but yeah, they kind of just pulled out of that thing prematurely.
โหแล้วเวน LDR
They get a turn. Send us back to the replay. This is going to be a one rare time we're asking observers to send us back into the replay here.
Yeah, that rarely.
There's no objectives. Like, Baron is on for another 2 minutes. Dragon's not up for 3:30. All right. we're gonna have to just live in the present now.
เน้น perfect ให้
We're
ได้
just gonna have to pretend like that play happened. Well, not pretend it did, and just move on with our lives, which kind of feels sad.
มันคือ perfect แล้วถูกละ
Okay.
เน้นแรงนะเกมนี้อีกฝั่งมีแต่
This
ADC
game is
อ่ะ
weird, man. This gold graph is
อีกฝั่ง
gonna
ท็อป
be
เลนอีก
terrible.
ฝั่งเป็น ADC บางและอีก3ตัวบางหมดมีทาซานถึกแชงถึก
I kind of want to approach some of these items, maybe most importantly, excuse me, for BLG. I want to see if Viper can get this 4th item done so he can get over to 100% crit chance on the Zaya, be that late game threat that they really need. Also, Shun having the GA maybe allows BLG to play a bit more proactive on the front line.
โอเคไม่ได้ไปละ
All right,
Good
let's
use
go
of the
out.
ultimate.
Back
What?
in, he's trying to set the heroes in trends. It's going to hit on to Shun. He has the GA. Flaundrall, the final hour, tries to go up to Viper. Exhaust lands on top of him as the Featherstorm comes out as well. Shakes into the stasis. Flaundrall can't walk up because that Blade Caller was going to snag him. Goes into the infants, but it won't matter. Viper chops him down into bits and pieces. Viper is so locked in right now for BLG.
Okay, but what can we get from that play? That was a flash from Galio and merely a kill. Maybe it gives them time on the map. They're not even going to have any space to set up around the Baron that's coming up in a minute. It's gold going over to BLG, but I don't think it changes the temperature of this game right now. It was a good pick. We played in one of these really small chokes, and the setup is good. The ultimate from Tarzan stops BLG from being able to find anything. The Galio in a choke is even better to try to force more out of BLG. On the side, exhaust is massive. The Featherstorm, like you're mentioning, stops and look again. No ability for AL to deal damage. He walks into the Blade Caller, and then he QSS's and he gets knocked up anyway. Viper on, played that fantastically, but we need to see more. I need to see more from BLG if they're going to close this series out into a fashion. We need to see more fights like that, and the Baron is the perfect place for this. And guess what? Bin, he has the teleport, and it's an upgraded teleport from his top lane role quest.
บอลลอนเกิดนะตรงนี้ดูเหล็กมาแล้วบอลลอนเกิดก็คือเหล็กมา
He's 100% crit chance. He will rip through.
แรกๆเกมอย่างนั้นจุด30คิวเฉยตรงนี้แหละให้มันได้บวกกันเยอะๆหน่อย
So AL, I agree. Temperature still
เป็น RCK นี่ไฟเดียวแพ้แล้วจบเลยนะอันนี้ดี LPL รับได้
really clear to me now that AL
รับได้
have to find a way to threaten Viper, especially knowing that this makeshift frontline for BLG has a bit more resistance to them. Shun without that GA, maybe alleviates that a bit. Bin really thought he was dead there.
He look, if they collapse onto him, that's very quickly AL that can just move into Baron afterwards. So a respectful TP and very expensive for BLG. The game is equal. And what did we say from the draft here, Slayer? AL, they have a composition that can work, that can really shred in team fights, but the minute it goes bad, the game's over. And this is now where we get to that point. 30 seconds. Baron's no longer an option. We're going for the soul.
This is always a favorable spot to be in if you're BLG, right? Because you can gamble to say, oh yeah, AL, we'll give you that, second Drake. We're going to take a Baron. Oh, you want to threaten the Baron at all, which AL should never walk towards? We'll take a Mountain Soul. So, despite the fact that you called it out well, Bin does expend that valuable TP, so the side lane threat isn't as heavy. This setup for BLG is really pristine towards the Drake side.
I like this for AL. I like the options that we have here. I mean, no teleport for Bin means that he just doesn't have a bigger health bar to play with, and we've seen multiple times, especially with the exhaust now. Viper is already starting this.
Final hour, lights go out. Who does Tarzan want to pick off here? Flash from Bin, gets himself out of a taunt. BLG comes off with the dragon.
โอ้เดี๋ยวนะ
just gonna 50-50 this.
โอ้โหแล้ว AL 3มันตีแล้ว
have left to rely on. There's no paranoia. How does this Galio get in? Are we really just gonna force for Mountain Soul? Can Shoot take it? Viper somehow gets it. BLG with Mountain Soul. And now they're looking to make it AL's problem. Top won't land for Shakes. He's gotta justice punch his way out of the bottom lane river. But BLG are still hunting.
I was telling the fans, look at Viper. He is placing so many feathers. And the damage there alongside Shun, they're just able to take that objective. One ward from BLG will spot AL as they move into topside river, but it feels like they are trapped. It feels like they're being corralled away from the rest of the rift here. BLG, they need one pick, and similarly here for AL, they're waiting for some cooldown. All summoner spells are up.
Okay, Shun
โอ้โห
jumps
แม่ง
on
เลือด
hold,
ไม่ลด
but
เลย
that's
ว่ะ
up safety. Shun having to
ถึก
flash,
จัด
fearing the fear there from Tarzan. They've got the wave up though. They're just going to go
เอา
after
กลาง
the
เข้า
tier
กัน
2, but now they're getting entrapped.
โอเค
Shun
ป้อม
is
กลาง
taken
ฟ้าอ
very,
อก
very low.
ขึ้นโล
BLG
นะครับ
still
พยายาม
grouped
ฆ่า
up.
คี
It's
เรา
so
เลือดก่อน
hard for AL to ever jump them without Tarzan's confident paranoia
น่าปล่อยบาลอน
forward.
วะ
But they have the first inside
BLG
track over to Baron nonetheless.
แล้วก็ให้เพื่อนยื้อแล้วก็ให้ชุดรีเซ็ต
The only flash that's missing here for AL is off of Shanks.
แต่เจจะ
No
มาแล้ว
engage
เจจะมาแล้ว
possibility for Bin or
ยิ
Shun
ง
with that
มันยิง
summoner
แรงอะดิมัน
spell.
2 ADC อะดิ
Control
ยิง
of
บา
the
ลอน
Baron.
อะ
It is half health right now. Flandra needs to clutch up.
Oh,
Got
go for a big charge.
He's gone.
He gets caught by a great taunt there from Shanks. Blade guarding on the Flandra. QSSs and flashes back out. Baron still not secure.
Tarzan!
The Bowling execution's going to grab Tarzan. The flash out of the pit. Justice Punch, heroic entrance comes down. The Baron's at 3.5k, but Tarzan, he can't get into this pit to take it. So Shun's going to step up and grab Baron his knife. Absolutely deletes the Melio off the face of the map. And Viper gets the reign supreme. Flashing after home. Sending him into a GA to only delay the inevitable downfall of anyone's legend.
Goodbye, Flandra, and there's even Shun to match. Yep. Let's go. Baron, Mountain Soul, and it came down to 2 fights around these big objectives. AL crumble as they try to finish this one out with BLG moving to 2-0.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าซันตัดสินใจถอยไปแล้วแต่เพื่อนเข้าไปแล้วดิ
I would markedly say in past splits
โอ้โหแล้ว GG
this
ยัง
BLG
2-0 นะครับ
roster always
วันนี้
loses.
เกม
This
วันนี้จบ
AL team
2-0 หมดเลย
always
นะแต่ว่า
wins.
แบบ
But
เก
it's
มมันนานอยู่ดี
2026, the year of BLG.
สบายจัด
Oh, that's gonna sting so much. And look, high stakes, high volatility when you're gonna play double marksman, and a series now where I think multiple times we got to see Tarzan not feel comfortable up against Shun. So that's gonna be one that review is going to be tough. And I think more importantly here for AL, moving to 2-3, and I think losing against some of the bigger names here in this group, Top Esports, JDG, BLG, it's looking more and more likely that AL might be a team that is looking on the outside of that top 4 bubble.
Well, especially all because the other teams you haven't listed, we all feel like, for the most part, are massively improved compared to their Split 1 counterparts, right? IG, you know, we just saw them get 2-0'd nonetheless, but we feel like Breathe is one of the better top laners. We've been impressed by Jachi and Mako coming back into this team. IG are stronger than I would say their Split 1 counterparts are.
Sure.
Maybe Weibo. Maybe not Weibo.
Maybe not Weibo.
I think we leave Weibo in that convo. I don't really like talking positively about Weibo after what they did to my boy Arha. But then we have a team like NIP, who I would wager their bottom lane and Awesome and Zhuo are playing pretty darn well and allowing them to be up to such a high mark. So my point being here is outside of our, you know, prototypical teams we expect to challenge AL, even when they're pretty well strengthened.
โอเคก็อาทิตย์นี้ประมาณนี้พรุ่งนี้ไม่มีนะครับรออาทิตย์หน้าได้พักหน่อย
Also want to note that AL so far here in this split have not gone
นั่งลุ้นนะหิวข้าวเลยประเด็น
of their series so far. All 5 now 2-0s in one other direction. So, man, this was a very risky game, and all of the criticisms we had for BLG in the pre-show feels like we saw that here. Bin over-forcing a lot of the times, especially here on this Mbessa. I remember his Renekton game that we got to see in that series versus IG where he like dashes into Jachi and then literally dies on the spot immediately versus the Yunara. We got to see it on this Mbessa where he didn't get a comfortable enough lead.
Okay,
and when Bin isn't far enough ahead, I think we see
อาทิตย์หน้าเดี๋ยวส่วนอีกเกมนึงเดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากันครับไปเจอกันไปละ
But what
วันนี้เจ็บคอได้เลยพูดน้อยนิดนึง
reason the BLG were able to over